Chapter 1060. North Ice King, North Ice King, North Ice King. Starting from the gate of all gods, the cheers of the crowd were like ink splashed into a clear pool, spreading from west to east at the speed of sound, spreading across half of the King's Landing. There were countless people, including normal citizens, the beggar army in gray robes, the sons of warriors with colorful capes, the nobles and merchants. They were all cheering loudly, as if they were welcoming a legendary hero. A group of people entered through the gate amidst the cheers and applause. There was a gray direwolf flag on the left of the group, and a gray three-headed dragon flag on the right. In the middle, there was a tall man with a full beard. The man wasn't riding a normal war horse, but a gray unicorn with blood-red fur. There was also a direwolf with red eyes and white fur by his side. The unicorn was 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. It looked like a long-horned yak, but compared to the cumbersome yak, the unicorn was more agile and powerful. On the horn that looked like a demon god's spear, there was a female corpse with butterfly wings strung on it. The woman's skin was as pale as a corpse, and there were strange ice blue runes on it. Her wings that were like thin ice were torn apart by swords and spears, and her limbs were pierced through. A tall knight walked out from the group and pointed at the corpse of the butterfly on the horn, and roared at the King's Landing citizens, "North Ice King has killed the ice butterfly demon. North Ice King is brave, long live North Ice King." The crowd became more and more excited, and their faces turned red as they screamed at the top of their lungs. Incredible, 7 days ago, the ice butterfly demon led 100,000 ghouls to massacre the Deer Horn Castle, and today, the corpse is hanging on the King's Landing. North Ice King, you live up to your name. A black man wearing a red and green feather cape exclaimed. "You're not dead yet." A mocking voice suddenly came from the side. The black man turned around and saw a handsome short man wearing a black wool cape looking at him with a smile. "You are." The black man tried to recall, but he didn't seem to have seen this person before, but his voice, suddenly he thought of someone. "Tyrion, it's you? You're back?" "Shoo, don't shout too loudly. I don't want to steal my good nephew's limelight." Tyrion leaned over and tiptoed. His body actually rose slowly as if he was in an elevator. "Is this your child?" The black man was surprised to see the midget holding a sky-blue brocade swaddle in his arms. "I do want a son, a daughter would be fine too, but..." Tyrion shook his head with a gloomy expression. He removed the brocade on the outside and the white lion skin on the inside. He raised the child and looked at the unicorn knight in the middle of the crowd. "Little Tywin, look at the Northern Ice King, who killed a deity in anger. Look at how impressive and popular he is. In the future, learn more from this uncle, don't learn from your own uncle." "Tywin, my uncle?" The black man's pupils shrunk. He carefully looked at the iconic golden hair and blue eyes. With a trembling voice, he said, "Messai is still alive? Is he the son of Messiah?" "Why do you think Messai is dead?" Tyrion asked curiously. "Cersei kept saying that her daughter was tortured to death by the Dragon Queen," the black man said embarrassedly. Tyrion said strangely, "Jaraba, back then, you were framed by my sister as Little Rose's secret lover. Do you still believe her words?" But Jaraba's expression was awkward. "No way." Tyrion looked at the man beside him in horror. He was close to 40 years old and his skin was as dark as the night. "I never thought that Little Rose would have such a strong taste. No wonder she could crawl all over the place. Don't misunderstand. I only had eyes. I didn't have the chance to do it. There are too many people in the palace." Jaraba waved his hand regretfully. "Fuck, that's even more disgusting." The midget's expression was disgusted. "I thought she was just thirsty and took a fancy to your strong and dark body. I didn't expect her to have feelings." A hint of anger flashed in Jaraba's eyes. "No matter what, I'm still a prince. How did I make you feel disgusted? Back then at King's Landing, you and I sparred many times. Why don't you feel disgusted? Don't be agitated. I'm not targeting you. You're targeting all black people." "No, Jaraba, I like black girls too. Have you forgotten?" Tyrion waved his hand. "It's just that your looks. Brother, you should know your place. Jaraba touched his square face with protruding cheekbones and said in dissatisfaction, "In the Midsummer Islands, the popularity of my appearance won't lose to yours." "Alright, we have different tastes." "I apologize." The midget shrugged insincerely and asked curiously, "I thought you died in the Midsummer Islands. Did you not go back after the other ghosts broke out?" The black man's full name was Jaraba Thor. He was the prince of the Red Flower Valley in the Midsummer Islands. He had failed in his quest for power and was exiled. He had been living in King's Landing for more than 10 years and was Robert's guest. There were many islands in the Midsummer Islands, and the Red Flower Valley was only a river valley on one of them. Therefore, Jaraba's identity as a prince was worthless. The midget thought that he was dead because when the other ghosts broke out in the north, the foreigners in the Seven Nations fled the Westeros and returned to their homes. "I was exiled, not on a vacation. How would I dare to go back?" However, when the news of the Great Wall's collapse reached King's Landing, I did leave the Westeros and went to Pentos. "Then Jaraba shrugged and said helplessly, "The legends are right. The long night is a crisis for the entire world. No one can escape it." When millions of other ghosts surrounded the city, the evil god of ice broke through the two walls on the north and west. I stayed in Prince Haven's mansion in the north. When the ghouls came to knock on my door, I was so scared that I peed my pants. I hid in the cupboard and shivered. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen descended from the sky like a deity. After that, I left Pentos with countless nobles and merchants and took a boat to Tidehead Island. However, the housing prices on Tidehead Island were too high. Those property speculators who deserved to be eaten by the other ghosts were too crazy. I, a prince, couldn't even afford to live in a 2-bedroom apartment of 50 square meters. I swear that even if those people had atonement scrolls, they would still go to hell after death. Isn't Valerian afraid of angering the public? "There are so many nobles who are related," Tyrion said in confusion. "It's not Valerian. In fact, Count Monterey is still a child." "Then who's speculating in real estate?" "The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The nobles of the King's Landing, Hajian, and Stormlands. They bought land on Tidehead Island in advance, built castles, and stockpiled food. They're all rich now." "No one cares?" "The nobles didn't break the law. They even paid taxes. How would they care? Who would care?" "That's not right. I remember that the Dragon Queen settled hundreds of thousands of refugees on Tidehead Island," Tyrion said. "They can get houses for free based on their household registration." At this moment, the North Ice King Jon's team had left. The crowd also dispersed. Jaraba looked around and asked, "Do you want to go to the Great Cathedral? The North Ice King will publicly sacrifice the evil god's corpse on the podium." "If you want to go, then go. I've been sick of seeing evil gods for the past few years." Tyrion stuffed the child back into his cloak. His body slowly shrunk from 1.9 meters to 1.4 meters, with a pair of high-heeled shoes. Jaraba turned pale with fright. "Didn't you step on a brick?" "Step on a brick." The dwarf sneered and took a few steps back to let him see clearly. "If you didn't have some tricks up your sleeve, how could you spread the scriptures to the east and become the Deer Cauldron King?" The dwarf said proudly. Jaraba was surprised. "You became a king?" "My nephew was crowned the North Ice King by the Dragon Queen. As his uncle, what's wrong with me becoming the Deer Cauldron King?" Jaraba looked at the eastern hills with reverence and sighed. Jon Stark earned the title of North Ice King himself, just based on his superb ice witchcraft, and the evil god of ice that died at the hands of the Dark Sisters in the past 5 years, who in King's Descent City doesn't sincerely praise him as the Northern Ice King with unparalleled bravery. The dwarf glared. "Did you pick up my Deer Cauldron King? The ghouls I killed in the barren land could fill up the streets of King's Landing." With that, he carried the child and walked down the city walls. "Where are you going?" "We haven't seen each other in a long time. Let me treat you to a drink." Jaraba chased after him. "Do you think I can drink with a child?" The dwarf didn't stop walking. "I have something I need your help with." Jaraba gave him a fawning smile. The dwarf glanced down at his old friend's leather boots and sighed. "I have an appointment with Jamie at Tariq's restaurant. Come along." "Tariq of Lion's Gate?" Why don't you two brothers go to Casterly Rock City? Jiraba asked curiously. Looks like you're not doing well in Mia's court. You don't even know such a secret. The dwarf sighed. Queen Mia comes from a humble background. Elegant people like me aren't very popular. Jiraba said awkwardly. What secret? He asked curiously. King Ghoul has appeared. The vassals are preparing to hold a ghoul slaughter assembly at King's Landing. Then, they will work together to head north and kill King Ghoul, Tyrion said. 4 years ago, when Dragon Queen gradually disappeared, it appeared. Jiraba was confused. It didn't appear in public before, but this time, Tyrion's expression became serious. Since 2 years ago, the Night Watchmen of Eastwatch have sent news that ghouls have arrived in the north on icebergs. Just last month, the Night Watchmen risked their lives to sneak into the fallen area and found that ghouls were gathering on a large scale. Rough estimates suggest that there are more than 20,000 ghouls. 20,000 ghouls? Even the North Ice King can't handle them. Jiraba's mouth was wide open, his eyes filled with fear. That's why we need the vassals to form an alliance. What's the use of vassals? Jiraba shook his head vigorously and complained, Where's the three-eyed crow, Bran? Why didn't he sound the alarm earlier? Since the ghouls are coming in batches, we can also eliminate them batch by batch. The ghouls are all in the fallen area. Even the Dragon Queen can't see that place. Otherwise, how do you think King Ghoul has survived until now? Why is there a fallen area? You fool, I'm talking to you about the will of the world. Do you understand? Tell me, Jiraba said. It's been almost 8 years since the long night descent. Do you think the world still belongs to humans? Does it belong to the ghouls? Afich. Take barren land for example. It was such a large piece of land that once had tens of millions of people. Now there are only 500,000 people left. It's all thanks to the Danny ribbons that the Dragon Queen made that we could survive these 5 years. Think about it, humans only occupy 1/1000th of the land. The rest belongs to the ghouls, and those ghouls are still reproducing. Who do you think barren land belongs to now? And so on. Who does this world belong to? Is the situation that bad? I thought the long night was almost over. There are only 2 years left until the 10-year-long night that the Dragon Queen promised, Jiraba said blankly. Tyrion smiled. The long night is indeed almost over. The purpose of this vassal meeting is to end King Ghoul. Once it's dead, humans will win. What about the Dragon Queen? 5 years ago, she left Slaver's Bay with 200,000 centaurs and spent a year sweeping through Ursos from south to north, east to west, and back again. We haven't heard anything about her since then, Jiraba said, puzzled. Chapter 1061. In the middle of the hall of Tariq's restaurant, a handsome bard was holding a harp in his arms. He was playing a melodious tune while he sang a story that everyone was familiar with in his mellow voice. The darkness was dispelled by hundreds of suns, the Cow King's little silver horse was as swift as the wind, the Khalasar behind her covered the entire land of ice, countless, the Arak scimitars in the hands of the warriors were as sharp as grass. The Cow King and her roaring warriors were as ferocious as a storm, the living dead were like wheat in a paddy field, easily harvested by the blazing scimitars, leaving behind piles of black blood and burning corpses on the white snow. Even the emotionless other ghosts trembled under the tsunami-like hooves. The evil god of ice was as weak as a sparrow under the arrows of the Cow King, falling from the sky with a sorrowful cry. A head full of bells braided in her silver hair, praising her arrival. The trading city-states that never allowed centaurs to enter, Volantis, Pentos, Mir and Bravos, their princes or grand dukes opened the city gates on their own accord, leading their civil and military officials to kneel on both sides of the street, paying the highest respect to the Cow King. The ladies sang and danced, the citizens brought out hot water and bread, offering them to the Knight of the Night, who saved them. The sword-wielding mercenaries and warriors fought to join the ranks of the Cow King. Her army grew larger and larger, she could conjure fresh grass and fruits out of thin air. Her army didn't need rations, her warriors could be reborn from death. She shouted loudly, inviting the Frost God to battle. But even the terrifying Frost God, who brought the long night to the world, was afraid of her name and trembled at her roar. The song ended, the handsome singer smiled and bowed to everyone. Immediately, a patron threw a bronze star over, praising loudly, as expected of the famous golden voice, Simone of the Narrow Sea. Even an old song that you have heard a few hundred times can be sung so beautifully. To the Dragon Queen, to the Cow King, to the golden voice Simone. Another patron stood up, raising his wine glass and toasting loudly. To the Dragon Queen, to the golden voice Simone. The hall immediately became noisy. In a private room on the second floor, Jaraba also turned his head and tossed a handful of copper coins over the railing before asking in confusion, "What has Dragon Queen been busy with these past few years?" He hadn't heard any news about her. If she was here, wouldn't King Igwe be killed in one strike? Haven't you noticed that Frost God hasn't appeared in recent years? Dragon Queen went to sky beyond heaven, and while cultivating, she controlled the operation of the Sea of Law, and also blocked Frost God outside the world. The dwarf turned to Jamie, who was holding his grandson and giggling. In other words, when you face the king of strange ghosts, you don't have to worry about a forbidden spell suddenly falling from the sky. I see. Jaraba was enlightened. I'm not interested in the Iron Throne. I don't plan to risk my life this time, Jamie said indifferently. The dwarf glanced at the giggling little Tywin and sighed in his heart. If I didn't bring this kid here and make you worry, I'm afraid you wouldn't be like this. Simone, one more song. Simone, one more song. Suddenly, a deafening shout came from downstairs. Even Jamie raised little Tywin and roared down. Is this pretty boy very famous? The second dwarf tilted his head and looked down. Almost everyone was shouting excitedly. You don't even know Simone? Jamie glared. Why should the Prime Minister of Barren Land know about a singer from a small place? The dwarf said unhappily. Since Long Night, Simone has focused on creating songs and plays about the Dragon Queen. Too many popular songs came from his pen. Even the westernmost Casterly rock city has heard of his works. For example, this song, Riding the Steed of the World, was written by him. It is said that in order to obtain first-hand information, he even joined the Knights of the Night. The prophecy of riding the steed of the world was also heard from the old woman Dosh Kalen when he personally went to the sacred mountain. Jamie explained. Hee only you guys. The dwarf's gaze swept across his brother and Brother Black's face, his eyes full of contempt. You can ask any centaur who doesn't know about the prophecy of riding the steed of the world. Jamie rolled his eyes and said lightly, You were once a scholar in the brothel, can't you hear how charming Simone's voice is, and how moving his zither is? In my Prime Minister's mansion, there are at least 10 singers whose voice, zither skills, and looks do not lose to this kid, the dwarf said proudly. Why do you keep a male singer? Jamie said in shock. Jaraba's eyes lit up, he patted the dwarf's shoulder and sighed in relief. Tyrion, you're finally enlightened. Scram! The dwarf slapped the Black brother's hairy hand away and sneered. For every 10 male singers I keep, I have to keep 100 female performers. Zither and songs, there must be both men and women. Don't you understand this? Keep 100 performers? That's too extravagant. Jamie frowned. 100? Hee, don't you understand? There are at least 10 male singers who are better than Simone. The dwarf raised 2 fingers. Let's be frank, in my mansion, there are more than 2,000 people including the singers and servants. Don't talk about extravagance. The Prime Minister has to act like one. No one cares about you? What about Prince Beau? Jamie was puzzled. The old prince died 3 years ago on a horse. When the new prince sees me, he has to bow and call me Prime Minister, which is Father Prime Minister. The dwarf said proudly. Jamie's expression twisted. Jaraba's face was full of envy. No wonder you didn't come back for so many years. I brought a dying dynasty back to life. I deserve such treatment. Tyrion smiled smugly in a good mood. He took the initiative to ask, You said you wanted my help, what is it? Jaraba said sorrowfully, The Midsummer Islands fell, my people died tragically. In this time of crisis, I hope to bear the burden of rebuilding the kingdom. What's your kingdom? The Safflower Valley Kingdom. Jiraba emphasized in a deep voice. You want to restore the kingdom? Jiraba's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, if possible, I hope to bear the responsibility of reviving the Midsummer Islands. To turn the countless scattered small kingdoms into a unified and powerful empire. Just like what Aegon the Conqueror did to the Westeros. Jaime stopped playing with his grandson's face and looked over with a strange expression. Tyrion lowered his eyes and whispered, You're a little ambitious. If it was the ancient celestial empire, Jiraba would have been on guard, but Westerners appreciated ambitious people. Danger, danger, there are opportunities in danger. There used to be dozens of kingdoms in the archipelago, but now they have lost almost all of their heirs. I'm from the Midsummer Islands and I'm a prince. Even if the Safflower Valley was not the strongest kingdom in the past, I have a status. Tyrion's eyes flashed. How can I help you? Just clearing the millions of ghouls on the island is extremely difficult. Let me tell you a secret. The Frost God hopes to let the other ghosts replace the humans and become the main race in this world. So he spent a lot of effort to occupy the remote islands and use the islands as a breeding ground for the other ghosts, just like the land of eternal winter beyond the Great Wall. In other words, even if the other Ghost King is killed, the other ghosts and ghouls will not all die. So that's how it is. Jiraba was shocked. But the Dragon Queen has the ability to easily solve this problem, he said again. Tyrion frowned. Jiraba immediately said, after the matter is settled, I can have my descendant marry her descendant, or divide an island and confer it to a Targaryen. How many orphans are left in the Midsummer Islands in the world? 10,000? Jiraba was a little embarrassed. From what he saw, there were not even 200 people. The dwarf continued, You also know the current situation of Ursos and the Seven Kingdoms. She may provide some support to the millions of ghouls surrounding the city, which concerns the survival of 100,000 humans. But she won't care about small-scale ghouls, and she can't manage them. The Midsummer Islands have complicated terrain and many islands. She can't spend years there. If you vouch for me, I can get funds, ships, and soldiers from the trading princes, Jiraba said. Are you sure? Jaime said doubtfully, half a month ago, Dragonstone Island announced the World Crisis Index. Bravos, which once had a population of 1 million, only had 50,000 people left. Pentos had less than 100,000, Roras had 5,000, Mir had 20,000, Terasai had 15,000, Dany and Liz had less than 500,000, Volantis had 200,000, and Rhys had 100,000. That's barely 1 million in total. How can I help you? There are still a few million people in Slavers Bay and Westeros, Jiraba mumbled. I can't wait to create another 2 million people to fill up the Western Territory, Jaime said indifferently. As long as we work hard to have children, we can recover the population in 100 years, 1,000 years, Jiraba said. Tyrion thought for a moment and said, How about this? I have a fief in the barren land near the Daybreak Mountains. It's bigger than the Western Territory. You bring the remaining people of the Midsummer Islands here, and I'll give you a kingdom as big as the Red Flower Valley. I'll take care of you from now on, how about that? The barren land is too far away, and the rich Midsummer Islands can't be left empty. Then I can't help you. I can lend you money, but it's almost impossible for my sister to work as a coolie. Jiraba rubbed his hands and said with an embarrassed smile, Then lend me some money first. We can talk about the Midsummer Islands after the long night. I'm still young anyway. The dwarf was stupefied. After Jiraba left with the Tidehead Island banknotes worth 5,000 gold royals, James asked, Are you interested in the Midsummer Islands? Tyrion shook his head. What do I want that place for? It's my sister. She plans to move the Midsummer Islands tens of thousands of miles south after the long night and make it the Dragon Island where the pterosaurs and megalosaurus live. In addition, the giants, children of the forest, and elves will also move there. Move the island? Jaime was stunned. Don't treat her like a normal person. As the two talked, they had already returned to the camp of the Western Territory soldiers. Well, there were about 5,000 Western Territory soldiers in the King's Landing, a legacy from Cersei's era. Previously, it had been under the care of the one-armed hero, Lancel, to serve the church. Next, Jaime would lead them to form an alliance with the other vassals and go to Hudjian to deal with the Ghoul King who was about to go south. Is Marcella okay? Back in the study, the two brothers could also talk about some private matters. In Slaver's Bay, no one cares about her background, because the Dragon Queen's parents were also brother and sister. As the Queen's court steward and a Duchess Jean with a rich fief, her status is not lower than anyone except the Queen. And her husband, Tristan Martel, is her childhood sweetheart. He is gentle and polite, and they live a good life together. Jean Island is your fief, right? Jaime looked at his brother gratefully. Tyrion waved his hand indifferently. If Joffrey was still alive, I could even help him get a duchy in Asha. The people there are simple and honest, and he can do whatever he wants. Jaime's mouth twitched. The world is too big and too empty. The dwarf sighed. You and Yelaine have been married for 4 or 5 years. Why don't you have a child? Jaime asked with concern. Tyrion's face darkened. I'm a dwarf, born with a genetic defect, and can't have children. Are you sure? Jaime's face changed dramatically. The dwarf smiled bitterly. Actually, I've been suspicious for a long time. How many women have I played with? When I was caught by Jenny, I was crazily exploited by her, but I still couldn't get her pregnant. Even the holy healing art is useless? Even the Holy Mother is useless. Dang dang. Just as the atmosphere was miserable, the sound of the great Templar bell rang outside the house. The two brothers looked at each other. Generally speaking, the 7 bell towers of the Great Templar Bell would only ring when a major event happened, such as the death of a king, the coronation of a new king, or the attack of a deviant ghost. But as the commander of the Southwest City and a great duke, Jaime could not be like the civilians in the city and know about the arrival of deviant ghosts from the bell. The death of a king? Tyrion was puzzled. Are there still kings in the 7 kingdoms? Mia the First. Chapter 1062. Roar. While the Lannister brothers were still in shock, a loud and violent beast roar suddenly sounded from the sky outside the house. Megalosaurus? It doesn't look like one, and it's not a pterosaur either. Tyrion was puzzled. It's Stannis's 2-headed demon dragon. Jaime exclaimed. The two of them immediately climbed down from the warm and comfortable brick bed. When they climbed up the watchtower, they saw the 2-headed demon dragon rolling and struggling crazily in the sky above Aegon Hill in the east. From time to time, it would spit out dark red dragon flames and purple venom. Its movements were chaotic, and the dragon flames would even burn itself. It was like a big black fish that had swallowed a fishhook and was being dragged to the shore. Jaime's eyes were ordinary, and he could not even see the demon dragon clearly from a few kilometers away. On the other hand, a vertical dark red double pupil gradually appeared in the dwarf's heterochromatic pupils. He adjusted the focus and zoomed in. He could see the demon dragon clearly. It was a little over 25 meters long, and its dirty green and yellowish-white scales gave off a feeling of feces, like an albino black person. One of its 2 heads was bigger than the other. The big one was similar to a normal pterosaur and also had a beak. The small one was thin and short, only as thick as a horse's neck. Even with the head as big as an elephant's head, it was less than 5 meters long. The neck and head of a normal megalosaurus and pterosaur accounted for 1/3 of the total body length. The small head's face was also abnormally deformed. Its mouth was between the nose and the eyes, and its eyes were slanted. One of them was as big as a bowl, and the other was so narrow that it could not open. It looked like a wax figure that had been melted by high temperature. But the dragon flames were spat out from the small head's mouth. Half of it was dark red flames, and the other half was thick black smoke. It looked even more terrifying than real dragon flames. The 2-headed demon dragon has gone crazy. The mage in the Red Fort is trying to control it with his will. I don't know if it's Melisandre, but it can't be suppressed anymore. The demon dragon is about to break free. Tyrion seemed to be deep in thought. Jaime's complexion changed. He leaned over and shouted to the Western Region people on the city wall. Quick, set up the dragon-slaying crossbows, change the dragon crystal arrows, and switch to the steel crossbows. Because of the existence of the evil god of frost, The castles of the Seven Kingdoms had prepared ballistas on the city walls. Those who were able to afford it even used dragon-slaying crossbows that were effective against the Megalosaurus. However, the crossbow bolts were replaced with brittle and hard dragon crystals. Clang, clang, clang. The cultivators of the great cathedral also sensed the danger. The bell rang again, this time even more urgently. At the same time, the 7 towers of radiance suddenly lit up. They were extremely resplendent, like 7 golden crows descending into the mortal world. Almost half of the king's landing was illuminated. Along with the holy light came a divine pressure that was as majestic as the sea. Even Tyrion, who was 2 kilometers away, felt a prickling sensation on his back. The dwarf's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "The cultivator's brain is quite nimble. You know how to use your divine might to chase away the devil dragon. This skill and this brain are much better than back then when I first grasped great power, but I was still clueless when it came to matters of the extraordinary." The devil dragon finally broke free from its invisible restraints. It roared furiously, and its eyes lit up with an explosive and chaotic red light. It swooped over the ground, leaving behind a dark red scar on Aegon's hill. The sound of the bell drowned out the beast's roar. The holy light gathered by the cultivators swelled, making the devil dragon feel fear. It ran away. It ran to the Rhaenus Hills in the northwest. Dragon flames and venom sprayed out wantonly, leaving behind 7 or 8 destructive scars and countless miserable howls and curses. It was hit by a dozen arrows as well. With a sorrowful cry, it staggered towards the north. Jaime's expression was strange. The Rhaenus Hills are filled with red god believers and red monks. Their Lalo didn't come out to chase away the devil dragon? I remember that the devil dragon was created by Lalo using blood shaman arts. When Erlu and Yulun fought over the King's Landing, they burned the Rhaenus Hills to the ground. Because St. Matthew had followed the example of Moses and led most of the refugees from King's Landing to the Land of Storms, most of the houses in King's Landing were left vacant. In order to better defend against the deviant ghosts, the local residents of King's Landing, regardless of whether they were nobles or civilians, began to gather in the Visania Hills where the great cathedral was located. Later, the red god priests of the cities of Ursus brought the hand of sacred fire to the King's Landing, and the empty Rhaenus Hills became their residence and station. Well, the red god priests guarded 2 of the 4 walls of the King's Landing, and the other 2 were guarded by the church's armed forces and the vassals who believed in the 7 gods. For example, the camp of the soldiers of the western region was near the Lion's Gate in the southwest. When the 2-headed devil dragon disappeared from sight, Tyrion's pupils returned to normal. He said thoughtfully, "Who is the rider of the devil dragon?" When Stannis was alive, he often rode the dragon out of the city to burn deviant ghosts. After he died, no one has seen the devil dragon since, Jaime said. What about Mia the First? She is Stannis' successor, but she didn't inherit Uncle's devil dragon? Tyrion asked again. Dong dong dong. Before he finished speaking, the bell of the great cathedral rang again, a total of 7 times. It should have been a warning to the people that the devil dragon is out of control. What's going on now? Jaime was puzzled. Tyrion smiled and said, "I'm afraid that the king has really passed away this time." As expected, a servant came to report that the Red God Queen, Mia Baratheon I, had failed to tame the mystic dragon and had died. Duke, the Earl of Rainforest, Onion Knight, invites you to the Red Keep to attend the king's funeral. That afternoon, before the news of the king's death in taming the dragon could spread among the people of King's Landing, a messenger from the Red Keep came. So soon? Jaime frowned. The funeral is just a pretext. With the death of the old king, a new king is born. They most likely want you to witness the coronation of the new king, the dwarf said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he suddenly took a few steps forward and carefully looked at the tall knight with the family emblem of a white gold coin on his chest. A hint of shyness from the past could be seen on his resolute and handsome square face. The simplicity in his blue eyes was also oddly familiar to him. Tyrion patted the knight's shoulder and sighed, "Kid, in the blink of an eye, you've grown so big. And you've even become a duke?" "Sir, you don't seem to have changed much," the knight said with a smile. Irene Pine didn't leave behind any children, and the Pine family's close relatives also died in the hands of the deviant ghosts. I let Bodrick inherit Pine's title and fief, Jamie explained. Then he asked, is it just me, or are all the vassals invited? Bodrick stopped smiling and said seriously, it's not just the vassals. Holy Light Lonehand has already arrived at the Red Keep. I'm guessing that the Earl of Rainforest personally went to the Great Cathedral before inviting the vassals. I guess it really has something to do with the new king. Bodrick, go and arrange the troops, he ordered. Right, are you going? He looked at the dwarf. Of course, how can I not participate in such a grand event? Bodrick received the order and left. Tyrion said with a smile, Holy Light Lonehand can't be that cousin of ours, right? What a lousy name. Jamie nodded and called the old granny to take little Tywin away. He then had the attendant put on the Golden Lion armor for him and explained, after St. Matthew left for the east, the position of Archbishop of the Holy Cathedral has been empty. There's no archbishop who can convince the masses. Archbishop John of the Starry Cathedral is brave enough to take on the role, but now the archbishops of the Great Cathedral of Baelor are all from the Great Sparrow faction. Because of the matter of the church's bank in the early years, both sides have always been at odds. Archbishop John is only a mid-ranked level 3 priest. He can barely make it into the top 10 of the Great Cathedral. I remember that Lancel used to be a warrior's son, right? Tyrion wondered. He's missing an arm, and he's known as the warrior's son, but he didn't become a paladin. He's always been a priest. Speaking of this, James couldn't help but lower his head to look at his golden right hand. Perhaps when little Tywin comes of age, he could learn from Lancel and Randall and give up his title to wear a colorful cloak. Or maybe try to become a priest. After becoming a priest, he could continue to protect Lannister and Casterly Rock. After a while, Jamie said, Lancel was able to become an archbishop thanks to the Holy Mother's blessing. 3 years ago, he followed a group of warriors' sons out of the city to clean up the ghouls, but after the resurrection of the King of Wraiths, the ghouls became more cunning. They grasped the movement patterns of the church's armed forces and set up traps to ambush humans. Seeing his church members dying one by one in front of him while he used up all his divine spell slots, Lancel was in extreme pain and despair. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes as he called out to the Holy Mother, praying for a miracle. Then, in the dark, he saw the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother told him that as long as he understood, he would be able to create a miracle. The ghoul grinned and swung a sword of ice at his neck. In an instant, Lancel's time slowed down. He remembered his childhood, when the sun shone on his face. Wait! The dwarf couldn't help but interrupt. Even if legends need artistic embellishment, isn't it a little too ridiculous to remember his childhood when he's about to lose his life? Jamie glared at him. Lancel told me himself. He had a sudden epiphany at the brink of death. He recalled his entire life in an instant and became a level 4 priest on the spot. He was lucky enough to learn the rarest level 4 divine spell, the Holy Mother's Palm. When he used the Holy Mother's Palm, his entire arm was covered in holy light, so everyone called him the Holy Hand. Because he became a level 4 priest, and because the Holy Mother's Palm represented the Holy Mother's blessing, the monks chose him as their archbishop. After becoming archbishop, Lancel decided to follow the example of the Great Sparrow and 7 Treasures. The 2 sages gave up their original names, and he changed his name to One Hand. That was all the dwarf could say at this moment. Jamie put on his sword belt and sighed, It's different now. It's clear who's stronger. A priest's level is determined by their devotion to the 7 gods and their understanding of the church's teachings. They can no longer be promoted to archbishop through connections. Not to mention the archbishop, even the local nobles would not allow the archbishops and the abbot of the Holy Church of the various dioceses if their level was too low. Previously, the Great Cathedral of Berea only arranged for a level 2 priest in Casterly Rock. Even if Jimmy's grandmother was a distant relative of Lannister, I still told him to get lost. After praying for a day, a level 3 priest will get 10 times more divine spell slots than a level 2 priest. Jamie made a 10 with his index fingers. A difference of 10 times is enough to change the outcome of a war. Moreover, there are many high-level divine spells that low-level priests can't use at all, such as the mighty heavenly dragon, that increases the morale of the entire army. Let me bring a level 3 priest back to 12 years ago. I'm confident that I can defeat Rob, whether he's a shapeshifter or not. In an era when the Law Sea was broken and other extraordinaries could only rely on the King of God's cauldron to live, the priests of the 7 gods who still enjoyed unlimited traffic were indeed bugs. But 12 years ago, even the Holy Mother didn't appear, so giving you a level 5 priest would be useless. The dwarf secretly rolled his eyes. Chapter 1063. The dwarf asked curiously, I remember that Brother Marabad is highly respected. His fame and power are second only to Big Sparrow back then. Can't he convince the masses? That's not it. Before Lancel broke through, the monks wanted him to inherit St. Matthew's position. He also stayed in the Grand Cathedral of Bell for a while. But Brother Marabad felt that the archbishop was too restrictive. When he thought about how he could no longer walk the world barefoot like before, he felt tired. So, he returned to Crabclaw Peninsula. Not long after he returned, he broke through the realm of level 5 divine priest, Jamie said with a complicated expression. Fuck, I preached scriptures in the eastern lands, became a god in the barren lands, and subdued demons in the far east. I didn't even become a demigod with such great achievements. That old man sighed. The dwarf could not hide the jealousy and indignation on his face. Take Marabad and St. Matthew for example. They are not greedy for money or fame. They gave up their mortal desires and served the Holy Mother wholeheartedly. Only then can they become divine priests. Look at yourself. You have more than 2,000 servants and performers. How can you compare to them? Jamie disagreed. Right, what's St. Matthew's level now? That bald donkey Chizong? When Chizong was mentioned, the dwarf felt even more upset. He was already a level 4 energy angel 4 years ago. I wonder if he has broken through to strength angel now. What are the levels of energy angels and strength angels? Jamie asked curiously. Level 5 divine priests are reserve angels. Level 6 heavenly priests are level 1 normal angels. After that, there are level 2 archangels, level 3 authoritative angels, level 4 energy angels, level 5 strength angels, level 6 dominion angels, level 7 throne angels, level 8 wisdom angels, and level 9 blazing angels. Oh, St. Matthew is equivalent to level 9 priestess. Jamie gasped and said in shock, how much stronger is a level 9 priest compared to a level 3? The difference is like heaven and earth. There's no comparison. The dwarf shook his head and sighed. Mastering the power of laws and domains is the foundation for a level 4 energy angel. Just this alone is more powerful than most of the gods in the world. You see, Barbarian City has never received any support from the Dragon Queen, but it still managed to survive the siege of millions of deviants. It was all thanks to Chizong. When I return to the Westeros this time, other than handing little Tywin over to you, I also need to discuss with the vassals about the time to head north. Once the vassals decide when to fight against King Strange Ghost, Chizong will look for an opportunity to sweep through the ghouls north of Barren Capital, doing his best to draw in as many ice evil gods as possible to reduce the pressure on your side. Jamie nodded in realization and asked, what level of angel is Dragon Queen? The dwarf's expression became very strange. A level 7 throne angel is a true god. She is currently singing the 2 songs of light and fire, but she is not a true god. If even Dragon Queen isn't a throne angel, then how terrifying would a blazing angel be? Jamie was at a loss. Soon, Podrick came back to report that the men and horses were ready to go to the Red Fort immediately. Jamie and the dwarf then walked out of the mansion and mounted their warhorses outside. The 2 Lannister rode side by side, accompanied by 50 armored soldiers with swords on their backs. The sky was dark, and the north wind was bone-piercing. The horses' hooves and military boots made crisp sounds on the cold and firm road, spreading far and wide. It was only when they were 500 meters away from the city walls that the number of people on the streets suddenly increased. Yes, because of the strange ghosts surrounding the city, the inside and outside of the city walls were often turned into battlefields. The commoners had already moved to the central streets far away from the city walls. They looked over curiously, pointing at the two people on the warhorses, especially the former internet celebrity Little Devil. Half-Man has grown taller and more handsome. I heard that after kissing the prostitute 10,000 times, the curse of the forest which was lifted. The scripture teaching ended a long time ago, but he never came back. I thought he was captured by the strange ghosts. He should be hiding in the warm and sunny Slave Bay. He is Dragon Queen's illegitimate older brother. Looks like everyone hasn't forgotten about me, the dwarf said with a smile. In a few more years, when the children in the long night grow up, our generation will become history, Jamie lamented. Even after 10,000 years, Dragon Queen is still a legend passed down by word of mouth. This can't be. These people still think that I'm a rich second generation in Slave Bay. Have they not heard of the story of the barbarian god Ascension? I have to spend money. When I return to barbarian lands, I'll get the literati and poets in my mansion to write books together. Lion-style spring and autumn. A generation of famous Little Devil, a generation of martial god Little Devil, the King's Landing, Journey to the East, the legend of deification, the dwarf's record of ghost slaying. Tyrion counted with his fingers, his expression serious. He did not look like he was joking at all. What's the use of making things up? We're not stupid. Who doesn't know about your background and deeds? Furthermore, just based on your great achievement of killing my father with a single arrow, you can forget about becoming a legendary hero. Jamie shook his head, his face full of disapproval. Then I'll write another book. The dwarf saves his father. Old Tywin fell into the 7 levels of hell and suffered all kinds of pain. The Little Devil gave up the chance to ascend to heaven and resolutely used all the merits he earned in his life to exchange for a chance to save his father. It can be written as a story-type legendary story. The Little Devil went through all kinds of difficulties and entered the world's edge. Faced with the gates of hell, he was helpless. Then, my sincerity moved the warrior and I learned the divine technique of using the sky-splitting axe to split open the gates of hell from him. I knelt in the snow and prayed to the blacksmith for 7 days and 7 nights. I used 777 days to complete the 10 trials given by the blacksmith. Finally, I received his praise and he helped me forge the sky-splitting axe. After splitting open the gates of hell, I had to face the 3-headed hellhound Wong. I have to change my name to something more savage. Ayutai. The combination of Aerys, Yuluen, and Tywin, 3 peerless ferocious men. Tyrion talked non-stop, getting more and more excited as he spoke. Jamie was dumbfounded. The 7 levels of hell are 7 checkpoints. Every checkpoint is a test from one of the 7 gods. In short, the story was as complicated as it could be, as twisted as it could be, and as emotional as it could be. The entire story was like a hero's lament. It could be sung or wept, with laughter and tears. In the end, the Heavenly Father announced that I had redeemed my father and at the same time, I had also redeemed myself. The Holy Mother sent down holy light to wash away my and my father's sins. The young girl sprinkled flower petals, the old woman smiled and nodded at the side, the warrior gave me a thumbs up, the blacksmith clapped for me, and the stranger left us silently. What do you think? Tyrion said proudly. Beside him, Bodrick couldn't help but say, Sir, I think you're dreaming. An extremely shameless dream. No one would believe it. The armored soldiers around him nodded in agreement. Jamie, however, recalled how Aunt Xena had been saved by the dwarf's merit. He said excitedly, You really left all your merit to father? There was a moment of hesitation in the dwarf's eyes, but he didn't shatter his brother's last hope. He nodded and said, Not all. Jamie was still very touched. It's been hard on you. Tyrion fell silent. Perhaps he should ask his sister if she could reverse time and space and extract his father's soul from the river of time? That woman, could she be Little Rose? The group climbed up Aegon Hill. Tyrion noticed that there was another group in front of them. There were more than 200 people. Today, almost 8 years after the long night's descent, they could still gather 40 tall warhorses. The flag bearers on both sides of the group held more than 10 flags. Among them was the golden rose that represented High Court Tyrell. It's Marjorie! Who would have thought that after atoning for Joffrey's sins for 5 years, she would become a priestess? Even if she was only a level 1 priestess, she did indeed use the Holy Mother's blessing, holy healing. When news of this spread, it caused a huge uproar in the 7 kingdoms. Many believers believed that this was a classic example of a sinner turning over a new leaf under the Holy Mother's guidance. Even the Cathedral of Baylor gave a positive response. They claimed that Sister Marjorie was like an ancient righteous person who had redeemed herself after making a mistake. Lancel even specially arranged for a bishop to go to the old town to baptize her. It meant that Marjorie had been reborn. Jaime's expression was complicated. He thought of the Queen Dowager who was as famous as Little Rose. If Cersei was still alive, she might have been a classic example of redemption. In fact, Cersei had become a priestess much earlier than Little Rose. In other words, Cersei's devotion to the Holy Mother had always been much higher than Little Rose's. However, Cersei was not suitable to be described as a classic, because her sins were far greater than Marjorie's. If she didn't go to hell, she wouldn't be able to warn the world. Who would have thought that even Shitty Rose could make a comeback? Tyrion exclaimed. It's not just a comeback. Once, when I went to the cathedral to look for Lancel, he secretly told me that if Marjorie could stay true to herself for the rest of her life and no longer do anything against the teachings of the 7 gods, then after her death, she would have a chance to be recorded in the new edition of the 7 Stars Bible as a classic story of redemption by the Holy Mother. It would be sung by future generations. If even Marjorie could be redeemed, what reason did other sinners have not to kneel at the feet of monks and repent piously to the Holy Mother? The dwarf could not help but let out a long breath. He looked up and sighed. Just looking at this, I can only sigh. I'm really not as good as her. How are you compared to Marjorie? Jaime asked curiously. He thought that she was Little Rose. The dwarf did not explain. He only changed the topic and asked, when did Marjorie become the representative of the vassals? I remember that her right to inherit the Riverbend had long been abolished by the Dragon Queen. After regaining her freedom, she married Horace Redwine. In the next few years, she worked hard to govern and reform. She worked hard to learn Sansa's skills in ruling Taz Island. Green Pavilion Island changed from the chaos and inefficiency of Horace's rule and gradually became the most powerful force in Riverbend. The refugee tide that once made Horace's head explode gradually turned into a controllable force in Little Rose's hands. She opened the door to accept refugees. When the number of civilians on the island exceeded 5 million and met the requirements to apply for Dany Lilith's bracelet, Marjorie asked Dragonstone Island to send people to Green Pavilion Island for an on-site inspection. Because her rule was indeed efficient, she soon successfully applied for 30 wind giants and a small sun. After agricultural production was restored, Marjorie chose brave people from the refugees and trained them into militia of various ranks. Then she chose the best soldiers from the militia to fight the otherworldly ghosts on the mainland. Now, Green Pavilion Island has the most warships, the most soldiers, and the most farmers in Riverbend. Marjorie herself even used the Sword of Holy Light to defeat a duke of the otherworldly ghosts in a duel. Then she won the support of the people and was respectfully called Holy Sword Rose by the soldiers. Fuck, isn't this the bed strategy that I taught Sansa? The dwarf was dumbfounded. Bed strategy? Jaime glanced at him. She's copying Sansa's homework. But there are many vassals in the 7 kingdoms, and she's the only one who can copy homework well. Chapter 1064. The establishment of Dany's ribbons made the huge mushroom greenhouse in the front yard of the Red Castle look like a chicken rib. Not long after, Mia the First moved all the wood inside and rebuilt it into an underground hall. The center was as big as a basketball court, and the seats around it were raised in circles. It covered an area of more than 10,000 square meters and could accommodate thousands of people. I thought the Red Castle was abandoned. After this renovation, it seems more gorgeous and romantic than before. Looking at the giant glass dome above his head, the dwarf was amazed. The bronze skeleton of the dome was made by the red-robed monks using witchcraft, and it was based on the hanging staircase Red Temple in Volantis. Dai Feng said as he led the people of the western region down. Jamie asked, "Where's your father?" Dai Feng hesitated for a moment and whispered, "He went to the Red Temple in the north to meet Priest Melisandre." "She wasn't the one who controlled the two-headed demon dragon this morning?" The dwarf was surprised. Dai Feng shook his head. "It was the supreme priest, Benello." "No wonder." The dwarf suddenly understood. "I was wondering why she couldn't control that beast as a veteran demigod." "The supreme priest position among the red-robed monks is much higher than Melisandre," Jamie said. "What's the use of having a high position?" The dwarf was dismissive. In the barren lands in the Far East Asia, countless old wizards would be moved by the name of Melisandre, but not many people know Benello. "Isn't the most powerful priest the chief bishop?" Jamie was puzzled. "In this generation, Benello should be the most talented, but Melisandre is not a modern person. If 200 years later, Marabad is still a traveling monk in Hajien, would you think that he is not as good as the chief bishop of that time?" "Melisandre is 200 years old," Dai Feng exclaimed. His voice was too loud and too sudden, and the dwarf was shocked. He picked his ears and carefully observed the young knight's expression, and asked curiously, "Why are you overreacting? Are you in love with her?" "No." Dai Feng's face turned green and red. He waved his hand and ran away in a panic. "Hey, where are the seats you arranged for us?" The dwarf called out with a smile. "Come and sit over here," a familiar, hoarse female voice said. It made one's heart itch. Tyrion turned and saw a tall swordswoman waving at him from the bottom of the stairs. She had a charming smile on her face and a straight posture. Brown curly hair, brown eyes, and a heart-shaped face with a rosy glow. Wasn't that Margaret, who carried a golden greatsword and wore leather armor embroidered with golden patterns? The dwarf admitted that even if some women had taken a dump on the bed, countless men would still be moved by them. At this time, Stannis, who had arranged the seats for the River Bend nobles, jogged over and said apologetically, "Prince, Duke, you can sit here." Yes, this 18 or 19-year-old young man was Davos' sixth son, and also the younger brother of Knight Devon. The dwarf wanted to strike up a conversation with Little Rose, but he smiled at her and sat down beside Fat Sam. However, there was nothing he could do. His wife, Princess Elaine, would represent Dorne at the Queen's funeral. However, they were not far apart and sat in the first row of the auditorium. Jamie was the only representative from the western region, but there were 7 or 8 great nobles from River Bend. The dwarf looked sideways. Other than Tally and Redwyn, there were also Count Rowan from Golden Tree City, El Kenflorin from Brightwater City, and other veteran nobles from the Green Hand family. No, there was also Tywin wearing a sea monster helmet. Victarion Greyjoy was sitting beside Margaret. The two of them were chatting happily. "Why is he here?" Tyrion asked curiously. Jamie glanced at the burly man and said in a low voice, "High Court is still occupied by Tywin. In these years, many of their people have died for River Bend. Plus, the story of the 5 heroes of the Misty Sea is widely spread in the 7 kingdoms. Tywin's reputation has improved." "What's the story of the 5 heroes of the Misty Sea?" the dwarf asked in confusion. 9 Tywin followed the Dragon Queen into the flowing water palace. 6 survived. Jamie had an envious expression as he told the story of Dunstan and the others. Those who survived are all legendary heroes. After receiving the Dragon Queen's approval, everyone's attitude towards Tywin slowly changed. Later, Victarion personally promised that after the long night, as long as River Bend's vassals allow Ironseed to take away the spoils of war in High Court and the Lord of High Court gives him a title and a piece of land near the sea, he will voluntarily give up High Court. "Margaret wants to be the new Duke of River Bend?" Tyrion asked. "She definitely wants to, but..." Jamie glanced at Margaret and Victarion and said in an even lower voice, "Victarion is pursuing Margaret. He promised to help her enter High Court." Tyrion was shocked and said in disbelief, "Margaret dares to have a lover?" Jamie shook his head. "What lover? He's unmarried and she's widowed. What?" Before he could finish, the dwarf shouted, causing the nearby vassals to look over. Even Victorian, who was passionately trying to please Margaret, looked over curiously. Jamie was indifferent to the stares of others. He only moved his lips and said in an almost inaudible voice, "When Horace was on a boat to the old town, he accidentally hit an iceberg and died in a shipwreck. At that time, it had only been half a month since he married Margaret. Fortunately, he left behind a posthumous child. Didn't the legendary hero Nymeria also lose her husband several times and marry several times before finally conquering Dorne? I think Margaret is similar to the heroines of the previous generation." "This is really..." The dwarf didn't know what to say. "Did Margaret jinx her husband?" he asked. Jamie glanced at Fat Sam, who was sitting beside the dwarf, and sighed. "This time it's not Margaret's fault. It's mainly the fault of the City of Knowledge's scholars. The Long Night has been here for a few years, but there was no warning about the iceberg to the coastal nobles. It was only when Horace's accident happened that we found out that bravos on the other side of the narrow sea began to guard against icebergs when the Long Night just fell." Sam said helplessly, "Since the beginning of human history, no iceberg has ever appeared in the summer sea, and no one thought of guarding against icebergs." "Are you sure the posthumous child is Horace's?" "They've only been married for half a month," Tyrion said doubtfully. "Today is different. With a bloodline appraisal, it's almost impossible to mix up the bloodline." Jamie's expression was a little awkward. "The bloodline appraisal can only detect the blood of the king." The dwarf frowned. "A level 3 priest can choose a more powerful DNA appraisal. It'll be clear at a glance whether the child is his biological son or not," Jamie said. Sam sighed and said, "Because the DNA appraisal is too powerful in recent years, many nobles and merchants have secretly brought their children's blood to the Great Holy Church for appraisal. Because of that, the annulment of holy marriages and the promotion of illegitimate children have become common in recent years. The Silence Sisterhood has also gained a lot of immoral women." Jamie said strangely, "Recently, there's a professor in the City of Knowledge who has proposed to ban the DNA appraisal between commoners and small merchants. Because only when the husband and wife are harmonious can the family be harmonious. Only when the family is harmonious can the kingdom be harmonious." A shitty suggestion from a shitty professor. What's the point of working hard all your life to raise a son that's not your own? The dwarf glared. Sam said awkwardly, "It's not my suggestion." Jamie shook his head and said, "It's not completely unreasonable. Commoners are different from nobles. Nobles have titles and families that need to be passed down. It's already extremely difficult for commoners to have a wife, so what more can they hope for? Moreover, sons are always the labor of the family. They're all used like cattle, and they can be taken care of when they're old. Why care if they're biological? Think about it again. Originally, there was a good family. The family was harmonious, and the men plowed and the women weaved. In the end, because a child wasn't their own, the couple and the child lost their family. Not only did they break up their own family, but the kingdom also gained a family of unstable people who didn't have any permanent property. The nobles lost a family of honest citizens who paid taxes and served the military." "Jamie, I didn't expect you to be such a person." Tyrion's lips curled into a mocking smile. "The nobles can let millions of commoners suffer the pain of the rebellion of the Four Princes for an illegitimate child, but they don't allow commoners to have their own sons. No wonder there are so many nobles in hell even though there are atonement scrolls." Jamie said angrily, "We're only discussing whether the professor's suggestion makes sense from a sociological point of view. Why are you mocking me? I don't even care about my own illegitimate brother, so why would I care if commoners do DNA appraisal? Moreover, you're a lecherous minister who keeps 2,000 maids as servants. What right do you have to feel wronged for commoners?" The dwarf was speechless. "Ka-ka-ka." At this moment, the dull sound of metal gears turning came from the dome. Everyone looked up and saw several red-robed monks twisting steel cables and slowly lifting the skylight in the center. The cold wind whistled and poured into the auditorium. Then 20 red-robed monks picked up firewood and piled up a 2-meter-high crematorium on the stone floor in the center. "Sigh, the long night is almost over, but Queen Mia has suffered a tragedy," Fat Sam said with emotion. You're very confident, Tyrion said curiously. Fat Sam stroked his long beard and said matter-of-factly, 2 years ago, the Song of Fire resounded throughout the world, and the world was almost dyed red by flames. At that time, humans had already won. His voice was a little loud, and he was talking about a major event that shocked the world. Everyone's eyes were attracted to him. At that time, the sky, the earth, the trees, and even the people and the sea were all burning. It didn't look like an illusion. Margaret leaned her head over and said with a shocked expression, it was an illusion, but also not an illusion. The complete Song of Fire played between heaven and earth. When you heard it, you saw the essence of the world fire, Tyrion said. Fire? The world was born from the first flame. Dragon Queen's Song of Fire has the characteristics of the first flame. Our world is like adding a layer of steel outside a broken house. I see. The Earls nodded in realization. Although they didn't know much, the Magic Academy had been popular for 6 or 7 years. Some extraordinary knowledge, such as the meaning of the first flame, was not something they had heard for the first time. Since Dragon Queen has already sung the complete Song of Fire and has the characteristics of the first flame, why didn't the sun appear? Count Aelken, who had protruding ears, said hesitantly, is it really like what the Red Priest preached, that only true gods can summon the sun? The dwarf didn't know the answer either, so he could only say, let's defeat the King of Strange Ghosts first and then think about the sun. With a small sun, humans can maintain their lives. While they were talking, Elaine arrived with her brother Quentin and many other vassals. Then came Sansa and the Stormlands nobles, Bronze John and the Valley vassals, Blackfish Brandon and Rickon Stark, John and the Northlanders, and the 3 heads of Dragonstone Island, Old Crab, 16-year-old Monterey, and Blackwater Braun. Even Tywin came. Moreover, Tywin received the most attention when he entered. In addition to the vassals, small nobles, merchants, and the citizens of King's Landing could also come spontaneously to send off the queen. When they saw Tywin, their reactions were the most intense. Some even whistled and clapped. The Iron citizens who were leading the group also held their heads high and waved proudly to the place where the applause came from. So cocky, poor they. The dwarf said unhappily. You don't even know old Count Dunstan? Can't you see the shining emblem of the Bone Palm clan? A small count of the Iron Islands. Small count? Jaime sneered. In the 7 kingdoms, he's more famous than you. I told you about the 5 heroes of Misty Sea. Don't you remember them so quickly? He's the leader of the 5 heroes. With a mortal body, he drew his sword and looked down on hundreds of gods and demons. He only drew his sword against a god, but I've killed a god more than once. But did I announce it to everyone? The dwarf said loudly. Everyone heard his voice and turned to look at him. The dwarf was immensely pleased with himself as he looked back at everyone with arrogance. Chapter 1065. Drawing your sword and fighting against the demons is indeed courageous, but The dwarf poked himself in the chest and said loudly, eldest senior brother of the mantra-imparting team, father of barbarians, the number of gods and demons I've killed with my own hands is more than the total number of kings of the 7 kingdoms in the past 10 years. Silence filled the place as soon as he said that. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. The dwarf smiled proudly and continued, it's not your fault. The Westeros are ill-informed. The mantra-imparting team is famous in Ursos and has amazing achievements, but none of you have heard of it. Tyrion, we all know the deeds of the mantra-imparting team, and we've all heard of Master Chizong's fame and amazing achievements. But not all characters in legendary stories are legendary heroes. The dwarf looked over and saw a white-haired old woman in her 40s or 50s. She had a shriveled face and sharp eyes. She was not tall, but her back was straight. For you. His expression was solemn and puzzled. The other party was a stranger, but there were obvious magic waves on her body. She was very powerful, and she was wearing a golden 7-pointed star white robe that represented a level 3 priest. The old woman said bluntly, it doesn't matter who I am. Let me tell you, the Westeros are not poor villages. The story of the mantra imparting team has spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, but you only have one role in the story: to be captured, tortured, and humiliated by the demons, and then cry out, "Master, save me." You're just an old-fashioned warrior saving a princess. What kind of legendary hero is a princess in a fairy tale? The people around nodded and looked at the dwarf with disdain. They pointed and whispered. The story on the other side of the narrow sea has long been spread here, but legendary heroes are never half-human. You're just a little demon who cried for help, but you're praising yourself. Do you really think we don't know what happened in the free cities? The dwarf's face flushed red. He said angrily, "This is slander, blatant slander. Maybe I'll fall into the hands of the demons, but use your brains. If I'm not brave and fearless, why would I be captured by the demons? Knights who fight bravely on the battlefield are always in danger of being captured by the enemy. Only cowards who hide in their castles and forever avoid battle will never be defeated. If you don't fight, you won't lose. But you were dragged into the dung pit by the dung demon when you went to the toilet. Everyone knows that." The dwarf glared at the speaker, only to discover that the speaker was one of the 3 heads of Dragonstone Island, Blackwater Balin. The old chap was winking at him. Another time, he was caught while visiting the Passion Garden. Another person said, "It seems to be more than once. Who in the Seven Kingdoms doesn't know that dwarves love to visit prostitutes? It's just a pity for Princess Yelaine." "What's there to pity? The Princess of Dorne isn't a good person either." The two of them went whoring together. Yelyennin, who was originally standing at the side and watching her husband make a fool of himself, immediately became angry. Her eyes were filled with shame and relief. He was glad that the ridiculous things he and the dwarf did in Barren Land had not spread to the Westeros yet. At this moment, the white-haired Onion Knight walked over and said in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen of the King's Landing, this is the funeral of Mia the First. Please keep quiet." Hearing this, everyone returned to their seats. Although they didn't completely quiet down, they only whispered to each other. "Who is that old woman? How dare she talk back to me?" The dwarf asked Jaime in a low voice. "It's the Misty Sea hero I told you about, the four-drowned Iron Granny. There are many terrifying legends about her. No one dares to offend her." "Fuck, so it's that witch?" The dwarf immediately gave up on the idea of getting back at her. He didn't want to have anything to do with it in the future. The ceremony after that was more boring. The king's hand gave a sorrowful speech, describing Queen Mia's life achievements and the cause of her death. Yes, Mia had made some achievements in the past few years. Even Marjorie knew how to copy Sansa's bed strategy, so there was no reason why Mia couldn't learn from her. Actually, Mia's strength was far beyond Sansa and Marjorie's. She had tens of thousands of red-robed monks behind her. It was easier to gain fame by pretending to be mysterious. The Onion Knight said a lot of things, but none of them repeated, which was proof. Mia's cause of death was also embellished. According to the Prime Minister, it was because the Queen couldn't bear to see the people suffer, so she wanted to gain more power to defeat the King of Deviant Ghosts and end the Long Night as soon as possible. "Actually, Mia was provoked by your nephew," Bronn said to the dwarf with a smile. The two of them sat together, one in front of the other. "Did you see the scene when the Northern Ice King returned to the city yesterday afternoon? Things like showing off martial arts were often seen in King's Landing in the past few years. In terms of public opinion, Mia had always been under great pressure. Many people gossiped behind her back, saying that Jon was more powerful than her and was more like the King of King's Landing. Actually, with the Northern Ice King's achievements, he deserved to be cheered by the people. However, no king could bear to have his reputation lower than a subject in their own territory. At least, she thought that the Northern Ice King should give up his title and pledge his loyalty to her. Although there were many warriors who killed deviant ghosts in the Seven Kingdoms, there was only one hero who could destroy the evil ice god, and that was Jon Stark. If Mia wants to suppress him, the only way left is to tame the two-headed demon dragon. Unfortunately, taming a dragon is risky, not to mention a deformed demon dragon with a confused mind. The dwarf's face was full of doubt. During the Battle of Winterfell, Melisandre was crowned as the world's first sorcerer by the Dragon Queen. Don't you know? She might not be stronger than John now, but it shouldn't be difficult for her to help Mia kill 1 or 2 evil ice gods. Bronn shook his head and said, I know about the first sorcerer Melisandre, but since Stannis died, she has been living in seclusion in a small red temple in North City. When the King's Landing was besieged by deviant ghosts, she didn't come out to defend the city. In fact, if Melisandre was willing to help, even if Mia failed to tame the dragon, she wouldn't have lost her life. The dwarf asked curiously, what is Melisandre thinking? Maybe she is disheartened. Everyone knows that she is obsessed with Asha's prophecy, but now the prophecy has become a big joke, Bronn said with a smile. After the speech, all the vassals took turns to take a look at Mia, the first in the coffin, for the last time. They didn't even need to congratulate her. According to convention, the corpse should be handled by the Silent Sisters, who should dress up beautifully and wear gorgeous clothes to bid farewell to their friends and family. But this time, everyone only saw a white cloth. The charred remains of the body and the twisted iron sword under the white cloth couldn't be seen. The vassals knew the cause of Mia's death and guessed the state of her corpse, so when they saw the white cloth, their faces were calm and didn't show any surprise. Bronn said in a low voice, I heard that Mia was hit with venom and drenched from head to toe. She let out a heart-wrenching howl and scratched her face with her hands, pulling out large pieces of rotten flesh and melting her bones. When Prince Anda saw his wife's miserable state, he roared and jumped onto the back of the dragon's neck. He pulled out his sword and blinded one of the dragon's eyes. It was very heroic. But when the eyeball exploded, the blood that spilled out was also highly poisonous. The prince howled and fell from the dragon's neck. Then, the dragon's other head began to spit fire without restraint. The queen and her husband were burned until only half of their bones were left. Which Prince Anda? The dwarf was puzzled. Anda Royce, the eldest son of Bronze John. Look. Bronn raised his chin towards old John. The old count is crying so sadly. No wonder. The dwarf was deep in thought. How do you know so much? The devil hunter Richard was at the scene. If he hadn't activated his holy garment and resisted the dragon's flames, Mia and Anda's corpses would have been eaten by the dragon. Mia can still tolerate Richard? The dwarf said in disbelief. Sir Richard is a Kingsguard. If he doesn't follow the queen, where can he go? But he killed the king. Stannis was killed by Jon. At most, he was negligent in his duty. But even if their beliefs are different, the Red God disciples can't deny Richard's loyalty and bravery. Think about it. Is there a need to doubt the integrity of a knight who can go to heaven and become a saint? If you were Mia, would you tell Sir Richard to get lost? In the past few years, when Mia was fighting the deviant ghosts, she was in danger many times. Every time, it was Richard and Song Gying who saved her. When the two of them fought, they didn't care about their lives. They were like crazy demons risking their lives. When the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms saw them, they were in awe. Their reputation even surpassed that of Barristan and John Clinton. Many people said that the Saint Dipper twins were worthy of being called legendary heroes. This time, when the dragon went berserk, the two of them were still the most brave and fearless ones. Facts have proven that they are worthy of Mia's trust. The dwarf was speechless. When the celebrities of the King's Landing had also mourned the queen, the red-robed monk Benello called out Lalo's name, hoping that the Light King could lead the souls of the believers to the divine kingdom of light and fire. When he finished speaking, the crematorium was ignited with a boom. In the past, this move would have been quite scary. But now, everyone has seen the world. The dwarf thought of his early years in Volantis, when he saw the supreme priest preaching for the first time. He couldn't help but feel that time had changed. "All right, where's our cousin? After coming back, I haven't seen the famous Holy Light One Hand." When he saw the supreme priest, he couldn't help but think of the Archbishop of the Seven Gods. What is he doing here? Is he going to bless Mia in heaven? Jaime said unhappily. When the firewood was burned out, the ordinary guests left. The vassals were led by the Onion Knight to the palace hall. The dwarf saw his cousin, the Archbishop. Compared to the past, he hadn't changed much. His body was still thin, and he wore a gray robe that was patched but clean. However, There were a few more wrinkles at the corner of his eyes and forehead. His gaze was more determined, without a trace of confusion or hesitation. Without waiting for the cousins to exchange greetings, Davos went straight to the main topic of the night. Although Queen Mia is dead, she still has an heir. Today, I have invited everyone here in the hope that everyone can keep the promise made in the past. What promise? The dwarf was confused. The white-haired prime minister said in a low voice, "When His Majesty Stannis passed away, we and the Dragon Queen agreed on the heir agreement." In other words, for any vassal who participated in the united front against the ghosts, no matter how he died in the long night, the allies of the united front must ensure that his heir can inherit his fief, title, army, and everything else that complies with the law of succession. I was wondering how Mia, a cult follower, could have been the queen for 5 years so peacefully. Tyrion was enlightened. Davos rebuked. Prince Zine Dash, the dwarf waved his hand to interrupt him. Zineland is given to my niece. You can call me King Deer Cauldron now. The Onion Knight was only surprised for a moment before he followed the advice and reminded him seriously, King Deer Cauldron, please don't use disgraceful words like cult follower to describe the followers of the Red Gods. We have all shed blood to protect humanity. Countless followers of the Red Gods have died in the war against the Frost God. Even the Archbishop has promised that followers of the Red Gods who willingly join the Red Gods will not be stopped by strangers after their death. They will be able to safely return to Lalo's divine kingdom of fire and light. Didn't Lalo join the Evil God Alliance? I heard that the death of the true god was also related to Lalo. The dwarf looked at his cousin strangely. Lancel said solemnly, the Alliance of Justice and Dragon Queen have a personal grudge. The Dragon Queen separates public from private interests and is magnanimous. Since the Red Gods have been fighting against the ghosts, they are our allies. The Archbishop's words were so grand and magnanimous that the people around nodded. The Onion Knight, however, was not happy. Only the strong and the powerful could be magnanimous. However, he was also a follower of the Seven Gods, so he did not help the Red Gods gain verbal advantage. He asked directly, what do you think about the heir agreement? I have no objections. Yelaine was the first to speak. Do as you see fit, Jaime said. Sansa frowned and said, I have no objections, but Mia and Prince Enda did not leave behind any children. Before today, Mia also did not leave behind a will. Chapter 1066. The Onion Knight said, It's not that there isn't a will. Before Queen Mia entered the Dragon Cave, she told us that if anything happened to her, Prince Gendeli would inherit the throne. I wasn't the only one who heard this. Richard and Songgu were beside me. If you don't believe me, I can call them out and confront them on the spot. With Richard and Songji's reputation and integrity, we won't doubt it. Everyone immediately approved of Mia's will. Who's Prince Gendeli? Tyrion was puzzled. It said that he's Robert's illegitimate son and Mia's younger brother, but no one can prove it. Jaime frowned. What about the paternity test? Tyrion was even more confused. Jaime said, the paternity test requires the blood of both father and son, but Robert's body was cremated 8 years ago. Low-level blood tests can only test for the king's blood, but Gendeli doesn't even have a drop of the king's blood. According to him, a red-robed monk drugged him and drained all the king's blood. But until now, the monk hasn't been caught, so no one can be sure if Gendeli is lying or not. Also, even if the monk did take his blood, no one can be sure that his king's blood came from Robert. Then how can Mia be sure that he's her younger brother? Prince Gendeli looks like Renly when he was young, the Onion Knight explained and whispered to the servant beside him. A moment later, 2 young women helped a pale-faced middle-aged man into the palace. Oh, he really looks like Renly. Is he Renly's illegitimate son? The dwarf said in surprise. It's like they're made from the same mold. The nobles were also amazed. By the Holy Mother, Gendry, how have you become so thin? Cried Brittany from behind Sansa. Gendeli looked up at the female knight with a sad expression and remained silent. I'm Jenny, Gendeli's wife. This is my sister, Weeping Willow. The long-legged young woman introduced herself and her companions before saying solemnly, Jean Dely is King Robert's illegitimate son. We didn't know about this until we met the Dragon Queen 6 years ago at the Oak Hall. When we parted ways with her, she told Jean Dely about his past and warned him to be careful of the red-robed monks when he went to the king's landing because the king's blood was very precious. We never took the initiative to reveal Jean Dely's identity. We just wanted to live our lives peacefully. But there are too many red-robed monks in King's Landing, and Jean Dely often goes to the temple for evening prayers. Jenny's tone became sorrowful and indignant. My husband used to be as strong as an ox. His build was very similar to Queen Mia's, and he also used a hammer. But he's just an honest blacksmith. We run a blacksmith shop, and our lives are simple and comfortable. However, the evil sorcerer had not only drained his king's blood, but also his strength and body. Right now, it was difficult for him to even walk normally, let alone swing his hammer like before. We were forced to find the Red Castle and seek help from Queen Mia. Varys seems to have only lost Gigi, the dwarf said hesitantly. There's more than one type of blood sorcery. Lancel took a few steps forward, her eyes shining with golden light. Jean Dely couldn't help but want to dodge. Don't move! Holy light one-handed shouted. Jean Dely's spirit shook violently, and he really stopped moving. After a long while, the golden light in the archbishop's eyes disappeared. He said sympathetically, "Your body is fine, but your spirit is damaged. It's like someone took a knife and dug out a large piece of your essence. Can it be healed?" Jean Dely panicked and started coughing violently. Lancel frowned and shook her head slowly. "It's not too difficult to change someone else. But it's almost impossible for you." Weeping Willow said before her sister, "Are you unwilling to save Jean Dely because he believes in the Red God?" Lancel shook her head and sighed. "There's only one way I can think of, and that is to make him a priest of the gods. Take Saint Matthew for example. He was originally a mortal with no extraordinary talent. But because of his devout faith, his soul was refined, and he became a saint and gained the body of an angel. An angel is a god, and his spirit is countless times stronger than a mortal's. To repair the damage to his spirit, he doesn't need to be refined into an angel. He only needs to be a normal priest. But Jean Dely is not a believer of the 7 gods, and it's difficult for him to receive the Red God's favor. Maybe Benello can ask the Red God for a blessing?" Benello was silent. Jean Dely's lips trembled, but he sighed in the end. He couldn't say what was on his mind. He regretted it. He wanted to return to the embrace of the 7 gods, but he couldn't let Mia down. Currently, 99% of Theonbella's base was made up of Red God believers. If he converted to the 7 gods, he wouldn't be able to enter the Red Castle. The Onion Knight looked around and said, "Jean Dely is Robert's son. Does anyone have any objections?" Sansa shook her head. "I have no objections. He's very tenacious. The characteristics are too obvious." Tyrion shrugged, acknowledging Jean Dely's identity. The other vassals nodded. "He looks like this, and he has the Dragon Queen as his guarantor. It must be true." Today's topic was to choose the successor of Theonbella. It had nothing to do with the other vassals. That was why everyone was calm and realistic. If this was a real king selection convention, the atmosphere wouldn't be so harmonious. Davos heaved a sigh of relief. He pulled Jean Dely in front of him and said loudly, "Under the witness of the 7 vassals and the Archbishop of the 7 gods, I, in the name of Prime Minister Mia I, declare Jean Dely Weishue as the noble illegitimate son of Theonbella. He will restore the surname of Theonbella and inherit Mia Bella Theon's." Wait! The door of the palace opened, but before the cold wind could pour in, a tall and fat woman barged in on a flaming wheel. "My lords, you all know me, right? I'm Jean, the true seed of Robert. The Dragon Queen has personally verified it." "Oh, right, Lord Tyrion was there too." Compared to her weather-beaten face back then, the woman looked a lot chubbier. She was white and fat, with makeup on, and wore a white fox fur coat. She looked like a chubby silver carp jumping on the shore. The dwarf said strangely, "You want to be a queen?" Jean shook her head. "I have a daughter. Have you forgotten?" Davos angrily scolded the Red Heart Knight who followed her in. Who allowed you to let her in? Fat Zhong pointed at the Onion Knight's nose and shouted, Prime Minister, I'm Mia the first sister. Why can't I see her one last time? Benella walked out of the crowd and looked at the king. I think we can give Zhong's daughter a chance. Davos's pupils shrank. Supreme Priest, you were there when the queen entered the dragon cave. You must have heard what she said, right? Benello said helplessly, I have no prejudice against Prince Jean Deli, but we need a brave and healthy king to challenge and defeat the variant Ghost King, and then become the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and promote the teachings of the Red God. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed and harmonious as before. The Grand Duke's expression changed several times. His sharp eyes swept back and forth between Jean Deli and the girl beside Zhong. Zhong pushed her daughter in front of everyone and said loudly, Yes, I'm a prostitute. Countless men and women have slept on my bed in King's Landing. It's a joke to let a prostitute become the queen. I know all this and I've always been honest. I've never harassed Queen Mia, but my daughter, Diminia, is a virgin. She's been trained as a knight since she was young. She knows how to read and write, and she knows a little about the zither. She even attended the priest training class in the Holy Church. Diminia was about 14 or 15 years old. She was 1.7 meters tall, with black hair and black eyes. She had a square face. She was tall and strong and looked very energetic. You and your daughter are believers of the seven gods, right? Tyrion asked strangely. Yes, we've been believers of the Holy Mother for half of our lives. But we can change to the Red God for the rest of our lives, Zhong said sincerely. John had been silent since entering the Red Castle. Now, he couldn't help but say, Do you know how scary the King of Deviant Ghosts is? We've been dealing with deviant ghosts since the Long Night. It's been 8 years, and we can only face the King of Deviant Ghosts with the determination to die. Your daughter is so young and hasn't even experienced summer. Don't kill her. Zhong hesitated, but the girl puffed out her chest and said fearlessly, I'm not afraid of death. Also, when I attended the priest training class, I went out of the city with the warrior's son to hunt the living dead. Because of my excellent results, I was praised by Commander Rando Tarly himself. Looking at the girl's young and determined face, Holy Light One Hand said gently, You may be a great warrior in the future, but you're still young. I'm not stupid. I'll do what I can. Diminia bowed to the archbishop and said seriously. This. Lancel didn't know what to say. Old Crab looked at everyone and said, Whether it's Diminia or Jean Deli, they're both of Robert's bloodline. Why don't we let them decide? The vassals thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Just as everyone was about to leave, Sansa suddenly walked to Benello and said, How do you plan to deal with the dragon? We have our own plans. Benello said with a straight face. You can't do anything to it. Everyone saw it. Sansa said in a low voice. Lady Sansa, what do you want to do? The Onion Knight frowned. Sansa looked at everyone and said slowly, Everyone knows that the deviant ghosts not only have the evil ice god that can fly, but they also have a large army of ice-winged dragons. Now, the two-headed dragon is flying north. We don't know where it's going, but there are deviant ghosts watching King's Landing. We're sure that the King of Deviant Ghosts has noticed the two-headed dragon's strange behavior. I don't think anyone wants to face a deviant ghost king riding an ice-winged dragon, right? Jaime said seriously, Now that things have come to this, we can only ask the Dragon Queen to help. Can the Dragon Queen help Prince Jean Deli tame the dragon? Davos looked at Old Crab expectantly. Count Sidega shook his head, his face filled with reverence and worship. We haven't seen Her Majesty for many years. At first, we could still communicate through the magic tower. Later, Her Majesty sang the complete Song of Fire and went to the sky beyond sky, the legendary astral plane. Only she can send messages to us. The magic tower in the mortal world can't contact her. Not long after, even the 4 Megalosaurus left the prime material plane, guarding the great swamp in the extreme south, the land of eternal winter in the extreme north, the endless sea in the west, and the dark realm in the east. Is there really an end to the world? I really want to see it. Count Rowan was lost in thought. The land of eternal winter is the closest to us. It's only 10,000 miles away from the Great Wall. That's the home of the deviant ghosts. When the long night is over, you can go take a look, Old Crab said. In the current 7 kingdoms, as long as you leave the door, it's the land of eternal winter. What's there to see? The dwarf complained. Sansa said faintly, we don't need the help of the Dragon Queen and the Megalosaurus. We can easily tame the dragon. The Holy Knight's seal. The dwarf's heart jumped and he blurted out. Yes, the Holy Knight's seal can use the Holy Mother's might to tame the winged dragon. The dragon might be stronger than the winged dragon, but it definitely can't withstand the Holy Mother's might. Hearing this, the Duke's face was filled with excitement. He was eager to try. They were not holy knights, but in recent years, the second sons and even the eldest sons of noble families all took pride in joining the sons of warriors. Now, many noble families had holy knight children. Chapter 1067. Aren't you going? When they left the Red Keep, Bolton and Tyrion were together again. The two of them walked slowly side by side. There were groups of people rushing down Aegon Hill, leaving the King's Landing, or heading towards the cathedral. Benello did not have the power of the Dragon Queen, and Lalo was not as famous as he was before the long night. The 7 vassals only asked one question. Can you control the mystic dragon 100%? Benello could not lie, and lying was useless. They had just attended the funeral of Mia and her husband. Since you can't control the mystic dragon, and the mystic dragon is a threat to the safety of all Westeros, why can't we Westeros solve the problem? Sansa questioned. Even Davos could not refute her. Obviously, if the nobles of the 7 kingdoms did not help, the other ghosts would not let the mystic dragon go. Before the meeting ended, some vassals secretly arranged for their attendants to go to the cathedral to find their paladins. After that, his actions were exposed, and no one tried to hide their thoughts anymore. Even Elaine took Quentyn out of the city to search for the mystic dragon. Before she left, she tried to persuade the dwarf to go with her, encouraging him to become a mystic dragon knight with the Targaryen bloodline. The dwarf refused. I'm a Megalosaurus expert, he said to Bronn with a smile. So, that 2-headed mystic dragon looks powerful, but it's actually a defective product. 7 years ago, when it was first modified by Lalo, it was about 25 meters long. Today, 7 years later, it's still 25 meters long. As for the Megalosaurus of the same age, such as Blackie, how big was it when it left Dragonstone Island 4 years ago? Bronn was deep in thought. More than 60 meters. The 2-headed mystic dragon is like a child standing next to an adult. I remember 10 years ago when I first saw Blackie in the forest, it was not even 30 meters long. The dwarf spread his hands. So, do you understand? That 2-headed mystic dragon's potential has been exhausted, and its mind is in a mess. I have Tessa. As my strength grows, Tessa also shows signs of evolution. I'm not sure if she can breathe fire, but her body will grow bigger. A 100-meter-long Tessa can't beat a 25-meter-long crazy demon dragon? I see. Why didn't you go? Even Count Settiga brought his son to try his luck, the dwarf asked. I know my limits. I don't have the Targaryen bloodline, and my paladin level isn't high. There's no hope at all. Bronn shook his head. All right, I have a son. He's 5 years old this year and can start training in martial arts. Can I send him to your house as an adopted son? The dwarf looked back and asked, How many sons do you have? Bronn also saw his actions and waved behind him with a smile. 3 sons and a daughter. Tyrion, Jaime, come and meet your uncle Tyrion. This name is really... The dwarf's expression was distorted. Bronn laughed. How can Tyrion's brother not be called Jaime? After his father heard of the Grey Iron Guard's deeds, he expressed his satisfaction. 2 paladins squeezed their horses' bellies and came out of the crowd. Both of them were young, about 12 or 13 years old. One of them looked strong and honest, tall and strong, and carried a giant axe on his back. The other was delicate and handsome, with a tall figure and large gray eyes. He didn't lose the sunshine of a paladin, but also the melancholy of a poet. Nephew Tyrion Cobbler greets Uncle Tyrion, the square-faced man said with a silly smile. Nephew Jaime Ryder greets Uncle Tyrion, the handsome boy said respectfully. Not bad, not bad. Bronn raised you well. The last time I saw you, you were still small. Now you're almost an adult and can go to the battlefield, right? The dwarf sighed. Bronn waved his hand and had his two sons make way. He smiled and said, after we kill the strange ghost king, I'll send them to the cathedral for training. They have a good chance of becoming glorious paladins in the future. Tyrion was surprised. Join the warrior's sons? Cobbler is fine, but Jaime, Mance Rayder doesn't have any objections? Hee, this is the benefit of serving the Dragon Queen. If a normal noble wants to become a paladin, they can only wear a colorful cloak. And I'm a paladin, the first generation of paladins. Did you notice? I'm a paladin, but not a warrior's son. Bronn said proudly. It's a little unfair. Does anyone else have any objections? Bronn shrugged. There's no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. I envy the Northerners for having unicorns to ride and the West for having so much gold. Also, this benefit is not unlimited. Only the heir of the title can become a non-permanent paladin. You want to pass the title to Cobbler? Although he's not my biological son, I've always treated him like one. In the future, I'll arrange for him to be an earl. Bronn said. Then he added, actually, this advantage is only temporary. I heard the Queen say that when the Sea of Law recovers and the world levels up, the Paladin's restrictions will be completely lifted. Didn't Her Majesty create an honorable knight in the early years? Now, normal riders are no longer willing to be called mercenary knights. They will publicly swear the 8 Knights' Oaths, 8 Honors and 8 Disgraces version, made by the Dragon Queen, and then call themselves honorable knights. As long as they can uphold their oaths and have a good reputation among the people, they can enter the Holy Church to cultivate as paladins without needing to apply holy oil, have a warhorse, or have knight battle skills. Whether they can become paladins or not depends on whether they are true to their appearance and their piety. Oh, the future world seems to be very beautiful. The dwarf said thoughtfully. Bronn nodded and said with emotion, maybe not everyone can be courteous, but warriors who can endure until the end must cherish honor and have faith in their hearts. At this point, the old mercenary, who used to be shameless and cunning as his motto, could not help but reveal a look of reverence. This is the greatness of the Dragon Queen. She's really changing the world for the better. Take me for example. 10 years ago, if I had anything to do with integrity and humility, I would have cut the neck of some upright and humble knight with a sword. I never thought that one day I would be able to have some honor. Hey, what are you looking at my brother doing? The dwarf pointed to the 2 people talking on the left side of the street and exclaimed in surprise. Bronn poked his head out to take a look. It was Brain and Jaime standing in front of the blacksmith's shop, seemingly looking through the armor. Haven't you heard of the rumors between the 2 of them? He said casually. I thought. Tyrion had a strange expression. I didn't expect him to have such a strong taste. One is a roseless iron guard, and the other is a gray robe iron guard. They are both examples of knights personally conferred by the Dragon Queen. They are both unmarried, so why can't they be together? Moreover, although Brain is not good-looking, your brother is also missing a hand, so it's just right. You think too much. Brain and I are not lovers. Back at his residence, when the dwarf congratulated his brother, Jaime firmly denied the relationship with Brain. I can't forget Cersei, and Brain is Sansa's Kingsguard. She has her own responsibilities, so the 2 of us can't be together. Even if you are not together, you can still be lovers and have illegitimate children. Speaking of which, counting from the time you separated from Cersei, you haven't touched a woman for more than 10 years. Have you done it with Brain? What does it feel like to be pressed down by a cow? The dwarf winked. Jaime glared at him and said coldly, I'm not like you. If I have a relationship with Brain, I won't just be a lover, I will marry her. The dwarf gave him a thumbs up and clicked his tongue. The Holy Mother should award you a chastity medal. Jaime snorted coldly and turned to walk towards little Tywin's bedroom. The dwarf stepped forward and grabbed him. Bronn has a 5-year-old son named Dennis. He was going to give him to me as an adopted son, but you know what kind of life I've been living all these years. Bronn only has one precious son, and I don't want to raise him badly. How about you help me take in an adopted son? There's no future with me, Jaime said meaningfully. He was now pure of heart and had no interest in power, and he did not have any power outside of Casterly Rock City. A duke of the western region was a great backer for the son of an ordinary count, but Bronn obviously had a better choice. The dwarf said sincerely, "In my heart, you are the best knight in the 7 kingdoms, and that is enough for a great future. Besides, Bronn is a super nouveau riche. The key is to strengthen the foundation and stabilize the current results. What future do you want?" Okay, let him send the child to Casterly Rock City. Hiss hiss, Mystic Dragon? The two looked at each other, surprised and doubtful. Quickly walking out of the hall, they saw the 2-headed dragon flying side by side with a striped pterosaur, flying at a low altitude outside a street. The dwarf saw with his own eyes a person sitting on the 2-headed dragon, the bearded John. Fuck, this is really the treatment of a child of prophecy. Although he did not think much of the mystic dragon, the dwarf had to admit that he felt a little unbalanced. He knew about John's nephew's situation. He had become a demigod long ago, and had raised his Song of Ice to around 3%. After sacrificing the evil god of ice to the old god, he could obtain all of the evil god's divinity of death and darkness from the Holy Mother. The shadow and fire of the Shadowbinder had both been raised to the demigod realm, and in just a few years, he had achieved what Melisandre had achieved after hundreds of years of cultivation. Now that he had the mystic dragon, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Too fast, he left for less than 3 hours, and not only did he find the mystic dragon, he even tamed it. Jaime was shocked. Isn't it obvious? The shapeshifter's animal companion has been watching it all this time. The dwarf sneered. Let's go and take a look. Jaime ordered Podrick to get the horse. Jaime was not the only one who was interested in the mystic dragon. When Lannister and his brother arrived at the Northern Ice Lord's mansion in South City, all the lords who had attended Mia's funeral were there. Oh gods, the person who dared to tame such a ferocious mystic dragon is either a madman or a king. Just as he stepped over the threshold, the dwarf heard a loud voice shouting in the courtyard. Fuck, can you not be so blunt? Uncle Tyrion and Aunt Dany are both shrewd people. Instead of learning from the 2 successful people, you have to learn from the unlucky Stark. He could not help but complain. Tormund, is this the Northern Ice Lord's idea? Davos' expression was unpleasant. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying, but I feel like the Northern Ice Lord is the prince in the prophecy. A hint of cunning flashed across the red-haired Tormund's eyes as he laughed loudly. Jon Stark wants to be the king of the 7 kingdoms? Bronze John asked directly. Whale tucked his blonde hair behind his ear and looked around at the lords with different expressions. He smiled faintly and said, "Who doesn't want to?" All the lords gathered at the King's Landing because of the Dragon Queen's promise to end the other Ghost King. Chapter 1068. You intend to help my nephew become king? The dwarf was sweating profusely as he laid on the feather mattress. He stared at the ceiling, his breathing uneven. Her red hair was wet and stuck to her fair and plump breasts, but Sansa didn't have the strength to push it away. Jon will help me become king. Heh, the barbarian Tormund is a wily old fox. His words are not nonsense. With your intelligence, can't you see that he is helping Jon? And that beautiful barbarian princess Whale. Fuck, I can see that she is a flirtatious queen who likes to whip in bed. I didn't expect Jon to like that too. The dwarf smacked his lips. She announced Jon's ambition to everyone. Did she just say it casually? Tormund was his right-hand man, and Wa was his wife. Whatever they said would definitely change some of his thoughts. At the very least, they would change some of his previous thoughts. The lust in Sansa's eyes disappeared. I believe that Jon will not lie to me. When did he say that he would help you become queen? The dwarf asked with a smile. Sansa recalled. In Winterfell, when we brothers were reunited. In Andromeda City, when he found out about his past. It has been 6 or 7 years. Even the Dragon Queen can sing the complete song of the 2 laws of light and fire. The world has changed so much. How can a person's thoughts change? Sansa picked up the blanket that she had kicked to the ground and covered her private parts. She tilted her head and looked at the dwarf's every expression with a sharp gaze. Are you trying to sow discord between us? The dwarf smiled bitterly. One of you is my nephew, and the other is my old lover. What good will it do me to sow discord between you two? Sansa mocked. You did not return for many years. Now that you have to deal with the Ghoul King, you and Elaine immediately returned. I did not forget that you are also a Targaryen. Hearing the probing and caution in her tone, the dwarf was disheartened. He said directly, I had enough of power in the barbarian lands, and I have no interest in the Iron Throne. However, you are both people I care about. I do not want to see you two turn against each other. Now, let's talk things out and help you clear up the misunderstanding and resolve the knot in your hearts. The conflict will be cleared up before it sprouts. The dwarf looked at her with a very sincere gaze. He really wasn't lying this time. At that time, Jon was still in the sky testing the abyssal dragon's performance. Tormund and Wa were talking in the courtyard. All the vassals' expressions were dark, including Sansa's. The dwarf saw this and was worried. Then, before he left, he gave Sansa a look that everyone understood. In the middle of the night, in the dead of the night, he turned into a dragon worm and crawled into the dog hole one by one. Then, he crawled into Sansa's body and heart. He helped her to ease the discomfort in her body and planned to resolve the knot in her heart. Sansa looked into the dwarf's eyes for a long time. Then she closed her eyes and began to think. Perhaps, this is an opportunity. Jon was indeed showing signs of changing his earlier promise. She wanted to remind him and even persuade him to give the Iron Throne to her, but she couldn't. Perhaps he could let Tyrion do this. Tyrion wouldn't persuade him to give up the Iron Throne, but hundreds of thoughts ran through her mind. Sansa made a decision and opened her eyes. They were filled with sincerity. Actually, Mia's death wasn't an accident. She sighed. Wasn't she burned to death by the abyssal dragon? The dwarf asked in surprise. Sansa smiled. Her smile sent a chill down the dwarf's spine. A long time ago, I noticed that after Stannis died, the abyssal dragon didn't appear in front of anyone. It didn't even burn the other ghosts that surrounded the King's Landing. At that time, I guess that Mia couldn't tame it. After the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Lalo's power weakened rapidly. Not only did the Red Priest's power fade, but the seal in the abyssal dragon's mind also began to loosen. A part of the abyssal dragon's soul came from the legendary megalosaurus Vargal. Who was Vargal? The divine dragon that the people of Valeglia believe in, the oldest demigod in this era, Megalosaurus. Later, I asked Bran about it, and he confirmed my thoughts. Unless Melisandre helped, the red-robed monk and Mia wouldn't be able to control the abyssal dragon. But I understand this logic. Bran understands it, but Mia and the others don't. They don't even want to understand it. Because if they understand this, it's like admitting that the god they believe in is weakening. The dwarf could only give her a thumbs up. Amazing! Sansa smiled proudly, but her smile disappeared as soon as it appeared. She said in a low voice, You know my agreement with Stannis. After the long night ends, Mia can use 5 million gold royals to redeem Storm's End Castle from me. I confess, I've fallen in love with Storm's End Castle. Other than the King's Landing, I love Storm's End Castle even more than Winterfell. It's my own kingdom. My will is perfectly carried out there. The people's love for me is no less than the Dragon Queen's. The Dragon Queen is only a legend to them. They've never even seen her. But I see them face to face every day. I provide them with food and jobs. I lead soldiers to protect their homes and families. Moi! She became more and more excited as she spoke. She couldn't help but kiss the dwarf's face. Tyrion, you're really smart. The blueprint that you laid out for me all those years ago has been realized long before today. I have my own army. There are 30,000 elite veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles with deviant ghosts. The nobles are obedient to me. They're not even willing to let Theon Baela take back Storm's End Castle. The commoners treat me like the incarnation of the Virgin Mary and the warriors. Every family is willing to contribute a man to serve me. She stretched out her right hand and slowly clenched it. She said proudly, "The Stormlands belong to me. It's useless even if Robert comes back to life, much less Mia and her heir. But the contract I signed with Stannis is a sacred one. If he dies, his heir will inherit it. You signed the contract for me. You should remember that the Dragon Queen is the guarantor of the contract. Even if the Dragon Queen didn't interfere, I wouldn't dare to break the oath." Sansa's voice trembled when she said the last sentence. "You're wise." The dwarf sighed. "By the Virgin Mary, I have to be rational," Sansa said. The dwarf sighed again and nodded silently. Sansa continued, "Although 5 million gold royals is a lot, even if Mia is penniless, she can still get a loan from the other side of the narrow sea. 5 million gold royals for a kingdom is more than enough. Now that the long night is about to end, the one who ends the long night will be king. But no matter what, Mia can't be the hero who ends the deviant Ghost King. I can't be either. If she fails, she can only leave King's Landing and return to Theon Bela's land. I can't refuse. If I fail, I can't give up my roots. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if I successfully ascend to the Iron Throne, I still need a vast fief close to the sovereign's descent. The North won't always support my heir. After a few generations, the relationship between the two sides will slowly fade. Besides, the North is too far away from King's Landing to be a base. But the land belongs to the Targaryen of the 5 dragons. We are already extremely grateful that the Dragon Queen didn't fight for the Iron Throne. Anyone who becomes the king of the 7 kingdoms shouldn't and wouldn't dare to renege on her ancestral land. You've seen it all. You've almost completely avoided the conflict of interest with the Dragon Queen, the dwarf praised sincerely. She's like an unsolvable problem. We can only avoid it, Sansa said helplessly. The dwarf thought carefully and said in surprise, "I remember now. In the contract I signed with Davos, the second party is Stannis and his heir. So Mia must die," Sansa said coldly. The dwarf frowned. "Jean, and Jean Deli are also considered Stannis heirs, right? They can be and they can't be. The description in the contract is not detailed. There will definitely be a lawsuit in the future." At this point, Sansa smiled and said proudly, "If the lawsuit reaches the Dragon Queen, I will take the initiative to hold a small king selection in the Stormlands and let the people and nobles choose the Storm King they admire the most. The king selection is also a tradition of the 7 kingdoms. The Dragon Queen has no reason to go against the tradition for a heretic." "I'm convinced." The dwarf sighed and gave 2 thumbs up. "How did you assassinate Mia?" he asked again. "I just pushed the boat with the current and forced Mia to do something she knew was impossible. All these years, I saved millions of people in the Stormlands and killed hundreds of thousands of deviants. How could Mia not feel pressured? When she found out that Marjorie was also doing well on Qingting Island, the pressure would be even greater. And Jon was right under her nose. Every time he returned victorious, tens of thousands of people would gather and the streets would empty, cheering for him. What would the real Lord of the Red Keep think? Why is Jon so popular? Because I bribed many famous poets to sing praises for Jon. But I didn't deliberately say anything bad about Mia, and I didn't let the poets slander her. I only wanted Mia to feel the pressure. Actually, I'm not the only one who has this idea. I dare say that the other vassals also saw Mia's predicament and intentionally or unintentionally put pressure on her. With so many of us working together, she should have died long ago, but she has a good prime minister." At this point, Sansa glared at the dwarf. "Do you still remember your promise to me? Be my hand of the king and help me ascend to the Iron Throne. Look at Davos, who worked so hard, don't you feel ashamed? It was because he promised to fulfill his duty to Aegon, be her hand of the king for the rest of her life, and protect her to become the king of the 7 kingdoms that she let him in bed. At that time, she was still pregnant." The dwarf smiled and said, "The Holy Mother suddenly gave me a heavy burden. I was helpless." Sansa's eyes were full of disdain. "Who doesn't know your role in the teaching team? Just like what Sign Granny said, You are a princess who screams, "Master, save me." You are the last person we need. Also, I know the situation at that time. Dragon Queen only chose Chizong, Arya, and Hound. You were the one who took the initiative to go over, hoping to gain some virtue. Slander. The dwarf's face turned red. The person Dragon Queen chose at the beginning was me. Chizong was my backup. It was because of you that I rejected the teaching mission. Without me, would Chizong and the others be able to govern barbarian lands so well? Would they be able to complete the reformation of barbarian lands' faith so quickly? Also, look at yourself. With a few of my strategies, you became the strongest vassal of the 7 kingdoms. Look at Mia. Davos couldn't help her protect a corner of King's Landing even after working so hard. A genius needs to use 1% of their effort to defeat 1,000% of a normal person's effort. Davos is not a mediocre person. He used the red-robed monk's power to rule King's Landing, and then used his rule over King's Landing to command Jon and the Lion Army of the West in the King's Landing, stabilizing King's Landing's rule over the royal territory. Then, he successfully married Mia and Ander Royce, and continued to tie the valley to Theon Bella's broken chariot. With the power of the royal territory and the valley, Hajin and Riverbend, who had lost their dukes, were unable to resist Theon Bella's nominal rule over the 7 kingdoms. I also signed a contract with Stannis, and barely had the status of ruler and vassal. See, if the long night doesn't end, Mia will be able to sit on the Iron Throne until the day she dies of old age. I even took the initiative to give Davos a favor, bringing his wife and son to Taz Island to take care of them, hoping that he would pledge his loyalty to me in the future. Sansa sighed. Is it necessary? He's just an illiterate smuggler who's been illiterate for most of his life. The dwarf felt very upset, as if his things had been stolen. Dragon Queen was illiterate for the first half of her life as well. Sansa said calmly. Chapter 1069. Davos is rational, pragmatic, and loyal. If he did not dissuade her, Mia would have tried to tame the demon dragon a few years ago. Just based on this, you have to think highly of him. Just based on that old man's height of 1.8 meters, I would think highly of him as well, the dwarf complained. Sansa rolled her eyes at him and said with a complicated tone, I've been watching Mia for so many years, of course I won't let go of her demon dragon. Mia's death can guarantee that Stormlands will always belong to me. With the 2-headed demon dragon, my chances of killing the king of deviant ghosts will greatly increase. The moment the holy church bell rang, I had Rickon send out his tiger-headed golden eagle. The demon dragon has never left his sight. If you're so prepared, why did you let Jon become a dragon knight? The dwarf asked in confusion. Am I stupid? Sansa asked back. You're very smart. If I'm not stupid, why would I be stupid enough to think that the demon dragon will belong to me? The dwarf said strangely, Jon is a spare tire? You have to make sure that the demon dragon is always in Stark's hands. Do you know what divine spells priests have? Sansa suddenly asked a question that confused Tyrion. There are too many divine spells. They are roughly divided into healing, exorcism, investigation, summoning, and so on, the dwarf said vaguely. He wanted to say, whatever the Dragon Queen knows, you will have a chance to learn that type of divine spell. You're one of the holy disciples, but your understanding of the divine spells of the 7 gods is only superficial, Sansa said with disdain. I definitely know more than you, the dwarf said with certainty. Divine spells can be invented and can be edited according to one's purpose. Do you understand? The dwarf was stunned. You can create your own divine spell? Not just me, everyone has the right. Sansa nodded. For example, holy light is divided into 2 types. One is pure holy light, and the other is holy light healing. We can see them as 2 elements. Just like flour and milk, flour can be made into bread, pancakes, deep-fried dough sticks, pancakes, fried dough twists, steamed buns, cakes and other pastries. Milk can be made into yogurt, fresh milk, butter, cream, cheese, custard, pudding and so on. The divine spells bestowed by the Holy Mother are just bread and milk that are most accepted by the general public. We can take the elements and make it into something that suits us best. Do you know my specialty? What? The dwarf recovered from his shock and asked doubtfully, "What unique skill do you have?" Sansa sighed and asked, "Have you seen Dragon Queen's OE healing before? It's a magnificent sight. Hundreds and thousands of people are gathered together, and the entire land is covered in holy light." The dwarf sighed. Sansa nodded. "She's strong and powerful. Can we learn from her? Obviously not. For a priest, not a single divine spell slot could be wasted. However, in large-scale battles, group healing was often required. So, I invented a leaping healing, the holy light condensed into a light sprite that jumped back and forth between the injured and the wounded. The soldiers didn't even need to stop fighting. Not a single bit of divine power was wasted, and the range was so wide that it covered half the battlefield. So, I gained the honorary title of Flash Queen in the Seven Kingdoms. So you invented the leaping holy light? The dwarf was really shocked this time. The holy healing that Sansa mentioned had appeared long ago. He had seen Chizong use it countless times, but he had always thought that it was the Dragon Queen who invented it and then bestowed it to all priests through divine spells. "Do you know that other priests also know this divine spell?" he asked. "Of course," Sansa nodded proudly. "It's because of this divine spell that I received the Holy Mother's praise and advanced from a level 1 beginner priest to a level 3 priest." No wonder, no wonder. The dwarf finally understood why the Dragon Queen valued supernatural cultivators so much. Then, he remembered the improvements that Chizong had made to the Holy Mother's palm over the years. Originally, there were only 4 palms: light, water, fire, wind. Later on, Chizong combined water and fire, wind and fire, 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 and so on. The Dragon Queen had most likely learned all of them. Even if she could figure it out herself, with so many people, how much time would it save for her? Actually, Tyrion's vision was still not broad enough. The time saved was not worth much. Did a god lack time? More importantly, it was ideas. New ideas, and endless wisdom. Sansa did not linger on this topic for long and continued the previous topic. "Since I started plotting against Mia and the Mystic Dragon a few years ago, naturally, I also began to invent new divine spells long ago. Combining the Soul Attack divine spell, Wrath of the Father, and the Holy Night Seal, I created a Seal of the Father that can continuously suppress souls. When using this divine spell, the Father's divine might is like a mountain that heavily presses down on the enemy's soul. It's not just a moment of Wrath of the Father, it's continuous. With the Seal of the Father, I really did subdue the demon dragon. However, at the crucial moment, Lalo made his move. If not for Jon's help, I would probably have ended up like Mia." Sighing, she said bitterly, "I will do my best to pursue what I want, but once I'm sure that I can't get it, I'd rather give it to my family than let it run away, or let others get it. The Mystic Dragon is like this, and so is the Iron Throne. So, you don't have to worry that Jon and I will kill each other for the Iron Throne. In my heart, the Iron Throne is not worth that price." Very rational. "I hope you can keep this thought," the dwarf praised. Sansa's eyes were covered with a layer of mist as she recalled, "When I was 14, before I saw my father's tragic death, if I couldn't get the Mystic Dragon, I might have killed it. During the years of the rebellion of the Four Princes, the House of Stark was destroyed, and my brothers and sisters were homeless. At that time, I understood a principal family is the most valuable asset. Almost 10 years have passed, but I haven't forgotten this principle. Jon is still my brother, my family. I won't forget it for the rest of my life. Since you want to resolve the conflict between the two sides and be the peacemaker, help me pass these words to Jon. I hope he can believe this principle. The Iron Throne is not as important as family, and I am his family. Strong strength leads to weak intelligence. The dwarf was weak in his early years and could only rack his brains, surviving with his wits and schemes. Later, he met the Dragon Queen and had a powerful backer. His magic power also increased day by day, and his way of handling matters began to lean towards the way of the king, using strength to suppress others. In these years in barren land, he rarely tried to guess the thoughts of others. With his current strength, he could do whatever he wanted, and there was nothing he couldn't do. This time, he came on his own accord and became Sansa's puppet. At noon the next day, in the Arctic King's mansion, a short table was placed on the heated brick bed in the side room. In the middle of the table was a mandarin duck pot with a few cold dishes on the side. The Targaryen uncle and nephew were drinking and chatting happily. Sansa understands that family is the most valuable asset. If you change your mind and insist, the Iron Throne should be yours. I think she will most likely give in, the dwarf said. This guy took Sansa's words seriously and passed them on to Jon. Jon was stunned, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. In the end, he was moved and sighed. She's right. Family is the most valuable asset. She will always be my sister, my family. I will never forget her. Then what exactly do you think? The dwarf's face and eyes were red from the burning knife, but the corner of his eyes was still sharp. It was as if he could cut open Nephew Goo's chest and see his heart. I don't have any other thoughts. Tormund likes to talk nonsense and wail. He paused for a moment and hesitated. Whale thinks I should inherit my father's throne because I am the son of Lei Jia, but I never agreed. You haven't married Whale yet, have you? Tyrion asked with a muffled voice as he stuffed a bean sprout into his mouth. We should have a formal wedding, but the 7 gods and the old gods don't allow 2 wives, Gu said awkwardly. The drunkenness in the dwarf's eyes completely disappeared. He looked straight into Nephew Gu's eyes. Sansa is your sister, and Whale is your wife. They are both your family, but they have different goals. Jon immediately said, I will not fight with Sansa for the Iron Throne. This is a promise I made to her long ago. It will not change today, nor will it ever change. Jon, I am not forcing you to give in. Tell me your true thoughts. Only then can you completely resolve the unresolved conflict between you and Sansa. Jon smiled and shook his head. Tyrion, your words are a little childish. Lei Jia is my father. I would be lying if I said I had no thoughts about the Iron Throne. So, between Sansa and I, one of us must give in. I am the older brother, and I am satisfied with what I have now. When I see Sansa realize her dream, I will be happy. This happiness will be far greater than if I get the Iron Throne myself. You are a good brother. The dwarf was relieved. When the drunken dwarf climbed into the carriage, Whale pulled Gu back to the bedroom for a nap. I heard everything, she said. Or what? Gu was confused. I was eavesdropping on your conversation outside, the savage princess said generously. Oh. Whale raised her voice. Jon smiled faintly and said, Tyrion and I both know you were eavesdropping outside. If we didn't even have this bit of vigilance, how could we have survived until today? Some of what I have said is as much to you as to him. He was the same. I was expressing my feelings to you, telling you not to fool around in the future. He was reminding you that you and Sansa are both my family. You must understand each other. Whale was stunned. She was embarrassed and angry. I fooled around? Do you think I want to be the queen of 7 kings? I am not even your wife now. What am I after? I am just anxious for you. I feel injustice for you. You are clearly the true crown prince. You also contributed the most in the fight against the other ghosts. I am not like your sister, who wants her to help you. I only want a fair chance. If you kill the other ghost king, then according to the Dragon Queen's promise, you will be king, and not give all the credit to her. I only want my lover to get what belongs to him. Is that too much? Tears streamed down her face as she screamed. Not at all. Not at all. The red-haired woman Ygritte walked over with her big belly. She pointed at Jon and scolded, Jon, you know nothing. Even if you don't want it, what about your children? Do you know what they are thinking? Let's say you kill the other ghost king and give the throne to your sister. When everyone knows about the Dragon Queen's promise, how will they view you and Queen Sansa? How will your children look at the Iron Throne under Queen Sansa's but? How will Queen Sansa view your children's strange gaze? You are family with her, but can your children and her children continue to be family? Jon broke out in a cold sweat. He said sternly, Who said this to you? Ygritte opened her mouth and said hesitantly, Are my words not reasonable? That makes sense, it makes perfect sense. Even can say something so reasonable. Are you saying I am stupid? The two women became agitated. John had a splitting headache. Weeping Willow, he called out. King, what did you call me for? A spearwoman with a long black braid ran into the hall. Who came to our house in the past few days to see Yrgrat? When you came back on the dragon yesterday, many people came, the spearwoman said. Who spoke to Yrgrat? Many. Which one is the most suspicious? The spearwoman hesitated. Speak. John glared. Your sister. Chapter 1070. The spearwoman, Weeping Willow, had a pair of witch's eyes. It was said that she could see things that mortals could not. It was unknown how much of the witch's eyes was true, but she was indeed very cunning. That was why John appointed her as the commander of the inner palace guards. You also know that Sansa is my sister? John was furious. Why is my sister someone to be wary of? Tell me. My king, don't yell at me. I will only tell you what I saw. Although the spearwoman's status was low, she had a strong aura. She glared and shouted, Yesterday afternoon, when you were flying in the sky, Tormund said that you were like a king. Madame Sansa's face suddenly turned ugly. After that, I noticed that she looked at Yrgrat's belly with an unfriendly gaze. I think she has ill intentions towards Yrgrat and the child in her belly. Nonsense. John was shaking with anger. The reason why I arranged for you to lead a group of spearwomen to guard Yrgrat was her suggestion. She told me that King's Landing was not Winterfell. I had many enemies, and I had to protect this firstborn child. She was also the one who said that the freedmen beyond the Great Wall were simple and honest. They were the most trustworthy. It was best to arrange for spearwomen to be the guards of the inner palace. She was also the one who sent a few old nannies who knew how to give birth to help Yrgrat with her pregnancy. She was also the one who taught you how to guard against enemies who used underhanded means to harm a pregnant woman and her child. John wiped his face and smiled bitterly. You don't know anything. You don't understand Sansa's expectations for Yrgrat's child. It's a boy. His name is Ide. Weeping Willow lost her temper after hearing this. She said weakly, My king, don't be angry. Maybe I was wrong. Madame Sansa's expression was ugly, but she didn't have any evil intentions. John sighed and shook his head without saying anything. His words were clearly directed at the spearwoman, but in reality, he wanted his two wives to dispel their hostility towards Sansa. If they did not often say unfavorable things about Sansa behind her back, why would the spearwomen around them think of Sansa as the person they should be wary of? Saw through Jon's thoughts and nudged Yrgrat. The red-haired girl also knew that Jon was hurt. She stepped forward and grabbed his arm, shouting, All right, I'll confess. Those words were told to me by Madame Margaret. Little Rose Margaret? Green Pavilion Island's Margaret Tyrell? Jon's expression changed. Yes, that's her. She told me a lot about women. What's the reason? Jon quickly asked. That's what I said before and... The red-haired girl pouted and mumbled. Since the man has provided you with the conditions, a woman should treat herself better and live a more exquisite life. The man was in charge of conquering the world, while the woman was in charge of riding a horse and accompanying him to see the beautiful scenery of the country. A woman who was lucky enough to be protected by an eagle must at least become a white swan, because a sparrow cannot fly as high as an eagle. With an eagle's breadth of mind, it will not always be satisfied with flying sparrows. What kind of nonsense is this? Jon was confused. He thought that little Rose was secretly trying to sow discord between the red-haired girl and his aunt, so that he and Sansa would fall out. Yrgrat said sadly, I'm a spearwoman who can't even read, and you're the famous Arctic king. I don't want to be a sparrow. I need to improve myself and not distance myself from you. Jon pulled the red-haired girl into his arms and sighed, I love spearwoman Yrgrat, not some noble white swan. Don't listen to Margaret's nonsense. She's up to no good. Margaret may be up to no good, but her words are very reasonable, said calmly. Yes, Yrgrat pushed John away and said seriously, listening to her, I have a sense of seeing the light of the fog dispersing in front of me. Savoring her words is like drinking a bowl of warm chicken soup on a cold and hungry night. Let that damn bowl of chicken soup warm the other demons. John cursed and reminded the two ladies, you have to understand that people who are hostile to you will not say good things about you. Then tell me, what's wrong with her words? Before the siblings got married, they were family. After they got married and had children, they became two different families. What's wrong with that? Said. Of course there's a problem. Even if the siblings got married and had children, it's just a small family growing into a big one. The relationship between family members will never change. John said in a low voice. Sneered, Robert and your father Rhaegar are like your son Ide and Sansa's daughter Dany and Rhys. But when Rhaegar stole your mother and Robert beat your father, did you ever think that they were actually family? That's different. John was at a loss for words. What's different? Is Rhaegar's father not on good terms with Robert's father? 40 years ago, Aerys, Tywin, and Steve were known as the three young heroes. They were the closest of brothers. Steve was even Aerys' confidant. John realized that he could not find any words to refute. Marjorie told you this too? She didn't try to sow discord between us and Sansa. John waved his hands and said loudly, listen to me. Don't contact Marjorie anymore. Forget what she said. Try not to mix with the ladies of King's Landing. They're not good people. Women need to have their own space. They can't be the vassals of men, Yrgrat said softly. What? John was stunned. Women can only think independently if they have their own social circle. Only women with independent thoughts are complete women, said. Marjorie told you this too? The two ladies nodded. Makes sense, doesn't it? If we don't have independent thoughts, we're not even human. John. At dusk, the dwarf came to the Storm Queen's residence openly. John hasn't been here before? After following Brittany into the study, the dwarf was surprised to see the Storm Queen beaming with joy. What? Sansa didn't react. This afternoon, John didn't come to explain to you about Little Rose's chicken soup theory? He did. He promised me that he wouldn't break his promise. He even apologized to on behalf of Yrgrat. Sansa's smile faded, but there was a flash of pride in her eyes. You're not angry? Tyrion didn't see the strangeness in her eyes. Of course I'm angry. I didn't expect that little bitch to bite the hand that fed her, Sansa said coldly. Marjorie owes you a favor? The dwarf asked curiously. Don't you know what Marjorie is doing on Chinting Island? Sansa asked. Imitating you. I'm the one teaching her. Sansa smiled faintly. She's not secretly learning? You're in contact. Are you the one teaching her? The dwarf was shocked. Sansa nodded slightly. 5 years ago, the Sea of Law shattered, and the power of mages began to be limited. In order to ensure the supply of wildfire in Wind's End, I planned to expand the scale of the Storm Magic Academy. So, I went to the City of Knowledge to recruit magic teachers. You know, other than the scholars, there's also the nuns' college built by the Starry Church. Coincidentally, I saw Marjorie, who was being supervised by the Reverend Mother during noon prayer. Sansa's expression was complicated. She's almost another me. Before I met Aegon, I was depraved, desperate, mentally twisted, and full of resentment and hatred. But I only had determination and no strength. I couldn't even find a direction in life. Back then, I hated her and her family, especially her grandmother, Old Rose. They played me like a chess piece on a chessboard and tried to plot against Winterfell. Old Rose wanted Sansa to be her eldest granddaughter-in-law. They blamed Joffrey's death on me. I had reason to hate them. But when I saw Marjorie again, I can swear to the Holy Mother that at that moment, there was only the most sincere pity in my heart. There was no more resentment. Unfortunately, your pity was only temporary. You must have done something that made her resent you, the dwarf said with a smile. Sansa shook her head. She's an ingrate. I've never done anything to let her down. At that time, I comforted her, enlightened her, and told her about what happened in the outside world. For example, the Alliance of Justice, the Bible teaching team, the Smoke Sea War, the collapse of the Sea of Law, and a series of other things. It opened her eyes and gave her a new lease of life. That's all. I just pitied her. She's a shrewd woman, good at seizing every opportunity she can. She asked me for help. She confessed her unwillingness and resentment. You don't know, but that bitch actually dared to hate the Dragon Queen. She hated the Dragon Queen for abolishing the title of King of Tyrell's Bay. The dwarf glanced at her indifferently and did not say anything. If the Dragon Queen wasn't so powerful, you would definitely hate her too. It was me. Sansa pointed at her own nose and said angrily, I was the one who spoke softly and reasoned with her. I made her understand that Tyrell's title came from Targaryen, but her grandmother arranged for the scholars to murder the Dragon Queen. Think about it. If I didn't resolve the resentment in her heart, would she have become a priest? This time, the dwarf agreed. She really should thank you. But you must have helped her with a purpose. At first, there was no purpose, but then... Sansa hesitated for a moment and asked, Do you know Matthews Rowan? The dwarf's heart skipped a beat and said, My father once said that he was glad that Highcourt's master was blow-up-fish, Mace. If Duke Highcourt could have Rando Tarly as his general, Matthews Rowan as his minister, and Pixter Redwyn as the commander of the navy, Highcourt could have swept away the Westeros after the rebellion of the Four Princes. The Dragon Queen's desire for power is she wanted to say that it was too young, but the Dragon Queen announced that she was the Divine King. Sansa was at a loss for words. If I were her, I would definitely not allow Matthews to do as he pleased in River Bend. River Bend retains the most people during the long nights, and the most people represent the most knights, and those knights have all been trained during the long nights. River Bend also has the most outstanding magic academies, which represent the largest supernatural power outside of the Holy Cathedral. The largest of the 7 kingdoms, Dany Lilithgirdle, is also in River Bend. Sansa counted with her fingers and sighed. Army, wealth, and food, River Bend is number 1. If River Bend is unified by Matthews, within the 7 kingdoms, who would be my opponent? The north, the west, and River Bend are removed, and the valley is only left with Royce, who is still tied to the Red God King's chariot, and the royal territories. Mia is already in my plan to get rid of her. If I think about it carefully, my only opponents are Dornmartel and River Bend's Matthews. So, do you understand why I supported Marjorie? I told Marjorie the truth, her existence is to balance Matthews, to be River Bend's troublemaker, and so on. I help her, and she helps me. It's a win-win situation. Sigh, I'm convinced. The dwarf sighed deeply. Sansa shook her head disapprovingly. How is this little trick worth bragging about? No, you misunderstand. The dwarf shook his head and said in a strange tone, What I admire is not your tactics, but how you are so good at scheming. Today you plan this, tomorrow you plan another. The River Bend split, Mia was schemed to death, and you became a level 3 priest. Is the Holy Mother blind? The Holy Mother has eyes. Let me tell you, I broke through again. Just this afternoon, in the Holy Cathedral of Baelor, in front of countless church members, I received the Holy Mother's blessing and became a level 4 priestess. I also learned the Holy Mother's palm, which shook the earth and mountains, Sansa said proudly. The dwarf's chair tilted, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 1071. Holy Mother, are you asleep? Open your eyes and look at this woman. She's vicious and obsessed with power. How did she become a level 4 great priestess? After the dwarf fell to the ground, he did not get up. He only sat on the blanket and howled. Although his behavior was a little exaggerated, it also represented his true feelings at the moment. From the dwarf's point of view, Sansa's ability to become a level 1 priestess had already affected the believer's faith. If she were to level up to level 2 or level 3, it would cause the other honest priests to lose their minds and shatter their worldview. Level 4. Even he felt unbalanced. He had gone through so many difficulties and obstacles, but he had only just become a level 4 holy knight. Because a priest's soul was sublimated, while a holy knight's main purpose was to strengthen the body and will. At the same level, a holy knight's difficulty and strength were one level lower than a priest's. He went abroad and risked his life to fight, but he was worse off than Sansa, who stayed at home. "You're jealous of me." Sansa laughed and kicked the dwarf. "All the believers of the 7 gods should be jealous of you." Sansa shook her head and sighed. "You're a preacher, but you haven't even read the 7 Stars Bible. The Holy Mother has always preached that the faith belongs to the 7 gods, and the power belongs to the kingdom. I've studied every version of the 7 Stars Bible in detail. In the teachings of the 7 gods, there has never been a prohibition against power games. You'll understand if you think about it. Prohibiting politicians from playing power games is like prohibiting men from finding women. Why would the great and glorious Holy Mother do such a thing that goes against the laws of nature? My father is also playing power games. Why would he go to hell?" The dwarf said. "That's why the Holy Mother encourages men and women to fall in love and get married, but she doesn't approve of prostitution." Sansa spread her hands and said innocently, "There's a limit to everything. It's the same for men and women, and it's the same for power games. As long as you don't use overly vicious methods to harm noble people, power is not a sin." "You plotted against Mia and used Marjorie," the dwarf said. "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Sansa looked at him strangely. "Who's Mia?" "The Red God King. In the earliest version of the 7 Stars Bible, believers who killed the enemy gods could even be rewarded by the Holy Mother and become righteous people who would be remembered forever by the world. Even if the Dragon Queen later changed this rule, stating that innocent heretics could not be harmed, Mia could not be considered innocent. She had sacrificed R'hllor just as many times as Stannis. Although those who were burned to death were prisoners and deserters, in the doctrine of the 7 gods, sacrificing an evil god is the most serious crime. Is Lalo not an evil god? The dwarf was stunned for a moment before he said, "Your intentions aren't simple. If my motives were pure, I wouldn't be a politician. I would be a saint in the sanctuary." Sansa rolled her eyes. Then she said, "Do you still remember the process of the Dragon Queen trying my grandfather and uncle's case on Fairy Island? Their encounter in the Red Castle was tragic, but we later learned that my grandfather was not innocent. Therefore, the Mad Monarch's crimes were only cruelty, blasphemy, and violation of human rights. He did not violate his oath as we thought before, nor was he guilty of murder. My grandfather participated in the game of power, and he was the one who started it. No matter what happened to him in the game of power, he was not worthy of the gods' pity. This is the rule of the game of power, and it applies to all participants." The dwarf said, "You have a beautiful idea, but the game of power is played by those in power, and every action of those in power will affect innocent civilians." Sansa smiled. "Those in power have responsibility and power. It is the king's responsibility to let the people under his rule live and work in peace and use the law and traditional etiquette to ensure justice. He fulfills his responsibility and benefits millions of civilians, but he will not be rewarded by the 7 gods because this is what the king should do. With responsibility comes power. As the greatest politician, the king must play the game of power if he wants to protect his power. As for the harm that the game of power can bring to the people, it is within the king's power." "It sounds reasonable, but it is just your own idea," the dwarf said disapprovingly. Sansa snorted and said proudly, "This is the wisdom I came up with after studying the 7 Stars Bible and carefully observing the Dragon Queen's actions. I would not tell a normal person. Why don't I remember the Dragon Queen saying something like this? She did not say it, but she did it. She was able to go from Calixi, who had nothing, to the Empress of the world, the Divine King. Do you think she has never played politics?" The dwarf was stumped by the question. "The Dragon Queen is definitely not a white flower. Her heart is even darker than yours. But the moral requirements she has for you are definitely different from the ones she has for herself. Take it easy. It is hard to guess the king's thoughts, let alone the gods. He could only persuade her like this." "Don't worry, I will repent to the Holy Mother every day," Sansa said. "Repent for what?" The dwarf was confused. Sansa smiled and said, "Before I plot against Mia and Count Mattis, I will confess my plans and goals to the Holy Mother. After the plot is carried out, I will also repent to the Holy Mother and ask for her forgiveness. I will also make a vow to become the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. I will work hard to reform the corrupt government and create a Sansa Golden Age that will be difficult for future generations to reach." The Holy Mother agreed? She did not object. The dwarf was speechless. The Holy Mother is too busy to care about you. But she will definitely record your mistakes in her little notebook and settle the score with you in the future. Nonsense. As long as I treat the commoners well and let them live a good life, the Holy Mother will not blame me no matter how I plot against the nobles. Otherwise, how can I become a level 4 priest? Sansa said proudly. The dwarf said suspiciously, "Did you offer the Holy Mother divine arts again? I have never heard of that divine father seal before." "How did you know?" Sansa looked at him in surprise. "I specially developed the divine father seal to deal with the demon dragon. I did not make it public before because there was only one demon dragon. If other priests and paladins learned it, they would become my competitors. Now that the demon dragon has been tamed by Jon, there is no need to hide the divine father seal. However, the divine father seal can only raise me from a level 3 priest to the peak of level 3. I am still a bit away from level 4. So, I gave the holy light totem that I have not fully developed to the church and broke through to become a level 4 great priest." The dwarf's mouth twitched a few times and asked, "What is the holy light totem?" Sansa stood up from the fireplace and picked up a walking stick from the corner and handed it to him. "Take a look for yourself." The white walking stick was 3 meters long and as thick as a wrist. It seemed to be carved from fishbone, but it was heavier than wood. There was an obsidian crystal inserted inside. At the top was a small statue of the Holy Mother. There were many strange runes and square words on the surface of the walking stick. "This is Draconic? I don't recognize a few words," the dwarf said in surprise. "The way of the heavens, the virtue of the heavens, the creation of all things, the benevolent Holy Mother." Sansa read in fluent Chinese. The dwarf was shocked. "You are so familiar with it?" "Sigh. Every day I wake up early and memorize words for 2 hours. Before I sleep, I read the text aloud for an hour. After 6 or 7 years, I finally have some achievements. It is about the level of a middle school student." Sansa did not look proud. She only sighed. As expected of the supreme language that records the laws of the Tao. "It is so difficult. You must know that I only took 3 years to learn advanced Valeglia." Hearing this, the dwarf could not help but feel ashamed. He was the one who suggested that Sansa learn Draconic. He was also the one who copied Blackie's Draconic textbook. He kept a copy for himself and made a copy for Sansa. Both of them were self-taught. He even started 3 years earlier than her. Now, he had not even graduated from primary school. "No, I have to reduce my morning exercises with the singers in the future. At night too. Maybe I should be like Sansa and develop new witchcraft. Now that I have turned my entire body into a dragon worm, can I split half of the dragon worm to be a bookworm and focus on memorizing and learning? The other half of the dragon worm will leave behind desires and transform into a human to enjoy the pleasures of the world? If the other me does not learn, the two of me, wouldn't that be twice the happiness?" He, what are you thinking? Why are you laughing so lewdly? You're drooling," Sansa said in disgust. Tyrion wiped his mouth. As expected, he felt a pool of moisture. He felt awkward. He quickly injected some holy light god power into the totem pole. A thin layer of pale yellow light shone from the pole. The light was not even as bright as a 1-watt light bulb, but the light was very uniform. However, Tyrion did not feel a strong healing effect. "What's the use of this?" "It is the effect of a holy healing spell. It will be released slowly in 10 minutes. He was puzzled. Sansa explained, "This is specially prepared for remote mountain villages. There is no need for a priest to charge it. There is also no need to spend money to build a statue of the Holy Mother or a temple. You just need to place the holy light totem pole on the altar. The villagers will surround it and pray to the Holy Mother. An individual's faith is not enough to become a priest. So, the faith of the entire village is gathered in the staff. Then, through the adjustment of runes, the messy faith is harmonized into a unified wave band. It is like a virtual person. In fact, you can treat this totem pole as a wooden priest. The dragon crystal inside contains the holy healing spell's Holy Mother's divine power. If someone feels unwell, they can use a special prayer. Sansa pointed at the square words on the totem pole. The Holy Mother is merciful. Good. It can activate the Holy Light Totem and release a faint light to heal the injuries of believers within range. You are very smart. The dwarf was enlightened. Sansa shook her head and put away the totem pole with a regretful expression. She sighed. In my expectations, the faint light should only be effective on patients. This way, it will save more god power. I have not been able to master this technique yet. The Holy Light Totem is not complete. As the divine arts spread among the cultivators, perhaps someone will be able to repair it before me. By then, I can finally be promoted to a level 4 great priest before the battle with the Ghoul King. How did you think of this thing? Tyrion asked curiously. At first, I just wanted to imitate the Dragon Queen. Didn't she always carry a weirwood staff? Sansa smiled awkwardly and said seriously, you and I are both from a duke's family. If there is a headache or fever, the scholar will immediately rush to the bed. As if the scholar is as natural as air. The truth is, other than the nobles' castles and the City of Knowledge, you will rarely see a scholar anywhere else. Scholars are rare, and priests who know divine arts are even rarer. In Winterfell, when I was 13 years old, I only saw 4 minstrel performances. In the remote villages, the peasants at the bottom will never see a scholar or a priest. But the poor are also people. Like us, they can get sick. And their lives are too hard and tiring. They get sick more easily and need more treatment. I never thought you had this kind of awareness. Tyrion's eyes widened and he said in disbelief. When you first met me, what kind of person did you think I was? Sansa asked. An idiot who only knows how to dream, the dwarf said honestly. Sansa glared at him but did not refute. She only asked, and now? A smart and capable queen, the dwarf said emotionally. You have changed so much. It is as if you are a different person. Why have I changed so much? Your experience, the dwarf said thoughtfully. In Winterfell, my mother was the strongest, and I learned from her. In the Red Keep, Cersei was the strongest, and I learned from Cersei. In the valley, Littlefinger was the strongest, and I learned from him. Then, I also learned from your strengths. She said to him. I am flattered, the dwarf said with a smile. Now, I learn from the Dragon Queen and the Holy Mother. The Dragon Queen cares about the hardships of the people, and I care about them too. When I learn from the Dragon Queen's kindness and gain substantial benefits from the Holy Mother, I will work hard to be merciful to the commoners at the bottom. This kind of awareness is different from what you think, Sansa concluded. You're really... Perhaps, you can surpass Papa Tywin, Old Rose, Littlefinger, and become the ultimate power gamer. The dwarf sighed in admiration. Do you think I have a match in the current 7 kingdoms? As she spoke, Sansa seemed to exude an invisible loneliness. Future Marjorie. The dwarf poured a bucket of cold water on her. If I didn't appear by accident and resolve the misunderstanding between you and Jon, you would have definitely been tricked by her. Just like Mia, when you break up with the Jon siblings, you won't even know why you ended up like that. Those arguments are poisonous, but I have to admit that they are very logical. It would be strange if your savage sister-in-law didn't fall for them. How long can Jon last with his 2 wives taking turns to talk to him? In fact, he can't refute those arguments. Sansa's expression was unpleasant. What good does it do for her if I break up with Jon? Even if she has other motives, I did help her. The dwarf sighed and said, You are ambitious and keep learning from the strong to improve yourself. She is most likely learning from you, learning your ambition and methods. You think you didn't let her down, but you didn't think about it. No one is willing to be another person's pawn, especially when your relationship is so complicated. Once, you were both Joffrey's fiancé. Your engagement was broken off in public. You were lowly in the mud, but she became the shining golden rose of the King's Landing. How big is the difference in her heart now? Also, when we negotiated with Stannis, our initial target was the Duke of Highgarden. Perhaps you have forgotten, but your interference in the affairs of Riverbend is constantly reminding Marjorie that you are the biggest obstacle to her return to Highgarden. That bitch. Sansa's expression was cold. She won't have a future. The dwarf was shocked and reminded her, Marjorie is the role model of the church. She is a role model for salvation. If you murder her, you will most likely lose the Holy Mother's favor. A person's worst ending is not death. Early death will bring them to heaven? Humph, I don't want her to be a role model. I want her to go to the 7 levels of hell. Sansa said darkly. The dwarf was getting more and more worried. Take it easy. Don't send yourself to the 7 levels of hell. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Sansa waved her hand. Didn't I tell you just now? I will confess and pray to the Holy Mother before I do anything. If the Holy Mother disagrees, she will definitely dissuade me. If everyone imitates you, will the Holy Mother be able to handle it? Everyone is a level 4 great priest? Let me tell you, I am the only one who has obtained the 6th move of the Holy Mother's divine palm, earthquakes, Sansa said excitedly. Earthquakes? The power to control the earth? Song of Earth. The dwarf stroked the short beard on his chin. He seemed to be deep in thought. Sansa, you can actually consider giving up the throne and be a transcendent. Perhaps, you have hope of becoming a demigod. Compared to the gods, royal authority is completely meaningless, the dwarf said sincerely. Sansa sneered. The Dragon Queen is already a divine king. Why does she still want to be the world's first empress? Only by picking it up can you put it down. I have never obtained it, and you want me to give it up? The dwarf paused. He said hesitantly, other than being a priest, you are also a moon chanter. How far have you cultivated? How far are you from becoming a demigod? Very, very far. It's even further than the King's Landing to Winterfell. I have only learned 2 spells. One is the birthing song, and the other is the weather forecast, Sansa said helplessly. You have healing spells, and it's a long night now. What's the use of the birthing song and the weather forecast? The dwarf complained. Sansa said solemnly, the long night will pass. I am now studying the weather forecast. When summer comes, I may be able to accurately predict the weather every year. If drought, floods, and hail can be prevented, won't the kingdom have a bountiful harvest every year? The birthing song is more practical. It can help pregnant women give birth naturally. Healing spells are ineffective during the birth process. It can only save pregnant women who have lost blood after giving birth. I have another idea. Can we change the birthing song into a divine art of the 7 gods' priests? Good idea. You are more farsighted than I am. Your plan for the extraordinary profession is more reasonable than mine. Tyrion praised sincerely. Sansa smiled bitterly. I also want to be like you and Jon and master powerful witchcraft skills. But moonchanters don't have any powerful witchcraft skills. The blood witchcraft sacrifice of the evil gods is powerful, but I don't dare to learn it. I can't learn it either. The evil gods are all dead. Later on I asked Bran. He told me to focus on cultivating the witchcraft skills of the moonchanter and not to waste time on witchcraft skills. I should focus on improving the divine art. Mother, it's time to eat. I'm hungry. I want to eat boiled tripe tonight. An 8 or 9-year-old girl pushed open the door of the study without announcing herself. She ran to Sansa and threw herself into her arms. Along with the girl was a teenager of about 11 or 12 and a boy of 4 or 5. The teenager had black hair and black eyes. He was handsome and thin. The boy was chubby, with red hair and blue eyes. Both of them wore leather armor and were dressed as attendants. After entering, they bowed to Sansa and addressed her as Your Grace. Then, they bowed to Tyrion and addressed him as King Deer Cauldron. Tyrion saw the boy's familiar face and his expression changed slightly. Stop fooling around. There are guests here. Sansa pulled the girl up and pointed at the dwarf. This is your Tyrion, granduncle? Just call him granduncle. The dwarf cast aside his suspicions about the boy's identity and smiled as he sized up the girl. She had platinum silver hair and blue eyes at first, but under the light, they appeared light purple. At such a young age, she was actually half an inch taller than him. This made granduncle feel very awkward. Her long hair was tied behind her head by two small braids, revealing a round oval face. Her features were picturesque, and she had inherited the exquisite cheekbones of the Tully family. The girl was very beautiful. The dwarf liked her more and more. He clapped his hands and called out, "Caitlin, come here and let me take a look. Back then I even carried you. Back then, you were a red ball of meat. In the blink of an eye, you've grown into a young lady." "I'm not Caitlin." The girl shook her head and did not go over. Sansa took off her daughter's moleskin cloak and said gently, "Let Uncle Theon prepare a banquet and cook the tripe. I'll go over later." The girl looked at her mother and Uncle Tyrion with a complicated expression before leaving the study gloomily. The two attendants bowed again and quickly followed her out. He matured early. The dwarf stroked his chin and said strangely, "She's almost 9 years old. My parents are good people, but I can't learn from them and raise little Dany into the Winterfell me." Sansa sighed. "I remember her name is Caitlin," the dwarf said with a frown. "Not long after you left, Aegon descended to the mundane world to see his daughter. He excitedly named her Dany Rise. I said I intended to call her Caitlin. Aegon felt that he only had one daughter, but my mother had more than one granddaughter, little Dany. He was right. 2 years ago, Mara gave birth to a daughter for Bran called Caitlin. In the future, Rickon will also get married and have children. I wonder how many Caitlins there will be." "Definitely not as many as Dany Rise," the dwarf muttered. "But my little Dany is unique. She even has a trace of the Dragon Queen's bloodline," Sansa said proudly. Seeing the confusion on the dwarf's face, she told him about the Dragon Queen cleansing little Dany's bloodline. "King of God's cauldron, demigod dragon blood, king of God's blood. Is it because she's called Dany Rise?" The dwarf was upset. It was as if the dragon worm he had modified back then was a beggar version. "She's the reason why I dare to fight with Jon for the Iron Throne." Sansa looked in the direction of the dining hall and said softly, "Actually, I've always known that the others are weak. Jon is my biggest competitor. Maybe, for little Dany's sake, the Dragon Queen will give me the same chance as Jon." The dwarf had a thought and blurted out, "Maybe we can form a marriage alliance." "I can't remarry." "It's not you, it's little Dany. Actually," the dwarf gritted his teeth and whispered into Sansa's ear, "Actually, I have a nephew." "Myrcella?" Sansa was confused. "The Dragon Queen has a son," the dwarf said in a low voice. Asterisk boom. Asterisk this sentence was like a bomb that made Sansa dizzy. She did not know what was going on. "I didn't expect the Pope of the Seven Gods to raise an illegitimate child." Her expression was complicated. There was disbelief, relief, and relief. "It's not an illegitimate child." The dwarf shook his head. "It's her son with the Horse King Drogo, Leg Targaryen." Sansa looked at him strangely. "Is there something wrong with your brain? Leg died right after he was born. Everyone in the world knows that. Sigh, that's why she's so terrifying. Everyone in the world was fooled. Holy Mother, she was only 14 back then." The dwarf sighed. "If I hadn't gone to Astapor to pick up little Tywin, I wouldn't have thought that the child was really her son." Chapter 1072. That boy was 13 years old. His face was fully developed. Even a blind person could see that there was something wrong with his appearance. He looked too much like my sister. I wasn't blind. When I saw him again in Astapor, I immediately knew that there was something wrong with his identity. I asked Myrcella and found out that it was a secret that everyone knew but no one else knew. It was a secret that only the people of Slave Bay knew. Fuck, I'm his uncle. I'm not the first person to know the secret. The dwarf was indignant. Sansa was surprised. How many sons does she have? Who was Leg who died in the Red Wasteland? There was only one Leg. Back then, She saw that the Horse King's condition was not right. He was about to die, so... Do you know about cesarean section? Of course. The church's priests are divided into missionary priests and medical priests. Medical priests have stricter training than scholars. Among the medical priests, there is a type called scalpel priests. They are proficient in human anatomy. At that time, she was not a priest. She had not even learned witchcraft. However, she performed a cesarean section on herself and took leg out of her stomach a few days earlier. The dwarf was still shocked when he mentioned this again. Holy Mother! Sansa covered her mouth and exclaimed. How is that possible? The dwarf nodded emotionally. It is indeed impossible. But don't forget, she was the one who created the medical priests and scalpel priests. She had been doing things that mortals thought were impossible for the past 10 years. And then? Sansa asked quickly. The dwarf's cheek muscles twitched a few times. He said bitterly, she started to perform magic. Jacko's wife, Lilith, happened to have silver hair during labor. My sister took Lilith to her own tent and made a small room at the edge of the tent. She stayed in the inner room while the witch helped Lilith give birth in the outer room. There was a circle of centaurs outside the tent. They all heard Lilith's cries of pain and vaguely saw Lilith's labor through the swaying straw curtain. Therefore, no one suspected that the child was not Lilith's. However, when Lilith's child was born, she passed it through the curtain to Calixi in the inner room. Calixi swapped her own son with the newborn baby. She was the only one there. Holy Mother, why is she so cunning? Sansa could not help but exclaim. Shoo, lower your voice. We can't let others know about this. The dwarf hurriedly covered her mouth. It took Sansa a long time to calm herself down. Why didn't the witch who delivered the baby notice anything? She has seen children before. Could it be that the two boys are of the same size and appearance? Hee, do you think my younger sister wouldn't have thought of this? She didn't let the witch see the baby a second time. The witch which was not a scholar and had no status in Colossa. She even caused the Horse King to be heavily injured and was locked up as a prisoner by the centaurs. In fact, my sister burned the witch to death a few days later. Sansa nodded. It's more about revenge. That which killed the Horse King. I didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so wise at such a young age. In the end, Sansa, who had regained her rationality, did not say the word cunning. The dwarf shook his head and smiled bitterly. When she carried Leg out with a big belly stuffed with feather pillows, not to mention the simple centaurs, even if my father, Littlefinger, and Old Rose were placed together, they would subconsciously think that it was Jake's son without a doubt. But that wasn't the end. There were even more cunning tricks. After returning to the tent, she secretly dyed Jake's son's hair black. Then, the next day, she had the witch sing a childbirth song through the curtain and gave birth to Leg, who inherited his father's black hair, in front of everyone. Do you know why she dyed her hair black? Sansa frowned. When we see flour and lime at the same time, we will subconsciously think don't get it mixed up. But if we see flour and bread at the same time, no one will have this thought. The Dragon Queen didn't want people to have the subconscious thought of passing off fish eyes as pearls. The dwarf looked at her with admiration and sighed. This trick not only affected the centaurs at that time, but even the people who came later would subconsciously dispel their suspicions of Simba when they found out that the Dragon Queen's son had black hair. For example, when I first saw Simba, I was touched. Simba? Sansa raised her eyebrows. The dwarf explained, Simba is Leg's name in Slave Bay. When he went to Astapor last time, he had already been promoted to Count Simba through his military exploits. Not only does he look like his mother, even his habits and tastes are the same. For example, the Dragon Queen doesn't like sweet food, and Simba never touches sugar water. My little Dany is the same as me. She likes lemon cake. Sansa smiled. That's off topic. The dwarf slapped his forehead and continued, when I saw Simba for the first time, I had the same feeling as when I saw Jon. It seemed to be a resonance of blood. Then I asked the centaurs about Leg. When I heard that Leg had black hair, my suspicions were immediately reduced by 90%. But that feeling of blood connection was too strong. I couldn't help but secretly pull out a strand of Simba's hair, preparing to use the witch lens to do a genetic comparison. At this point, Tyrion shook his head with a bitter smile. Now that I think about it, that wooden-faced Jogo must have seen through my suspicions and must have reported this to the Dragon Queen. Luckily, I am her brother. If it was someone else, they would have been killed long ago. So, the one that Jake killed was actually his own son? The Dragon Queen is so vicious, so sinister. How old was she then? 14? When I was 14, Sansa was shocked and embarrassed. Her expression was very complicated. Don't treat her like a normal person. The dwarf sighed. Sansa fell silent and slowly digested the new information. When she didn't speak, the dwarf also fell silent. When the servant came to inform the Storm Queen that dinner was ready, Sansa asked softly, "That Simba, what kind of person is he?" "He is a fierce person. He rode a horse when he was 1 year old, shot an arrow when he was 2, killed when he was 3, and was chased by thousands of knights when he was 4. Isn't that too exaggerated?" Sansa couldn't help but interrupt him. The dwarf sneered. "If you don't believe me, you can ask around. It will only be more exaggerated than what I said. Not only do the centaurs know about him, even the princes of the free trade city have seen his deeds. Don't forget, Jake is also a powerful call, and calls are all honored guests of the trading princes. All right, continue." After that, he was sent to Slaver's Bay to be a stable boy. Stable boy? Sansa's expression was strange. To be a stable boy for the Dragon Queen. What horse do you think the Dragon Queen rides? Megalosaurus? Sansa was shocked. Yes, Megalosaurus. Simba's main job is to take care of the Megalosaurus. Sansa sighed. The Dragon Queen has really put a lot of thought into this. She must have raised him as an heir. Old Ymont personally taught him etiquette and culture, and the Blood Riders taught him horsemanship, martial arts, and the ability to command centaurs. When he was a little older, he became Ser Barristan's attendant. You must have noticed that the old knight hasn't returned to the Westeros for many years. He must have known Simba's identity long ago. In addition, the Dragon Queen also specially selected a group of young centaurs and nobles with promising prospects to be his classmates. They learned and grew together. In the end, they all became his underlings and subordinates. 5 years ago, when the Dragon Queen led 200,000 roaring warriors to clean up Ursos, Simba was one of her Karl's royal guards. His current position as a count was all earned by fighting with his sword. What about other aspects? Sansa asked again. What aspects? Targaryen's appearance is naturally not bad. The lad is handsome and strong. His talent is also not bad. He's the first son of God. Fuck, those evil gods in hell should take a good look at him. What kind of son of God am I? They've got the wrong person. In the end, the dwarf could not help but curse with a face full of resentment. The whole world has been fooled by her. This shrewdness is frightening. Sansa shuddered. She quickly cut off some rebellious thoughts in her mind. What's the child's character like? Tyrion did not immediately answer this question. After thinking for a long time, he said uncertainly, Ymont and Barristan's conduct is impeccable. However, Simba looks honest, but his mind is sharp. There seems to be a shadow of melancholy in his heart. He gives me the same feeling as Jon. Sansa's pupils contracted. She asked in surprise, will he bear a grudge against the Dragon Queen for killing him? By the way, how did his foster parents die? They died of illness. It has nothing to do with the Dragon Queen. The dwarf shook his head. Sansa, who was looking forward to a melodramatic scene, was slightly disappointed. The traditions of the centaurs are different from ours. The Dragon Queen's blood oath guards and centaur maids were all captives of Horse King Drogo. Drogo massacred their tribes and annexed their khalasar. But look at them. Are they disloyal to the Dragon Queen? The shadow in Simba's heart was more of confusion about his identity, just like Jon. Outsiders could guess his relationship with the Dragon Queen based on his appearance. Not only was he not stupid, he was also very smart. He must have felt that Ymont, Jorgo, and the others were special to him. Also, he should have a bloodline connection deep in his soul. Is he kind? What's his attitude towards women? I heard that the centaurs ride women like horses. Sansa asked again. The dwarf rolled his eyes. What do you think old Ymont and Barristan do? Babysitters and guards? Sansa nodded and asked again, does he have an illegitimate child? He's a virgin. How do you know? Sansa asked suspiciously. Don't you trust my judgment? The dwarf pointed at his eyes. I can tell at a glance that he's a virgin. If old Ymont hadn't stopped me, I would have taken him to the Passion Garden to experience life on the same day. Yes, just like how I guided Aegon back then. Sansa glared at him. Simba should stay away from you. You like this son-in-law? The dwarf smiled. I won't be at ease if I don't see him personally. Sansa hesitated. Why don't we go to Slaver's Bay tomorrow? If we ride a dragon, it'll only take a week to go there and back. There won't be any delays. To be honest, who do you think is picking who? The dwarf sighed. Even if Simba is the son of the God King, if he can't make my daughter happy, I won't like him. Sansa said firmly. The dwarf's eyes flashed. He looked at the woman and giggled. With him as your son-in-law, your Iron Throne is secure. Sansa hesitated for a moment and shook her head. I'm 90% sure that I'll get the Iron Throne. I'll only be at ease if I take a look. All right, lend me the glass candle. I'll contact old Ymont right now. He shouldn't object. Old Ymont didn't refuse, but he had the same worries as Sansa. He wanted to see little Dany first. Chapter 1073. She really doesn't seem to like me. The dwarf sat cross-legged on the brick bed, picking his teeth as he smiled bitterly. The dinner was sumptuous, very unlike Westeros. There was only a big hot pot, a double hot pot. On one side, there was a fire dragon pepper and beef bone base, and on the other side, there was a fresh broth of prawns and salmon bones. There were more than a dozen plates piled high with potato slices, mushrooms, vegetables, tofu, fish slices, lamb slices, tripe, and so on. The dwarf thought that it was just him, Sansa, and the little princess. He didn't expect that Theon, the two boys, and even Brain had taken off their boots and were sitting cross-legged around the table. During the dinner, he teased little Dany many times, teasing her with jokes and telling her stories about the overseas countries to attract her. He was very attentive, but the effect was not very good. Sansa hesitated for a moment and sighed. She's very smart. She should have guessed our relationship. Tyrion was stunned and asked, has she seen Aegon? Sansa shook her head. When she was born, Aegon guarded her cradle for half the night as a spirit. He sang nursery rhymes for half the night and never appeared again. It seems that this child also has a shadow in her heart, just like Jon and Simba. The dwarf was deep in thought. Sansa rolled her eyes at him. You haven't seen your mother either. Do you also have a shadow in your heart? There are so many children in the world with incomplete parents. Do they all have a shadow in their hearts? The dwarf's expression was serious. Yes, the father is like the sun, and the mother is like the moon. The sun and the moon take turns to illuminate the child's smiling face. Neither can be missing. Sansa said disapprovingly, little Dany is different from Jon and Simba. She is not confused about her background and existence at all. I told her all about Aegon's story and told her that Aegon was watching her from heaven. His gaze moved with her. As long as she missed him, she would go to the small sanctuary to pray to him. So, her heart is very healthy and has no shadow. It's just that your reputation is too bad. No one wants their mother to be with a bastard. The dwarf was embarrassed. I've been away from Westeros for so long. Who's still talking bad about me? You're not in the Westeros, but stories about you have been circulating in the Seven Kingdoms. For example, you were caught by the evil god when you went to the toilet in the palace of Pentos. Everyone said that it was very strong. Sansa blushed and glanced at the little dwarf. News of you messing around with a few strong men in Astapor also spread from the mouth of the volunteer knights at Slaver's Bay. Also, you brought Aegon around the Passion Garden and were assassinated by an assassin. The Dragon Queen burned queers in rage. Damn it, little Dany is still so young. How can you allow these evil stories to poison her? The dwarf said angrily. Didn't the scholar teach you heraldry when you were young? Every noble family's coat of arms, main characters, and stories have to be taught from a young age. Otherwise, how can they communicate with other nobles when they grow up? Sigh. The dwarf covered his face and groaned. I should have written half-human legend earlier. I will write my own history, fair and objective. The half-human legend you wrote is no different from a piece of trash. Sansa laughed coldly. Who are those two children? They are little Dany's followers. The dwarf changed the topic. Didn't you see the family emblem on them? Sansa's expression turned dull. That skinny boy is Greyjoy? Theon's illegitimate son, Robb Greyjoy. What about the red-haired boy? He has the dire wolf emblem on his coat. The dwarf's heart thumped violently, but he still asked the question that had been in his heart since the first time he saw the child. He is my illegitimate son, Benjen Storm. His worst guess became reality. The dwarf's expression turned ugly as if he had seen his wife having an affair with 10 black men. Looking at the calm woman opposite him, he could not help but ask loudly, "Who is his father?" A handsome, passionate, and talented bard. He was my lover for half a year. After that, I got tired of him, so I gave him 1,000 gold royals and told him to get lost, Sansa said calmly. How could you? The dwarf pointed at her and shouted. Halfway through, he stopped and put down his hand. You've changed. Sansa nodded. My thoughts are more mature, my power is stronger, and I have more control over my life. The current me is the best me, and also the truest me. I don't feel good. Tyrion's expression was gloomy. Why do you feel bad? I am not your wife, you have no right to make any requests of me. Sansa's expression turned cold. But the dwarf looked at her, his eyes sad. If I didn't love you, would I have helped you so much? You left the Westeros for 7 years. Sansa sighed. Do you want me to be a widow for 7 years? What about Aegon? Do you still have him in your heart? The dwarf asked. There was no hesitation on Sansa's face. My lover is Aegon, you are my lover, and Simone is my pet. I can tell them apart very clearly. The dwarf could not help but raise his middle finger at her. Sansa said calmly, when Aegon entered my dream for the first time, he told me that I was at the right age, and I should find a man to marry as soon as possible. Only when I am happy can he truly be at ease in heaven. The second time, his saint's soul descended from heaven, and I told him about us. He only sighed that you were not a good lover, and did not blame me. He really did not blame me? The dwarf said excitedly. Sansa nodded lightly. Phew, that's good. The dwarf let out a long sigh, and his expression relaxed. Actually, I feel a lot of pressure when I am with you. I am afraid that I will see Aegon one day. He was smiling, but his smile was very complicated. Sansa got up and put on her boots. She looked at the dwarf and said, It is getting late, we still have to go to Slaver's Bay tomorrow to visit our relatives. But the dwarf hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Let's not go tonight, I have to go back and tell Yelaine. Sansa nodded and did not force him to stay. When he walked out of the door, the dwarf was surprised to see little Dany secretly hiding behind a pillar and looking at him. When she saw him walk out of the courtyard alone, she could not help but let out a joyful chuckle. The dwarf wanted to immediately turn around, hug her mother and kiss her a few times, then look at her proudly and laugh. Shaking his head, Tyrion threw away this childish thought. He rolled up his sleeves and sang a song as he walked towards the Dornishmen's encampment. The vassals did not travel alone. The reason why Sansa and Yelaine did not live with Jon and the dwarf was because they led thousands of troops and hundreds of duchy nobles. There were 15,000 Dornishmen stationed near the Dornishmen's residence. Today, the entire King's Landing had gathered an army of more than 70,000 people. When they reached Dany and Ryza's belt in the Three River Basin, the number would definitely exceed 20,000. They were all true elites who had experienced 8 long nights and participated in countless battles against the other ghosts. One of them could defeat 5 soldiers from 10 years ago. In this decisive battle against the other Ghost King, all the vassals brought out their trump cards. They all knew that this would be the last battle, and it was destined to be recorded in history. Even if they could not obtain the Iron Throne, they would still be able to obtain supreme glory. All the participants would be praised by future generations as heroes. Outside Yelene's bedroom, the dwarf's action of pushing the door open froze. "Tyrion? Come in." Yelene had already been informed by the maid and saw the oil lamp outside the room and the short shadow on the glass window. The dwarf opened the door slightly and stuck his head in like a turtle. "I'm going to Slaver's Bay tomorrow to visit Sansa's relatives." The moaning and clucking stopped. Yelene said lazily, "You're not coming in to sleep. Are you going to climb into that bitch's bed later? Why don't you call her over and we can have fun together?" "No, I'm going to Jaime's tonight." The dwarf shook his head and was about to pull his head back. "You're really not coming in? Look at who she is." Yelene reached out and pulled a furry head to the front of the bed. The dwarf could not help but be curious. His pupils stretched up and down, turning into vertical pupils like the megalosaurus. The darkness could no longer obstruct his vision. The woman's face was like the lines on a palm, and every detail could be seen clearly. It was a woman in her 30s. She was not too beautiful, and there were a few wrinkles on her eyebrows. Her eyes were watery, and her cheeks were flushed. The dwarf frowned. He could tell at a glance that this woman had been a prostitute for a long time, but she was not exceptionally beautiful and did not have any special aura. Why would his wife find such a woman? Could it be that she was tired of the handsome boys and girls in the barren lands and wanted a change? But if she wanted a change, he did not have any interest in her. "I really don't know her," he said evasively. He was about to leave. "Sigh, my lord is so forgetful. Back then on the beach of Qingting Island, you said that you would never forget me for the rest of your life." The prostitute complained. The dwarf stopped in his tracks and looked at her carefully. He thought seriously. Hundreds and thousands of women's faces floated in his mind. Then he entered the keyword Qingting Island. The number of women decreased rapidly. His heart skipped a beat as he remembered her identity. "Oh, it's Rosie. Why did you leave the old town? It's so dangerous to travel thousands of miles in this terrible weather." "I came here with the Riverbend Army. It's not too tiring to take a sleigh," Rosie explained. Then she invited him, "My lord, don't say any more. It's cold outside." Rosie was not exceptionally beautiful. 10 years ago, she was still able to make him as hard as iron with her youthful vitality and legendary background story. Now, facing an ordinary woman whose face and figure were slightly out of shape, and this woman had been in a prostitute's life for 10 years, his heart was as cold as iron. He was not moved at all. "I really have something to do. Another day," the dwarf said perfunctorily and closed the door. Vaguely, he seemed to have heard Elaine say that she was interrupted and felt that 2 women were not enough. Then, Rosie whispered that she knew the poet Simone and could invite him over. He did not turn back and continued to sing. Under the strange gazes of the maids and guards, he left the Dorne Prince's mansion with light steps. He did not go to the Western Region station. At this moment, Jaime was most likely sleeping with little Tywin. He did not want to wake the child up. Moreover, his heart was empty at this moment. He wanted to find a friend and fill it with alcohol and gossip for the time being. The sky was dark and the north wind was bone-chilling. There were only a few dim lights in the vast King's Landing. He stood blankly at the crossroads for a long time before he finally remembered a drinking buddy. "Fuck, how did I end up like this? Bronn is the only friend left in the entire King's Landing?" Muttering, the dwarf came to Angel Avenue in the outer ring of the great cathedral. Unexpectedly, he saw a sea of people and brilliant lights outside the volunteer army station. "What's going on?" He pulled a passerby and asked. "The Slaver's Bay's Arts and Arts Troupe is holding a joint performance of Together Towards a New Era." The person said casually and squeezed his way in. "Yes, it's the style of Slaver's Bay." The dwarf grinned and disappeared into the crowd. He was like a snake slithering in the grass, easily making his way to the front of the stage. A male singer was affectionately singing a poem praising Saint Danny. The dwarf listened for a while and felt bored. He crossed the stage and prepared to go to the back of the house to find Bronn. "My dear, you eat one." Tyrion's body trembled. The woman's voice was so familiar, yet so distant, as if it came from his previous life. "I'm full. You eat." Between the stage and the wall, there was a fence for the actors to rest and put on makeup. On a handcart near the fence, a man and a woman in costumes sat side by side. The female dwarf's face was delicate and pretty, her facial features were well-proportioned, and there were fine crow's feet between her eyebrows. The male dwarf's arms were thick, and he looked old, giving off a deformed feeling unique to dwarves. However, his smile was very warm, and his movements were very gentle. Under the warm yellow light, the porcelain bowl in the male dwarf's hand emitted white steam. He even blew a long breath of white steam at the dumpling in the spoon, looking ferocious and hateful like a fire-breathing dragon. Then he put the spoon next to the female dwarf's lips. The female dwarf smiled shyly and quickly opened her mouth, sucking the entire spoon into her mouth. "This is mutton and celery stuffing. It smells so good, it's delicious." She chewed vaguely. The happiness in her eyes was like the white steam coming out of her mouth, clearly visible under the light. "You eat one too," she said to the male dwarf. The male dwarf could not resist. He went to the edge of the bowl and drank a mouthful of soup. Then he passed another dumpling over and said, "Hurry up and eat, it's our turn soon." The female dwarf ate another 3 dumplings, patted her stomach and laughed, "Wally, I'm full. You eat." After saying that, she even burped. "Finn and I eat 2 more." The man still stuffed dumplings into her mouth. Sob, 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 sob. At this time, a child wearing a skullcap stumbled over, crying as he ran. Finn and I did not care about the dumplings anymore. She supported herself with both hands and jumped off the handcart nimbly. She held the child in her arms and looked left and right. "Little Hugo, what's wrong with you?" Sob, 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 mommy tooth. Little Hugo raised his right hand. A piece of malt candy was tightly clenched in the sheepskin glove, and a blood-stained front tooth was stuck on it. Ouch, he bit his tooth off. Fenenai glared at her husband. "Who told you to buy him sesame candy?" "It doesn't matter, Hugo is growing his teeth anyway, it'll fall off sooner or later. What are you doing here?" Bronn saw the dwarf's figure from afar. It was dark, and he could not see the dwarf's expression, but he was very familiar with the dwarf's clothes and appearance. He thought that the dwarf was here to look for him, so he stood at the gate and waited. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, the dwarf seemed to have lost his soul and stood there like a wooden stake, motionless. "His name is Hugo." The dwarf was stunned and said blankly, "What?" The place was noisy, and the dwarf's voice was trembling as if a ball of cotton was stuffed in his throat. It sounded like he was crying, so Bronn did not hear it clearly. "I want to eat dumplings," the dwarf said loudly. "Oh, come with me." Bronn nodded casually and pulled him to the gate. As they walked, he said, "The dumplings were originally prepared for the art troupe. There are only 7 for each actor, so it's very expensive, but it shouldn't be difficult to get a bowl for you." With Bronn's status, it was indeed easy for him to get a big bowl of bulging dumplings. "Can you feed me?" The dwarf stared at the steaming bowl in a daze. "What?" Bronn's eyes widened, thinking that he was hallucinating. "Feed me." The dwarf handed him the spoon. Scram! Bronn turned his head away and ignored him. For a long time, the dwarf did not make a sound. He turned around curiously and found that his old friend was already in tears. Fuck! Bronn had goosebumps all over his body. What happened? The dwarf shook his head and said nothing. "All right, I'll feed you." Bronn quietly glanced at the door. Seeing that there was no one, he dug up a dumpling and stuffed it into the dwarf's mouth. "It's hot, blow on it." The dwarf dodged. "You are a Targaryen, you never blow on hot pot." Bronn said with a straight face. "Blow on it." The dwarf insisted. Bronn had no choice but to blow on the dumpling. "The taste is not right, it's bitter. Can you change to another bowl?" "There's no change. You chose the lamb and celery stuffing yourself. No matter how bitter it is, you have to eat it." As the dwarf chewed, he began to cry sorrowfully again. The tears reached his lips and he swallowed them together with the dumpling. Is it really bitter? Bronze saw it and was puzzled. He scooped up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. It's delicious, how is it bitter? From what I see, you're just used to living a good life, so pretentious. When I came in with such a big bowl of dumplings just now, I don't know how many people were so envious that they were drooling. Is that so? The dwarf looked up blankly. Why don't I exchange this big bowl for his small bowl? Chapter 1074. John knew that Sansa had taken her daughter to Slaver's Bay to visit relatives. If she had informed him in advance, he would have taken his 2 wives to Slaver's Bay before the final battle. Because 2 years ago, he had received news from Dragonstone Island that old Ymont had accidentally fallen to the ground while climbing the pyramid. He had caught wind and could not move half his body. Although holy healing was effective and old Ymont could walk again after 2 months, John knew that the old man was now over 110 years old and did not have many years left to live. He really wanted to see the kind old man who had taught him a lot and cared for him. But Sansa had left in too much of a hurry. In the morning, she had sent someone to inform him to help take care of the Storm Army. In the morning, she rode on the pterosaur and left King's Landing with Tyrion. John had a feeling that Sansa was not just going to visit relatives. Well, when the lords of King's Landing heard about this, they did not believe that she would visit relatives at this time. When the Dragon Queen was still in the human world, she had not been to Slaver's Bay. Now that the Dragon Queen had disappeared for several years, other than old Ymont, who would she visit relatives with? After waiting for 8 days, John finally saw Sansa again. Her steps were light, almost jumping and laughing. Even the windshield helmet could not hide the joy on her face. What took you so long? Sansa asked the guards to help the lady unload the saddle. She looked around and saw that the training ground was in a mess. She pulled John and said, "There's good news. Let's go inside and talk." Although she said that, she was too excited. Halfway through, she could not help but laugh. "John, I'm going to be your elder." "What elder?" John was confused. "You have a cousin who is going to be my son-in-law," Sansa said proudly. "Which cousin?" John was even more confused. Strictly speaking, Bran, Rickon, and even the dead Robb were all his cousins. Although Rickon was unmarried, Sansa would never become his mother-in-law. Well, that sort of thing used to happen in House Targaryen in the old days. For instance, Aegor Riverwind the Cold Iron married the daughter of his brother Daemon Blackfire. The Dragon Queen has a son who is almost 14 years old. What? John was shocked, and so were the guards in the inner court. That's right. The son of the Dragon Queen and the Horse King Drogo, Rhaegar Targaryen. He was still alive. Blessed by the Holy Mother, Leg escaped the disaster with another identity. In the courtyard in front of the others, she did not elaborate. When they returned to the side room next to the central room and closed the door, the siblings sat cross-legged on the Kong bed. Sansa then told them the story of the Dragon Queen performing a cesarean section to give birth. Just like the dwarf back then, when she recalled this matter again, she was still shocked and sighed repeatedly. Just like Sansa back then, when John first heard about this matter, the shock in his heart was simply indescribable. After a long time, he muttered, "I didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be like this, alert and wise." Sansa quickly said. John's expression was complicated as he nodded silently. "Since Simba's identity has not been made public, is it appropriate for you to say it in front of the others? I'm afraid that before tomorrow morning, the entire King's Landing will know that Rhaegar is still alive." Sansa sighed and said, "Now, the Dragon Queen is the sky. Who can hurt her son? Besides, little Dany has already entered into a marriage contract with him. It's impossible to continue hiding it. Didn't you notice that little Dany didn't come back with me?" "She's not coming back?" Old Ymont said that he doesn't have many years left to live. He wants little Dany to accompany him for 2 years. I'm guessing that he wants to personally train her to be a qualified queen. Sansa smiled and said, "What's Rhaegar's character like?" John asked curiously. "Sigh, if I could see the current Rhaegar, I definitely wouldn't look at Joffrey." Sansa's mother-in-law sighed. John's expression twisted. He's the Dragon Queen's son. His appearance is naturally impeccable. Joffrey's appearance is also perfect, but his heart is black. Joffrey was also 13 years old back then, about the same age as Rhaegar. Joffrey couldn't even beat Arya, but Rhaegar could kill other ghosts one-on-one with his sword. What's his character like? Jon asked. Other than not liking to talk, I can't find any flaws in him. Sansa said happily. That's impossible. How can anyone not have flaws? Jon suspected that Sansa was examining Rhaegar as a lover and not as a mother-in-law. Sansa thought for a moment and said, Ymont knew that I came to Slaver's Bay to observe Simba, so he arranged for him to be my attendant. I stayed in Astapor for a day before going to Meereen and Yuan Kai. It wasn't easy to come to Slaver's Bay, so I wanted to see more things. I wanted to know how the Dragon Queen arranged for the people to live and work during the long nights. Astapor has a giant Dany Lilith girdle. The sun shines brightly inside, and the flowers are fragrant. There's not much value in studying it. Jon nodded slightly. He knew that Sansa had been learning from the Dragon Queen. I learned a lot during this time, but I also had many questions. But every time I asked Simba about policy and management, he was able to answer smoothly. Even if he didn't have any unique opinions, he could understand the Dragon Queen's intentions. More importantly, from his words and expressions, I could see that he had a deep understanding of the current situation of the people at the bottom, and he cared for them sincerely. His care for the people wasn't a great merit, but it proved that he was kind and didn't have a violent or arrogant aura. A man who was kind to the people would be gentle to his woman, just like my father was to my mother. Jon was silent. Aed's father wasn't just gentle to Catelyn, he was arrogant. Otherwise, why would she abuse his illegitimate son? He's a qualified successor and a qualified husband. But he's still far from being perfect, right? Jon said. Sansa said seriously, a normal person is gentle to his wife, of course he's far from being perfect. But Simba is the son of the Divine King, the future emperor of the world. His gentleness is worth 1,000,000 of a normal man's infatuation. His brilliance is worth 2,000,000 of a normal man's strengths. What kind of twisted logic is this? Jon said in disbelief. Wise words. Looking at Jon's twisted face, she asked, let me ask you, if a peerless beauty and an ugly person can both eat rice, who can you tolerate more? He would rather lick the feet of a beauty with athlete's foot than look at the calloused feet of an ugly village woman that were as clean as pebbles. Jon understood what she meant and sighed. You're choosing a son-in-law for little Dany's happiness. You shouldn't be so snobbish. Sigh, I just need to grasp the general direction and make sure that Simba isn't stupid, cruel, vicious, heartless, or crazy. That's enough. Like whether he snores or grinds his teeth at night, whether he smacks his lips when he eats, whether he brushes his teeth when he wakes up, whether he has athlete's foot. I don't care about these little flaws in his life, and I don't think they're important. I'm choosing a son-in-law, not a saint. Jon was speechless. You and Ymont have confirmed Simba's marriage? The Dragon Queen has already handed Simba's marriage to the old man. He can make 100% decision. Jon thought for a while and asked, you were planning to marry Dany to Cuttlefish Ball. They were childhood sweethearts, and their marriage was just a matter of time. What should we do now? The smile on Sansa's face disappeared, and she said calmly, Robb can't stay with Dany anymore. Let him follow you. You can adopt him. I don't want what happened to Littlefinger and my mother to happen to Robb and Dany again. He likes Dany a lot, and so does Theon. You had an agreement. Jon was in a difficult position. Sansa's gaze was firm. A verbal agreement when we were young isn't a sacred marriage contract. You should understand that I don't dislike Robb. If I did, I wouldn't have brought him along and even planned to let my daughter marry him. It's just that Simba represents too much. Aren't you disliking Cuttlefish Ball? He was speechless. If you're unwilling, I'll pass Cuttlefish Ball to Tyrion. He likes to teach young people. Jon's mouth twitched. Even if you don't want him to be your son-in-law, don't harm him. After this war, let Robb follow me back to Winterfell. Winterfell? Sansa's eyes flashed, and she was overjoyed. Not wronged at all. Marjorie looked at the ceiling and murmured, What's not wronged? Victarion took a swig from the wine bottle at the bedside and said in a muffled voice. We didn't lose unjustly. My grandmother didn't die unjustly. She dared to go against the cunning Dragon Queen. The sooner she dies, the better, Marjorie said. Victarion's body stiffened, and he said with a complicated expression, Lady Alina, Old Rose was beheaded by him and fed to the sea monsters. It had nothing to do with Dragon Queen. But now, he was openly pressing little Rose under him as grass. This world was strange and crazy. I can't just sit here and do nothing. Marjorie didn't seem to hear her lover's words. She shouted and sat up. I can't let that bitch become the queen of the 7 kingdoms. I want to take action immediately. Calm down. Victarion grabbed her round arm and said sternly, the news of Sansa and Dragon Queen becoming in-laws has spread. Everyone knows that the situation is set. You don't have a chance. Just be a countess of Green Pavilion Island. There's still a chance. The one who ends the long night will be the king. The Dragon Queen won't go back on her words, Marjorie insisted. The one who has the best chance of killing the King of Strange Ghosts is Jon Stark. He's a powerful demigod. Do you understand the meaning of a powerful demigod? Other than the Dragon Queen, he's the strongest in the 7 kingdoms. I just don't want Sansa to become the queen. I can accept anyone else as the queen of the 7 kingdoms. Marjorie shook off Victarion's grip. She called for a maid to put on her clothes and a box of pastries. Then she walked towards the Northern Ice King's residence. Lady Marjorie, what are you doing here? Just as she reached the door, Marjorie was stopped by Jon, who had a dark expression. I'm visiting Lady Ygritte. Marjorie's expression was natural. She smiled and waved the gift box in her hand. It's fate. We were originally 2 people from different places. Coincidentally, we met at King's Landing. We also happen to have similar interests. Now, we've become 2 of the best friends. Jon looked at her deeply. I know. What? Marjorie was confused. I know what you said to Ygritte. You want to drive a wedge between Sansa and me, Jon said in a low voice. Marjorie's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes and expression did not show any panic. Instead, she asked naturally, Duke, is there some misunderstanding? I didn't even mention Lady Sansa in front of Ygritte and Whale. If you don't believe me, we can talk face to face. Marjorie, you're a smart person. Don't treat me like an idiot. Jon's expression turned cold. Chapter 1075. In front of the Northern Ice Lord's mansion, the cold wind tugged at Marjorie's long hair and cloak. Can we talk somewhere else? Jon frowned and glanced at the curious passers-by. He then turned and walked towards the hall. I mean you no harm. On the contrary, I hope you can become the king of the 7 kingdoms. Marjorie went straight to the point after passing the gift box to the servant. My business has nothing to do with you, Jon said calmly. I'm not a bad person. I'm not trying to drive a wedge between you and Sansa. It's just that there are some things that Sansa can see clearly, but you've turned your head away and refused to look ahead. You've always kept your gaze behind you. I said, my business has nothing to do with you. Jon was unmoved. Can you let me finish first? Marjorie said helplessly. A poisonous snake can only spit out venom. A visible snake isn't scary. What's really scary is the poisonous stinger under the candied fruit. Marjorie raised her hand and stopped Jon from continuing. She quickly said, Have you been to the Bliss Tower? Do you know that your father was born in the Summer Hall? Prince Riga left many poems and music pieces, as well as his favorite accordion. Have you seen them? What are you trying to say? Jon frowned. Marjorie smiled. The Bliss Tower and the Summer Hall are both properties of the royal family. Prince Riga's manuscripts and musical instruments are in the library of the Red Castle. They have your father's aura and should have been passed down to you. They all belong to the king of the 7 kingdoms. Jon was stupefied. To Sansa, the Iron Throne only represents power. To you, it's a legacy. It's even the only chance to wash away your parents' humiliation. If you and Sansa enter the Red Castle at the same time, her eyes will only be filled with the passion of conquest. But you will be breathing the air your father once breathed and enjoying the scenery your father once saw. The meaning of the two is completely different. John continued to be silent. Marjorie smiled bitterly. Just like the High Court to me. It's not only a rich land, it's also my home. The first half of my life happened there. That's why I came to find you. Sansa wants the High Court, but you don't. In Sansa's eyes, I was just a small chess piece that could be manipulated at will. You would treat me like a human. I'm not trying to drive a wedge between you and your sister. I just want you to realize that we are real allies. We will never be allies, John said coldly. Margaret smiled faintly. Her eyes were even more sincere and her tone was even softer. There are 4 crimes in the 7 kingdoms that are the most unforgivable and also the most shameful, violating the rights of guests, betraying a sacred oath, treason, regicide, and kinslaying. Prince Rhaegar and Princess Lyanna had both betrayed their sacred betrothal. They didn't even dare to appear in front of people when they were alive. They could only hide in the blissful tower like mice. The strong sense of guilt caused the 2 noble people to be tormented. In the end, they both died, leaving the world with the greatest crime in the world. Even in death, he was still ridiculed by countless living people. Especially your father. Even if 10,000 years had passed, when the later generations mentioned him again, they would still speak with a tone of disdain and ridicule him as a negative example. All of this is because of your cowardice. Coward? John was stunned. Of course it's cowardice. Margaret's eyes were sharp, as if they could see through his heart. She said with certainty, deep down, you also want the Iron Throne. Subconsciously, you know that it belongs to your father. Power is not your goal. You want to prove something and get something other than power. But you don't dare and can't bear to reject Sansa. You are afraid of seeing her blaming, alienating, and even hateful eyes. You are afraid of losing your identity as a member of the House of Stark. You are a coward. You don't even dare to show your own desires. John wanted to refute loudly, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. If Sansa wasn't there, would he fight for the Iron Throne? He would. He would use all his strength to take back what should have been his father's. Then he would loudly say to everyone, my parents' sins will be washed away with my glory. Margaret seemed to have guessed his thoughts. She said solemnly, kill the king of strange ghosts and let the people of the 7 kingdoms witness the return of Prince Rhaegar. Announce to the world that you are the one in the prophecy. You are the child of prophecy. Your parents met because of fate. They came together because of true love. Fate needed them to give birth to a savior in the land of smoke and salt. Their love was more romantic, greater, and more moving than Prince Flair and Jean of Barren Stone. Because they gave birth to you for the world. A king, a savior. If you ascend the Iron Throne, to Targaryen, you will be helping Prince Rhaegar complete the redemption of his fallen kingdom. If you ascend the Iron Throne and use your identity as a king to resolve the grudges between Targaryen, Stark, and Theon of Baela, then you will truly be justified. There will be a beginning and an end. If you ascend the Iron Throne when you become a king and a savior, then the king and savior's parents will definitely not be sinners who committed adultery. John sighed. In these 7 years, how many disasters have I resolved for the 7 kingdoms? How many strange ghosts and evil ice gods have I killed? Is this glory not enough for my parents to be proud of? If there was no Dragon Queen, it would be enough. The sun definitely doesn't want to cover the light of the stars, but the sun is too bright. You can't be the sun, but you must be the moon. No matter how bright the stars are, they are not as conspicuous as the moon and the sun. Kill the king of strange ghosts and become the king of the 7 kingdoms. You will be the moon. Margaret's cheeks were flushed. She waved her hands, her eyes were fanatical, and she shouted loudly. She was like an leader giving a speech. John closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them. His eyes were clear and there was a hint of mockery in them. I shouldn't blame Ygritte and Wael. You are too good at talking. They shouldn't have been bewitched. Margaret was stunned. She said, that's because I only speak the truth. Margaret, the dead are gone. The past is the past. Don't bear too many things that don't belong to the living. The long night is coming to an end, and the peaceful years are just around the corner. Live well, and then prepare to take your son to see the sea of summer flowers." John said sincerely. Margaret didn't expect him to talk about chicken soup for the soul in reverse. After being stunned for a while, she said in disbelief, "Is Sansa's position in your heart higher than the sum of your Liga and your future child? My father has been dead for many years. My child hasn't been born yet. The past and the future are not as important as the present. People should live in the present." John said calmly, "Let me tell you another true story. It's about the direwolf and the ruby beach." Margaret looked deeply at him. That year, Robert went to Winterfell to invite Duke Ide to be the Prime Minister of King's Landing. On the way back, they stayed at the Crossroads Inn. Your little sister Arya was lively and active, like a tomboy. She fought with a butcher's underling with a wooden sword at the Ruby Beach. They enjoyed themselves and stayed away from the crowd. They didn't interfere with the others at all. Then Sansa and Joffrey came. He used his iron sword to stab the butcher's underling, and he planned to hurt Arya. Don't doubt it. Arya was the daughter of a duke, but to the crown prince, she was no different from a peasant girl. He wouldn't care if he hurt her. Fortunately, your family was blessed by the old gods. Every child has a direwolf. Speaking of this, Margaret couldn't help but show an envious and jealous expression. Joffrey's right hand was bitten by Nymeria. He was like a little girl under a magic mountain, crying and begging for mercy. Logically speaking, this was just a child's quarrel, and Joffrey was the one who started it. As long as it was a reasonable parent, they would laugh it off. But a king's reason is different. I wish you'd been there, to see the pleading look in your father's eyes when he saw his brother Robert. The helplessness and bitterness. You weren't there either. John said grimly. There were a lot of people. Robert said to your father, "My son is a prince, your daughter's lord. Hurting the lord is treason." Your father wanted to say, "Robert, we're brothers. I gave you the throne." I'd had arrived at King's Landing before Robert. "You should love my daughter as you would your own." But you know what happened. Your sister, a girl of 7 or 8, hid in the mountains for a day and a night in fear. She didn't dare come home. When she saw your father, she cried helplessly. Your father held her and wept bitterly. Nymeria was forced to leave her master. She was lucky. Sansa cried and begged your father not to kill her, but Lord Ide had no choice. The king's orders could not be disobeyed. Tell me, did Ide Stark regret it at that time? That night, Sansa not only lost her companions and her transfiguration talent, but also Stark's characteristics gradually left her. But she gained a precious treasure. She understands the meaning of power better than you brothers. You're very generous now because you haven't experienced the helplessness of being oppressed by power. When you really experience it, it'll be too late to regret. Margaret sighed softly. Sitting in a different position in the same sky, the scenery is different. John, you're not stealing what belongs to Sansa. If Sansa can kill King Strange Ghost, then without a doubt, she'll be at ease as the king of the 7 kingdoms. But if she can't defeat King Strange Ghost, and you win in the end and give up the throne, then it'll be terrible. If you're on the throne, Sansa will still be your sister. You'll still be a friendly family. If you give up the throne to her, you'll lose not only the throne, but also a sister and a family. You can leave, John said woodenly. Margaret said sincerely, John, I'll give you a suggestion. If you really don't want to fight for the Iron Throne, wait until the final battle, then stand aside and leave King Strange Ghost to Sansa. She'll kill King Strange Ghost and get the crown. It'll be completely different from you giving the Iron Throne to her after you become the savior. Remember, the throne can only be fought for, not given up. Make the person feel like she's sacrificing a lot and subconsciously ask for more gratitude. The person receiving it is already restless and sensitive. After reading your words and actions too much, she'll be even more suspicious. In the end, the suspicion will make her. Margaret smiled faintly. Without finishing her words, she turned around and left without any hesitation. Her words make a lot of sense. Whale walked out of the side room and looked at John, who was pulling his hair and sighing. It does make a lot of sense. Those years of imprisonment made her see through the ways of the world. John held his head and sighed. Since it makes sense, do you want to listen? Whale asked. After killing King Strange Ghost, we'll return to Winterfell and try not to go south, John said. Whale thought for a moment and smiled. That's fine. Chapter 1076. The war has begun. In the dark void, when Dany opened her eyes, the astral world was instantly illuminated. The darkness was dispelled, and a star lit up in the night sky. The astral world, the world of stars. Lychees had 3 layers: the core, the flesh, and the hardwood shell. The world was like a lychee. The astral world was the outer hardwood shell, the material world was the core, and the flesh was the atmosphere between the two. Outside the hardwood shell was the outer space that represented emptiness and nothingness. The shell of the lychee had protruding spikes that protected the fruit from physical harm. The stars in the sky were the spikes of the astral world. Most of the stars were just meaningless meteorites. A few of them emitted bright light that could be seen by everyone on the ground at night. They represented a true god who had comprehended the laws, or a small plane attached to the material world. Even if a true god died, the laws they comprehended would be recorded by the world. Their stars would only dim, but not extinguish. Dany was in the astral world at this time. After the Battle of the Smoke Sea, her body evolved in the first flame. She could switch between fire elements and her physical body. At that time, she was qualified to leave the material world and go to the astral world. In the second year of the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Dany finally saw the lower universe. Thanks to the vague location of the mist, she could clearly locate the wizard world where Laura was. Then, she was horrified to find that the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was like a burning meteor, smashing unstoppably into the northern continent of the wizard world. If she didn't do anything, the 5-meter-tall double-decker bus rushed over the 4-5-meter-high viaduct. Even if the bus could pass, it would leave a large piece of iron on the ground. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire looked like a bus, but it was actually a tank that looked like a bus. It would probably crash into the viaduct. Seeing that tragedy was about to happen, what could Dany do? Well, she could refer to a scene in a superhero movie. Stories of stalled cars, trains, trolleys, and subways being saved by heroes were all too common on the big screen. For example, in the old version of Spider-Man, how did Peter Parker save a train that was about to reach the end of the track? He took a deep breath and jumped down from the front of the train. Using his feet as brakes, he broke the sleepers and rubbed off several layers of skin on his feet. The train was slowing down, but it was still not enough. Thus, the small spiders sprayed spider silk at the buildings on both sides of the viaduct. His 2 feet rubbed against the ground and his 2 hands pulled on the fixed brakes. Finally, before the little spider was exhausted, the train stopped. The 5 megalosaurus were like 5 strands of spider silk. They stuck to the 4 dimensions of the universe and pulled with all their might. The Dragon Queen stood in front of the world tank, using her 2 small white feet as the brake pedal. Well, the world was not a stalled train, and it was not even a wandering Earth. Physical acceleration and deceleration were meaningless. If it was really like the wandering Earth, where the resistance and thrust were borne by the Earth, the 3 continents of Ursos, Westeros, and Sosros would have been broken into pieces like Oreo cookies in the hands of a naughty child. It was the laws of the world that bore the brunt of the impact. In the beginning, Dany controlled the King of God's Cauldron and used the laws of the world to resist the tearing force caused by the deceleration. 3 years after the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Dany had stayed in the star boundary for 2 years, and her Song of Fire had finally reached perfection. She no longer needed the King of God's Cauldron. With just the laws of the Song of Fire, she was able to pull the entire world. The world was born from the first flame, and so were the thousands of great Daos in the world. With part of the Song of Fire's characteristics of the first flame, Dany used her Song of Fire to tie a knot with the thousands of laws. If the laws were materialized, each law would be a thread. Countless threads would be like birds building a nest, weaving a world. Dany's Song of Fire was also a thread. One end was in her hand, and the other end was infinitely long. It was connected to every thread in the nest. Then she pulled her song of fire, and the entire nest was held in her hands like an upside-down parachute. The nest was falling faster. She pulled the song of fire to slow it down. One day, the nest would become a horse, and the reins of the horse would be in Danny's hands. Other than pulling the reins, Danny also had to play whack-a-mole and fix the boiler. The mole was the god of frost. He had already passed through the northern ice universe and completely entered the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. However, he couldn't beat Danny now, and he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Danny was blocking the door. He could only hide outside the astral world. The outer realm of the four poles and the outer realm outside the astral world were both outside the world, but there were differences. The outer realm was also a realm. There might be nothing in the outer realm. Danny had been to the dark universe outside the dark world. It was a physical universe with laws and matter. However, the laws and matter of that universe were very strange and singular. But no matter how strange the laws were, it always had laws that represented a kind of existence. The outer realm outside the astral world was a concept of nothingness. It wasn't a universe. There were no laws or physical substances. Without oxygen, food, atmospheric pressure, and water, Danny could survive. As the incarnation of fire, she couldn't be frozen to death by the low temperature of the astral world. If she left the astral world and went to the outer realm, she would become an independent universe. Yes, it was like a meteor. Although it was small, it was still a star. It was essentially the same as Earth's star. Danny guessed that she should be able to survive as an independent universe. After all, the god of frost was living well. However, she couldn't adapt to the outer realm's environment. She was probably similar to the god of thunder in the universe, floating there and unable to move. Yes, she wouldn't become the ebony throat in the universe. In fact, Danny was very curious about how the god of frost could move freely in the outer realm. One had to know that Laura, who could open the world gate, could only enter the material world through the dark world. It was more like pulling radishes than playing whack-a-mole. The god of frost poked his head into the world, and Danny quickly rushed over to pull out the radishes and mud. Unfortunately, she only pulled out a few leaves, the roots of the weirwood tree. As for repairing the boiler, as expected, Danny found the first divine artifact after the opening of the sky, in the astral world, the Sun Forge Furnace. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, there were only 7 brightest stars. The believers of the 7 gods believed that they represented the 7 gods. The people of Neuer named them after the 7 heroes in history. Among them, the one called the Mother Star by the believers of the 7 gods was called the Namelia Star by the Dornese. The people of other countries also had their own unique names for it. Now, Mother Danny occupied this star, but its real name should be the Sun Mother Star. It represented the first sun god after the creation of the world. Or rather, it represented the dark demon god who extracted the first fire from the earth fire to forge the sun. The other 6 big stars each represented a powerful true god. For example, Danny found the aura of the door god on the father star, and found the aura of Lalo on the young star of light. Although Lalo was a failure, he was still one of the 4 elemental true gods. Before the long night fell, the gods lived in the astral world, and Lalo placed his divine kingdom on this star. With the death of the true gods, the stars that represented them would gradually materialize. From the combination of the law and energy, it would transform into a materialized rock. Lalo's star was still in a complete energy state, which meant that the guy was not dead yet. The Dane family in Starfall City had a legendary giant sword called Dawn, which was forged from a meteorite. It had the same effect as steel, immortal, and evil. How could a piece of meteorite have such a magical effect? Because the meteorite came from the astral world, and it was a fragment of the star of an ancient true god. Of course, the movement of the stars had its own rules, and even represented the orderly flow of the law. Danny could not smash the normal moving stars and then extract high-energy metal to make weapons. If the stars had no special meaning, how could the scholars predict the seasons through stargazing? Or even predict fate through the stars? However, Dani had to smash the Sun Mother Star. Because she was not a true god, but she wanted to forge the sun. When she came to the astral world and found the Sun Mother Star, Dani understood the confidence of the gods only a true god could summon the sun. The solar furnace was not a real iron furnace, but a law solidified in the star. As early as hundreds of millions of years ago, the ancient sun god died of exhaustion when forging the sun. His star had completely changed from an active state of energy and law to a solid rock. To activate the furnace, the stone star must be melted into an active energy state again. The true gods with the status of true gods all raised a star in the astral world that represented themselves. Therefore, it was easy for a true god to reignite a dead stone star. They only needed to move their own star in the energy state to coincide with the stone star. It could be simply understood as transferring the fuel in one's car into the empty fuel tank of another car. Fuel could be regarded as a special energy extracted from the high-dimensional universe by the true god's godhead. For example, the original world of the Song of Ice and Fire was on the 100th floor, and the dark demon god was forging the solar furnace on the 99th floor. When the world fell to the 91st floor, Lalo became a true god and left his true god imprint on the 91st floor. Even if the world fell to the 11th floor later, he could still sense the universe on the 91st floor with his status as a true god. The door god, Mother Earth, and Mother Lone all left their true god imprints between the 90th and 100th floors. Therefore, they could easily summon the sun. The storm god and Inami were also true gods, but they only left their imprints between the 10th and 20th floors. It was almost impossible for them to activate the solar furnace on the 99th floor. This was Lalo's confidence in seeking death. He had already lost the Song of Ice and Fire, but he still dared to clamor for Dani and John to sacrifice themselves to fulfill his dream of the Song of Ice and Fire. But he had also always proclaimed that he was the only existence that could end the long night and the cold god. That guy couldn't even defeat the cold god. But even the three-eyed crow tacitly accepted the fate arranged by Lalo. When the Dragon Queen tried to change her fate, the blood crow Blinden was merciless. Even if he had to distort her will, he still wanted her to obey the will of the heavens. She had to sacrifice herself to fulfill John's dream, and in the end, she would help Lalo realize his dream. But because the door god was on his last breath, the Earth Mother was struggling at death's door, and the Mother Lone River died unexpectedly. 10,000 years ago, Lalo wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant, because at that time, the door god and the Mother Lone River were still alive and kicking. He could become the savior in the last era because the Mother Lone River was like the door god. They were both good people who only contributed silently and didn't ask for credit. Frankly speaking, it was the Mother Lone River who activated the solar furnace, and before that, it was the Earth Mother, the door god, and some other demon gods on the 70th or 80th floors who took turns to take care of it. The Earth demon was crippled, the door god's disciples were all dead, and the other demon gods were extinct. Only Lalo had never summoned the sun. When the sky collapsed, the tall people had to take care of it. Among all the bigwigs, our Hiller was too small. When all the tall people died, he strode forward with his head held high and looked around disdainfully. He was ready to show off in this era. In the end, Dani unexpectedly rose up and turned from a chess piece to a chess player, while Lalo was reduced to a stray dog. But in the end, she wasn't a true god and didn't have the status of a true god. She couldn't activate the solar furnace that was forged on the 99th floor. She had no choice but to smash the furnace and use local materials to forge a new one. Chapter 1077. Westeros, Trident River, near Ruby Beach. More than 200,000 human soldiers lined up neatly from east to west like a 10-kilometer-long crescent scythe. 10 kilometers away, a thick cold fog came from the north like a tsunami. Woo, woo, woo. Continuous horns sounded, and the war was about to start. In the astral world, the mother planet was broken into pieces. Dani sat on one of the fragments, her body shining brightly. After 8 years, the humans in the mortal world saw a star in the dark sky again. Why bother? No matter how hard you work, the world is still sliding into the abyss. Why don't you listen to me and freeze the world before it reaches the critical point? In the empty astral world, a soft sigh sounded. A milky white root reached out from the void and appeared abruptly in the light emitted by Danny's body. I thought you were lost in outer space. Danny looked at it with a faint smile, not wanting to play whack-a-mole for the time being. After falling into the lower universe, this world is hopeless. Even if you sing the song of fire with the characteristics of the first flame, it's useless. Han Shen sighed. What kind of existence are you? When I first heard that you were an yes god, I only thought that you were like Sosro's evil god, from a subsidiary dimension outside the main material world. But now, it seems that I was wrong. You're a real visitor from another world, Danny said curiously. What's the point of saying this now? Why don't you step aside and let me take back the remnant soul in Bunyan's mind and open the door to the land of eternal winter? When I leave this world, the long night will end completely, and no human will die. How about that? Han Shen said. You can leave from the astral world? I think you're like a fish in water in outer space. You can go in and out freely, Danny probed. Han Shen was silent for a moment and said frankly, I don't dare to go too deep into outer space. Just like how mortals don't dare to enter the desert alone. The chances of finding an oasis before dying of thirst are too low. Where will you go after leaving our world? Danny asked. As long as I don't enter the lower universe, there's always hope of finding a new world, Han Shen said. Like how you dealt with our world, bringing the deviant ghosts and the long night to other worlds? I didn't bring eternal night here. Frost God sighed. The deviant ghost disaster in the long night is even more terrifying than the long night itself, Danny said coldly. Since you care so much about the human casualties, then let me leave. The great battle of Hejian is about to begin. The final outcome has yet to be determined, but more than 50,000 frost warriors will definitely slaughter a large number of living people. There are also the frost-winged dragons, the evil god of ice, and the giant Bunyan. As long as we can get rid of you, no matter how great the loss is, humanity can bear it. Danny was unmoved. Cold God was agitated. What's the point of killing me? Your world is destined to fall into the lowest level of the universe, with no future. Can you take revenge and vent your anger by killing me? But you have to understand that I only want to lead the world into the Ice Age and fix the dimension of the world at a higher energy level, thus completely ending the world's decline. Now that the world has fallen, it's all because you've killed each other. You've killed too much, and your enemies have chosen to fight to the death and perish together. Instead, I'm the victim of worldfall. Frost God shouted loudly, feeling wronged. In a way, he had a reason to feel wronged. He had already entered the world and boarded the broken ship of the Song of Ice and Fire. If the ship sank to the bottom of the sea, he would not be able to escape. Seeing that the world of the Song of Ice and Fire had become the Titanic, Frost God wanted to escape, but there was an extra tiger at the door. It was not easy to get in, but it was even harder to get out. But if he did not jump off the ship now, he would follow the world into the lowest level of the universe and never be able to rise again. Long live the living! For humanity, for the kingdom. On the Ruby Beach in Hejian, flags stood in front of the troops like a forest. There was Lannister's golden lion, Stark's dire wolf, Theon's blazing red heart, Martell's golden spear piercing the red sun, and 3 red dragons holding black fire swords. The leading lords drew their swords, and the soldiers behind them formed a forest of spears and swords. Maiden of light, dispel the darkness. Lancel raised her only arm, and holy light shot out from her palm like a fountain. It condensed into a small sun in the air, and the approaching dark frozen fog quickly dissipated. For light. In the middle of the troops, at the front of the crescent formation, thousands of holy knights lit up the holy swords in their hands. Holy light domain. Meribad raised his dragon crystal staff. Holy light domain. Behind the warrior's sun, 3,000 white-robed priests cast their divine spells together. With Meribad as the center, golden holy light runes spread out on the ground like vines. Finally, the snowy ground was covered in a golden disk with a radius of 10 kilometers. Tiskeki. The deviant ghosts that entered the holy light domain seemed to be covered in a flaming coat. White steam rose, and the ice armor slowly melted. The living people in the holy light domain were covered in a layer of holy light from head to toe, like a golden battle suit. Not only was their defense strengthened, but they were also full of energy and did not fear the cold, as if they were soaking in a hot spring. Long live the Light King! Melisandre shouted softly. Within half a kilometer of her, all the soldiers' swords were ignited. Above the soldiers' heads, there were red clouds floating back and forth. Any frozen fog that got close to the red clouds would immediately be ignited into tangible flames. The red-robed woman finally left the small rundown temple and replaced Benello as the leader of the red-robed monks. However, Lalo did not have much god power to lend to his believers. There were close to 20,000 red-robed monks and the Hand of Holy Fire, but only 2,000 of them had supernatural powers. They were not as good as the 7 gods. The deviant ghost's icy blue eyes were like fireflies, visible to the naked eye. Rando Tarly raised his iron sword shining with holy light, and charged forward. Knights of the Holy Sword, charge with me! For holy light, for the living! The holy knights were like a golden river, and were the first to charge towards the icy tsunami. For light, forever summer! The human warriors roared loudly, and charged fearlessly towards the army of the living dead. Boom! Death and life, ice and fire, light and darkness clashed violently. In the astral world above the 9 heavens, Dani retracted her gaze and smiled. You've lost. Right now, both sides are in a stalemate. The deviant ghosts will not tire, so I've won. Frost God said lightly. When the deviant ghost army cannot defeat the living in a field battle, you've lost. Dani sighed. If you join the battle, the humans will definitely win. Frost God said. Ah. Dani smiled sarcastically. I'll keep an eye on you, big fish. Ruby Beach. Every second, there would be balls of holy light jumping among the crowd, and the sound of spring water could be heard, instantly healing the wounds caused by the ice swords. Every second, there would be a warrior's head cut off. However, within the holy light domain, all the dead would not be revived, unless, the dead are reviving. The flames here have been extinguished. It's the ice domain. The deviant ghost king has appeared. 7 gods, it's so huge. The battlefield fell into chaos. It's finally here. The dwarf who was idling at the edge of the battlefield put his axe beside him, and shouted to the sky, Tessa, human and dragon become one. Hiss, the 50-meter-long pterosaur flew at a low altitude, and the dwarf melted into countless dragon worms like a puddle of mud, leaving only a complete set of iron armor on the ground. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The dragon worms were like a dense rain of arrows, shooting at Tessa, who was flying at a low speed, landing on the surface of its body and burrowing into its scales. Like a venom suit, the dark red dragon worms gradually wrapped around Tessa, dyeing its body red. Tessa was a swamp dragon, and its scales were gray with mottled green. At this time, its head and neck were completely dyed dark red, and its body, wings, and tail were gradually becoming lighter. Haha, I'm a Megalosaurus Tyrion. The venom pterosaur roared to the sky, its voice becoming thicker and more evil, but one could tell that it was Tyrion's voice. Boom, the bright red dragon flames were like a pillar of fire, leaving a wall of fire among the ghouls. Tyrion has become a Megalosaurus. The nearby Western Knights were dumbfounded. Be careful of the ice spears. Jaime's sword was like a stream of light, stabbing a deviant ghost to death, and shouted to the sky with a worried expression. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before he could finish, a dozen ice swords as thin as cicadas' wings and as hard as steel flew out from the thick frozen fog like lightning. All of them stabbed the pterosaur's vital parts, its neck, throat, and even its eyes. Oh no. The humans below were shocked. Tyrion is too impatient. Jon's expression changed drastically in the distance, and he was about to summon the devil dragon to help. Idiot, if I'm so easy to kill, why would I attack your army? Ice bitch, eat my fire pillar. The devil dragon Tyrion laughed loudly. The parts that were pierced by the ice swords turned into clear slimy worms, and through the worms, one could even see the white skull and brain matter. That scene was enough to drive people with trypophobia crazy. Even if one did not have trypophobia, a normal person would still feel nauseous. The worms opened their mouths to bite the ice swords, or breathe fire to burn them. The devil dragon Tyrion continued to laugh and breathe fire. So strong? Bronn was stunned. Although it's disgusting, its survivability seems to be stronger than a real megalosaurus when faced with physical attacks. Burp. While everyone was sighing, the devil dragon Tyrion let out a smoke-filled burp halfway through its spitting fire, shook its head and wagged its tail, and quickly fled to a stone house at the back. As it flew, Tyrion was still shouting, "Podrick, wildfire pool." 2 kilometers away from the battlefield, there was a small white stone building, the Crossroads Inn. In the courtyard of the inn, Podrick carefully removed the oak plank that covered the ground, revealing a 4 square meter wide, 2 meter deep ice pit. Half a pool of green liquid was rippling in it. Wildfire. The devil dragon Tyrion landed on the courtyard wall and bent over to suck the liquid in the pit. After drinking 2 or 3 tons, the water level decreased by half. Tyrion shouted, "So full." Like a sports car that had been filled with gas, it was full of power again. It soared into the sky, leaving behind pillars of fire among the deviant ghosts. It was not the demonic green of wildfire, but pure dark red dragon flames. Can Targaryen really turn into a dragon after drinking wildfire? Everyone who saw the gnome's actions were confused. At the same time when the dwarf and Tessa fused and transformed into the demonic dragon, 50 kilometers north of the Ruby Beach, on the King's Road near the Mingyue mountain range, a gray shadow gradually materialized. It was a tall girl with long limbs, black hair, gray eyes, and a long horse-like face. It was Arya, who was supposed to be leveling the land. Dimensional door, open. Her rapier was unsheathed, and she drew a black line in the air. The line pulled open to both sides, like a black door that led to the void. A bald fatty and a tall knight walked out of the door. "The deviant ghost king has appeared. You guys block the deviant ghost's retreat, I'll go assassinate the deviant ghost king." After saying this, Arya turned into a shadow again, and like a gust of wind, she disappeared into the air. The fat eunuch said, "I've been holding back for 6 years, and until today, I've accumulated a total of 20,000 summoning divine spell slots. Now, let me change the fate of mankind." Great Summoning, Celestial Holy Spirit. Chapter 1078. Great Summoning Spell, Holy Spirit of Heaven. A huge amount of divine power poured out, and Varys' divine spell slots decreased rapidly. A golden rainbow with a peaceful aura appeared in the sky, and the air rippled. Under the rainbow, a door opened, and an ethereal and holy voice came out from it. "Ah, this is the holy voice from heaven." Varys felt as if his body and soul had been cleansed by a clear spring. He felt as if he was floating in the air. "For humanity, for glory, kill." A voice that Varys was familiar with resounded in the sky, and then thousands of golden lights shot out from the rainbow door. Surprisingly, they were golden-armored warriors riding white-winged Pegasi. "Clear all the ice monsters in the sky." Under the torrent of golden armor, a barefoot, tall and thin old man in a gray robe pointed at the sky and shouted, "Big Sparrow!" Varys exclaimed, "Holy Mother of Heaven, this is the Holy Seiya of Heaven." The hound was excited. The big sparrow only glanced at them and then flew to the southwest like lightning until he was 1 kilometer behind the other ghost army. His hands moved in a strange pattern, and the air in front of him rippled with transparent ripples, and a huge dimensional door appeared in midair. "Ha!" His hands pressed down, and the 7-meter-wide and 7-meter-tall golden dimensional door landed heavily on the ground, splashing the ice and snow on the ground 4 to 5 meters high. "Sons of the Night Watchers, let us welcome this glorious moment together." The white-haired Alyssa Thorne looked up to the sky and laughed. He was the first to step out of the dimensional door, followed by thousands of black-cloaked Night Watchers. "Long live the living!" After the 3,000 night watchers, there was a giant wearing bronze armor and holding a dragon crystal mace. Fuck the other ghosts. The barbarians from the Great Wall rushed out like a whirlwind. After more than 5,000 warriors rushed out of the dimensional door, the big sparrow waved his hand, and the dimensional door moved 1 kilometer to the west. Long live the Dragon Queen. Long live the Westeros, long live the North. Silver armor inlaid with white glaze, and white cloaks that were the same color as the snow. Bran finally realized his childhood dream of becoming a glorious warrior and participating in the most glorious battle. The Dragon Queen did not go back on her words. Although Bran only had 52,000 souls, he had no problem moving around normally. The most important thing was that his body had also grown taller and stronger. He was now about 173 meters tall. His limbs, which used to be like hemp poles, now had a bulging ring of muscles. However, compared to the attendant beside him, his body size still made him lose the dignity of a father. Long live the Dragon Queen. Long live the North. Long live Stark. Eddard Stark's roar was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the snow off the trees nearby. Although he was only 11 years old, he had already grown into a monster that was 9 meters tall. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He looked like a lump of muscle. His childish face was full of fierceness. His arms were thicker than his father's waist. The sword in his hand was wider than a door and thicker than the soles of a shoe. Bless me with the holy light. Eddard shouted. The ordinary iron sword in his hand was covered in a layer of golden light. With a sweep of the sword, he plowed a path that was 4 to 5 meters wide in the midst of the ghouls. He was also a paladin. Not only was he a paladin, but Bran had also blessed the swords of thousands of warriors of the North with high-level holy light that could kill ghouls and ghouls. Long live the North. For the living. Bran's father-in-law led the people of the Swamp of Neck into the battle. When the people of the North rushed out of the portal, the big sparrow pulled the portal another kilometer horizontally. Long live the Dragon Queen. Kill the Ghoul King's mother. Hundreds of giants and more than 30,000 barbarians and Ersosian soldiers roared as they rushed to the back of the ghouls. They were Dany and Liz from the Queen's Corner. Because there were no demigod-level priests, the big sparrow used her divine power to bless their weapons with holy light and evil slash. Oh, bam, 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 three-headed hound Wong Kai roared at the sky, its voice drowning out the sounds of fighting on the battlefield. The frost Vajra thumped its chest like a war drum, causing the frozen fog that covered the ghouls to ripple like water. For the King of Khal. Charge. The 3 blood guards all appeared. The centaur cavalry cut the ghouls into pieces like scalpels. Holy Mother of God, Heavenly Saint, Urso's allies, Dragon Queen's Khalasar, Hellhound and Vajra will win. The soldiers on the battlefield were overjoyed, their courage multiplied. Tyrion? Aegon? You've become a megalosaurus? After a moment of awkward silence, the demon dragon Tyrion flapped his wings and shook off the burning corpse of the frost Quetzalcoatlus. He said gratefully, "Thanks to your help, these frost Quetzalcoatlus were biting me. I couldn't get rid of them." "Let's work together," Aegon suggested. "What's your state now?" the dwarf asked curiously. "The combination of soul and physical body is a human. Us Saint Seiyas are the combination of soul and energy, and then undergo limited materialization in the material world. It's the same for the Pegasus. Can you stay in the human world forever? I just saw a Saint Seiya's being torn in half by an evil god. Will they die completely?" The dwarf asked worriedly. "I can't stay in the material world for too long, but the Saint Seiyas won't die. Even if they die in the material world, their souls can still return to heaven and enter the holy pool to rebuild their bodies." The dwarf nodded, but did not know what to say. The two of them were silent for a moment. He said dryly, "Your golden cloth is beautiful. This is the Aquarius cloth." Aegon lifted his helmet, and a familiar face appeared in front of the dwarf. His purple pupils were filled with complicated emotions and thousands of words. "Oh my, there's an evil god of ice over there. I'll burn him to death." The dwarf only exchanged a glance with him, and felt so guilty that he wanted to run away. I can put away the Pegasus and ride on your back. I have something to tell you. Let's kill the enemy together and catch up on old times, Aegon suggested. Oh my, there's no fire in my stomach. My magic power is almost empty. I need to go back and replenish my energy. Aegon, you go stop him first. I'll go back and replenish my energy. With a howl, the devil dragon Tyrion swung its tail and quickly changed direction, flying to the edge of the battlefield as fast as lightning. Aegon. My lord, why did you come back so quickly this time? At the crossroads inn, Podrick, who was pouring wildfire into the ice pit, was puzzled. Sigh, my soul is tired. I need to rest. The surface of Tessa's body seemed to be shedding skin, peeling off pieces of red flesh. Those pieces of flesh fell to the ground and wriggled and elongated as if they were alive, turning into dragon worms. All the dragon worms fused together, forming a naked Tyrion. Help me keep an eye on the battlefield and report the latest information. I'll take a nap. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them that I fainted from overexertion. As he spoke, the dwarf walked into the inn's lobby, found his cloak, and lay down by the fireplace. Podrick was confused, but he did not dare to ask. He could only take a pair of binoculars and ran to the roof to observe the situation on the battlefield. 10 minutes later, my lord, the main force of the deviant ghosts has appeared. There are hundreds of ice-winged dragons. Wow, the densely packed corpse ghost ravens, goshawks, and vultures have drowned the Saint Seiya army. Have the Saint Seiya retreated? The dwarf asked with his eyes closed. 15 minutes later, the Northern Ice King rode the Devil Dragon to help the Saint Seiya. He was surrounded by 3 evil gods of ice. Holy Light one-handed used the Holy Mother's palm to kill an evil god. Holy Mother, the Archbishop has slain a god. Half an hour later, the mighty King Kong is surrounded by 1,000 deviant ghosts' army. Wow, the King Kong is so strong. It also has ice armor. Someone tried to assassinate the deviant ghost king. I heard many people shouting, Arya. There was also a Cerberus. Sigh, the assassination failed. The Cerberus was frozen into ice. I wonder if Lady Arya was hurt. Are the Saint Seiya still there? The dwarf opened one eye. The Saint Seiya suffered heavy casualties. Only a third of them are still holding on. They are so brave. An hour later, my lord, the final battle has begun. The vassals are leading the strongest soldiers to launch a desperate attack on the deviant ghost king. Have you rested well? Podrick said excitedly. How many Saint Seiya are left? The dwarf opened his eyes. A few dozen. I didn't count. I'm not the only one left, the dwarf said hesitantly. An hour and a half later, Podrick already knew what the dwarf was thinking. He said directly, the aerial battle is almost over. The Dawn Warriors' winged dragon knights have already taken to the sky. There are only a few Saint Seiya left. The deviant ghost king is too far away from the inn. It's 7 or 8 kilometers away. He can't see the situation there at all. However, there are sporadic shouts. It seems that we have the upper hand. Hundreds of vassals are attacking the deviant ghost king. I'll go take a look. The dwarf couldn't sit still anymore. He got up naked, put on a fur coat, and ran upstairs. Victory, victory, we won. The deviant ghost king is dead. The deviant ghost king is dead. The humans won. The humans won. Long live the North Ice King. Long live the North Ice King. When the dwarf reached the top of the 3rd floor, he was standing on his tiptoes with a pair of tactical binoculars. He heard a wave of cheers in the distance. Shit, so fast. The dwarf threw away the binoculars and shouted to the backyard, Tessa, Tessa. Hiss, Tessa jumped up and flew diagonally across the roof. The dwarf also wriggled into a pile of mud and stuck to her face. At the same time, there was a sudden change in the astral world. The moment the deviant ghost king died, Dany's eyes shone brightly. She activated the soul suppression strike, but the target was not the frost god who had only stretched out a root, but a remnant soul from the material world the frost gods will that had fused with Bunyan's soul. How fast could the will return to the body? It was definitely faster than the speed of light, because there was no limit to the speed of thought. However, it was this process that was faster than lightning across the sky that was caught by Danny. She couldn't catch real lightning, and the speed of her body couldn't keep up with the speed of light. She couldn't even reach supersonic speed, but the speed of her thought was enough to stop the remnant soul. She had done similar things many times. For example, when she was in Beleriand and the sheep egg dragon spirit, she stopped the dragon's soul halfway. When she grabbed the remnant soul from the deviant ghost king, a message came into her mind: the frost god's body is here. Come and catch him. Be quick, or it will be too late. The message also included a star map, the space-time map of the astral world. Danny didn't hesitate. She had waited for this voice for 7 years. It was the voice of the door god Root. She locked onto the position of the red dot on the star map in her mind and shouted, "Frost god, you've lost. Surrender." Her body quickly flew towards the tree root that was stretching out of the void. It seemed to be the same as countless times before. First, she attacked the tree root with her soul and knocked it unconscious. Then, her body went to pull out the radish. At least that was what the frost god thought. He wasn't worried because the root was here, but his body was infinitely far away. The dragon queen could only hurt him a little. But in the next moment, her figure disappeared without a trace. Before he had time to be surprised, he saw her again. At the edge of the astral world, the next step was outside the astral world. Ooh, the frost god was shocked and then furious. "You betrayed me. I've never been loyal to you." The tree root under him grew crazily, desperately drilling into the astral world. "Quick, kill him," the tree root urged. Chapter 1079. The frost god was like a dragonfly on the surface of the water. Its tail was in the water, but its body was outside the lake. If a big fish swam over and wanted to eat it, it would flap its wings alertly. Before the fish's lips kissed it, it would ripple and fly into the sky. But now, its tail rebelled and plunged into the water uncontrollably. The dragonfly flapped its wings hard, but it couldn't fly. And the big fish was already beside it. When the big fish saw the frost god's body, it was stunned and didn't bite it immediately. "Are you really an alien?" Danny was so shocked that she hesitated for a moment. "It wants to escape. I can't hold it back. Kill it." The tree root screamed at the top of its lungs. "Traitor, you betrayed our faith. You betrayed me." The spaceship increased its kinetic energy output, wanting to jump into the outer realm quickly. That's right, it was a spaceship. Or, was it a creature that looked like a flying saucer? It had a radius of about 2 kilometers, a circular sphere in the center, and a diameter of 1 kilometer. The sphere was connected to a gear-shaped disc. It didn't have a sci-fi reflective metal shell, but a rough carapace like a crab's shell. Below the flying saucer, thousands of crazily dancing weirwood roots were dangling from the ground. The roots grew together with the flying saucer. "I'm only loyal to my own world," the tree root shouted. "Danny Liz, kill it." Danny exploded on the spot, turning into endless flames, instantly igniting the area. The flames were too terrifying. Not only did they burn at the edge of the astral world, they even spread to the outer realm. Strange substances like gravel were born in the void. "Oh, no," the spaceship wailed in grief. "I curse you. Curse your world to fall into the abyss of ice and darkness. Tisk." Within the raging flames, gigantic space blades flashed one after another, producing ding-ding-dong-dong-dong sounds on the outer shell of the spaceship. It was like throwing nails on glass. But as the flames burned, the shell began to soften, twisting and melting like a candle. Chi! The spaceship was cut in half like a sesame seed cake. The next moment, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. The flames spread into the spaceship, burning through the core of the frost god's soul. The frost god howled in grief, then went silent. Whoosh, the golden-red flames collapsed toward the center, and suddenly disappeared. Danny appeared on top of frost god's corpse. "Tree root, are you still alive?" she asked with concern. What a powerful flame. At this moment, Less than a tenth of the weirwood's roots remained. Most of the remaining roots had been charred, and the spiritual ripples of the roots had almost disappeared. "You can't be separated from him?" Danny asked with a solemn expression. "If they could be separated, they would have separated from me before and escaped. If you want to kill him, you must also kill me. Only by killing me can you completely destroy him," the tree root said weakly. "What do we do now?" Danny hesitated. "He's not completely dead yet, but the outcome has been decided. When I'm done, you can burn us all to ashes." The tree root sighed. "Go ahead." Shu Zhen thought for a moment and said, "I don't know what to say. I really want to praise you, but to the current you, praise doesn't seem to have any meaning. I want to tell you what to do next, but I know nothing about the lower universe. You can praise me as much as you want. It's very meaningful. What kind of existence is Frost God?" Danny asked. "I'm not too sure. My fusion with him is like a shapeshifter fusing with an animal companion. I'm an animal companion, and he's a shapeshifter." "Why is he in the dominant position?" "You're clearly the ancestral god of the shapeshifters," Danny asked curiously. "Yes, the strength of my soul is not weaker than ES gods. If I fought with him for control of my body and mind when we fused back then, perhaps we would have become two-headed monsters. But I gave up myself, gave up my power, and gave everything to him. Because I was afraid that what happened today would happen," the tree root said bitterly. "Isn't what happened today a good thing?" Danny was confused. "If you had greater control in the new Frost God, perhaps the long night would have ended 7 years ago. What if the person who stopped Frost God wasn't you? If you didn't control the supreme power of ice and fire, but I couldn't bear it and hesitated, I let Frost God's efforts go to waste. In the end, you couldn't save the world, and the world completely collapsed. What would you do? If not for the fact that I had no choice, if not for the fact that I was too desperate, why would I separate from my main body and choose to believe that ES God could bring new life to the world? 15,000 years ago, when I chose to fuse with ES God, the world was only one step away from completely falling. Only the first flame could change fate. And the only true God who was qualified to comprehend the first flame was Lalo. After billions of years, he still couldn't raise Song of Fire to the highest level. Who would dare to expect him to control the power of the first flame in 10,000 years? Instead of believing in him, I'd rather give my hope to his God. At that time, no one would have thought that someone like you would appear. At that time, I thought that since I chose to believe in him, I had to be firm in my beliefs. Now, it seems that I, who have been rooted in the dark land all my life, still despair too easily. If I could retain some control of my new body, I would have cooperated with you to kill Frost God. 10 years ago, when you first used Song of Fire to create new life, I was sure that you were the true hope of the world. Unfortunately, Danny was silent. Old Tree Root was too self-aware. When he made a decision, he completely killed his ability to go back on his words in the future. He gave his body, strength, soul, song of laws, memories, and talent to his God. If not for the death of King Strange Ghost, which caused Frost God to lose focus for a moment, Old Tree Root would not have had the chance to rebel. Whether it was in novels or movies, there were often such plots. The originally kind supporting character turned evil in despair and joined the dark forces. However, in the finale, because of the call of love of the male or female lead, he or she changed their ways at the crucial moment and caused the big boss to fail. For example, Obito in Naruto. Before Rin Harano died, Obito believed in the will of fire. After Rin died, he gave up his original belief in despair and changed to believing in Madara's infinite Tsukuyami. If he had the tolerance and wisdom of Weirwood and guessed that he might change his mind in the future, thus eliminating the possibility of going back on his words in advance, then Naruto would have been another ending. Why can Frost God come and go freely in the outer realm? Danny asked. That's the talent of his race. Race? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head and searched the wreckage of the spaceship. Frost God himself is equivalent to a race, or rather, he carries his own race with him. The strange ghosts are all a form of his race, the human form, Tree Root said. Very soon, Danny found Frost God's race members. They were ice energy balls the size of eggs. Ice blue, made up of consciousness and the power of ice. It was very similar to Heaven's Saint Seiya. Danny's Heaven's Saint Seiya was not an original creation. Wasn't Inami's Taiman hero spirit also a combination of soul and energy? However, there was a trace of fire creation power in Saint Seiya's body, which was more materialized than Tiamin's hero spirit. It could exist stably in the material world. If Tiamin's hero spirit left the flowing water palace, it would disintegrate into a single soul in a short time. It would be difficult for it to even exist, let alone kill the enemy. It's strange. The consciousness inside is so pure. There's only a way of thinking and no memory. Danny frowned as she sensed the ice blue crystal in her hand. At first, she thought it was equivalent to a baby's hero spirit seed. Later, she realized that the seed had no memory, but it had a personality. It was like an adult's memory that had been formatted. That's not right. Memory should be able to affect the formation of personality. After fusing with an ice crystal seed, Bunyan became the king of strange ghosts. Bunyan had a huge amount of memory, but he couldn't change the fixed way of thinking, Old Tree Root said. Could Frost God be a refugee who escaped from the fallen world? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She narrowed her eyes and guessed, their world is the same as this one, constantly falling. Before entering the lower universe, Frost God turned his race members into ice seeds and his own divine kingdom. Well, this spaceship doesn't look like a divine kingdom. It seems to have evolved into a divine body under a special environment. Then, they left the mother world through the ice universe. Didn't Tianzi and the other dark demon gods plan to kill the last true god and let me die with the world? But before the world fell into the abyss, they jumped off the ship and escaped, entering the dark universe from our dark world? If I didn't chase after them, could those bastards have found other worlds and become the dark god of destruction? Needless to say, with Night Lion's talent in comprehending the song of ice and fire, if he found another world, he might really be able to achieve great things. I only know about Frost God's experience in the past 15,000 years. I don't know where he came from or what his past is. Old Tree Root sighed. Do you still have your true god status? Can you transfer it to me? I left it all to Frost God. Old Tree Root sighed. He's an this god. If I don't fuse with him, he won't even be able to enter our world. And because he's not a true god of our world, his true god status can't stabilize the Sea of Law and activate the Sun Furnace. Unless we let the strange ghosts completely replace the living and let him become the master of the world. Sigh, looks like I have to go to the lower universe. Danny sighed. She waved her hand and swept up Frost God's remains, disappearing from the edge of the astral world. Isn't Bunyan Stark the strange ghost king? How did he become a giant? In the river, on the battlefield of Ruby Beach, Demon Dragon Tyrion squeezed through the crowd and looked at the slowly melting tall body with a puzzled expression. King Strange Ghost died once. Don't you remember? Demon Dragon Tyrion felt his head sink, and a familiar voice came from the top of his head. Ah, Dragon Queen, long live the Dragon Queen. We won, Queen, we defeated King Strange Ghost. The nearby vassals and civilians cheered excitedly. The dark red covering Tessa's head and neck retreated to her neck, wriggling and melting into the dwarf's head. Did you leisurely watch us fight the strange ghosts from the sky? He asked suspiciously. I watched with Frost God. Danny nodded. Why didn't you come down and help? 60 to 70,000 people died in today's battle, the dwarf said. I had to stop him. Danny answered him casually, then turned to look at the exhausted warriors below, and said loudly, just now, when you killed King Strange Ghost, I finally found a good opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Frost God. From today onwards, there will be no more Frost God, no more strange ghosts, and no more long night. Then she waved her hand, and a wave appeared on the ground, pushing the surrounding warriors a few hundred meters away. Rumble! Pieces of the broken body fell from the void, piling up into a small hill a few hundred meters high. This is Frost God's body. The huge pressure of the true God's body made the humans who saw it dizzy, and terrifying illusions appeared in their minds. Crack, crack, crack. Tiny ice crystals began to condense on their bodies. Just because they looked directly at Frost God, the seasoned veterans were about to be frozen. This is too terrifying. What a powerful demon king. The dwarf swallowed and wiped his forehead. There were also ice shards that pricked his hand. Danny smiled in satisfaction. If the Song of Law was exposed to the material world, it would quickly evaporate, and those who saw it would be corroded by the power of the law, just like the people on the battlefield now. She did it on purpose. If she did not let them feel Frost God's terror, how would they know how great her achievements were? As for the ice law being wasted, she did not care. Frost God had a total of 3 songs of law. Darkness and death had been put away by her long ago, and she could study them later. This ice law was not as strong as John's, and was not very useful to her. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.